Chapter 71. Touched. Li Muchio instinctively flinched. The next moment, he looked down at him with a chilling gaze. Su Jianyan should be more serious. Su Bai and the others are busy. Su Jianyan is the king. Before Li Muchio could finish speaking, his mouth was covered, and the words he was about to utter turned into gasps. Li Muchio was now completely susceptible to teasing. When the kiss ended and Su Jianyan looked back, the battle below was drawing to a close. "They're back," Su Jianyan said. Unsurprisingly, Su Bai and the Black Beast were the first to leave the battlefield. Li Muchio wiped his mouth and turned back to catch his breath. A moment later, when Su Bai and the Black Beast reached the top of the mountain, their breathing had calmed down. However, the look Su Bai and the Black Beast gave the two of them were still strange. "What's wrong?" Su Jianyan asked, puzzled. The Black Beast groaned softly. Upon hearing this, Li Muchio visibly paused. Su Jianyan looked over. He couldn't understand what the Black Beast was saying, but he could sense the confusion in its voice. Su Jianyan looked at Su Bai, who explained with a smile. "He's asking why you bit him." Now it was Su Jianyan's turn to have a strange expression. He turned to look at Li Muchio beside him. Her lips were slightly red. Ahem. Su Jianyan considered for 3 seconds whether he should give his group of rare beasts a sex education, but ultimately decided against it under the gaze of the Black Beast's large, yellowish eyes. He changed the subject. "How's the situation?" The mention of battle immediately diverted the Black Beast's attention. Su Jianyan didn't understand and could only look at Su Bai. Su Bai explained with a smile. "It's a combined force of 2 corpse kings, but none of them are any real fighters." Su Jianyan nodded. He had indeed sensed 2 auras, although they hadn't been away from City A for very long. The Black Beasts were large and fast, meaning they had already traveled a considerable distance. Furthermore, the several battles along the way had caused quite a stir. So many corpse kings probably already knew of their presence. Those who were weak and insignificant would naturally avoid them, while those who felt they had a fighting chance or were unwilling to give up would actively seek them out. This made things convenient for Su Jianyan. Su Jianyan glanced at the sun overhead. "We set off in half an hour." After saying this, the Black Beast went to the side to lick its fur. It wasn't injured, but after exercising, its fur was somewhat disheveled. It possessed the rationality of an adult, but its animalistic instincts were also very strong. Even more so, Su Jianyan couldn't help but recall what had happened before. Theoretically, the Black Beast and Su Bai and the others belonged to the same species. If they were to reproduce. As Su Jianyan was pondering this, he noticed Su Bai was still watching him. Su Jianyan looked over. Su Bai wore his usual smile, but his gaze darted back and forth between Su Jianyan and Li Muchio. His eyes filled with thoughtful contemplation. Unlike the Black Beast and its kind, who were strength-based, Su Bai was an intelligence-based creature. Much smarter. Su Jianyan felt a chill run down his spine. He had no interest in providing Su Bai and the others with a case study. Half an hour later, the battle was completely over. Having won, a group of zombie kings strode confidently up the mountain. Well done. Su Jianyan didn't hold back his praise. After all, it had saved him a lot of trouble. Squeak. The mountains were filled with excited roars of beasts. Unfortunately, Su Jianyan couldn't understand a single word. Su Jianyan was quite troubled. The strength types made up the majority of the team, and previously, he had relied on Su Bai or Li Muchio to translate for him. Once or twice was fine, but it became inconvenient over time. "Let's go!" Su Jianyan climbed onto the white wolf's back. The group of zombie kings moved again. As they moved, Su Jianyan looked at Li Muchio. "How do you understand the strength types?" "We just understand." Li Muchio couldn't explain it either. After all, it was something he was born with. Su Jianyan sighed. "That's not understanding. It's comprehending." Su Bai suddenly interjected. Su Jianyan looked over. "Comprehending?" "Not with your ears," Su Bai said. Su Jianyan thought for a moment and understood what Su Bai meant. The sounds produced by the strength types were different from theirs. It was impossible for them to express a large amount of content with just a few roars. More importantly, they needed to understand the meaning they conveyed. Intelligence-type zombies inherently possess mind control abilities. Su Jianyan closed his eyes, trying to listen to the sounds of the group of strength-type zombies behind him. Having spent so much time with them, he could now distinguish the differences in their calls, and even recognize a few familiar ones by their voices. He listened again, but still heard nothing. Su Jianyan wasn't discouraged. He studied them whenever he had free time. And when he got tired, he would look at the scenery or chat with Li Muchio, all while waiting for the next batch of zombie kings to appear. 20-odd days later, outside City A, in the mountains, in a town, Madwaran and his group had barely left City A when the lookouts on the mountain spotted them. Several hours later, when Madwaran and his group arrived near the mountains, Gu Yuehe and his group were already waiting at the crossroads. How is he? Where is he? Su Jianyan? Before Gu Yuehe could even speak, a group of people who had been saved by Su Jianyan earlier surged forward. Unable to get close, Gu Yuehe could only crane his neck to look, incredibly curious about what Su Jianyan looked like. Where's Gu Shiping? Mo Duolin didn't answer immediately, but instead searched around. Gu Shiping. Li Linmu also called out. Here. Gu Shiping raised his hand in the crowd. Where is he? Couldn't find him, Li Xiaofeng said. The anxious group immediately erupted in chaos. What? How could they not find him? Did they not find the factory? Or did they not find him? What exactly happened? Explain yourself. Did something happen to Su Jianyan? Seeing this, Li Xiaofeng and his group, who couldn't wait to ask Gu Shiping, had to answer the questions from those around them first. We found the factory, but there's no one there. He must have left immediately after those zombie kings left. Mortarin shouted. Left? Are you sure? So we missed him? What do we do now? Seeing that the questions from the crowd were piling up and wouldn't stop anytime soon, Xian had no choice but to call Gu Shiping aside for a private talk. As for Li Xiaofeng and the others, they couldn't go anywhere today without a clear explanation. In the chaos, Gu Yuehe looked left and right before decisively following Xian and Gu Shiping in an open space nearby. As soon as Xian had a chance to speak, she immediately asked about what had happened. Tell me more in detail about the person you met in the mountains. What were his characteristics? What did he look like? And were any of the two people behind him with medium length, slightly curly hair? Think carefully. Gu Shiping, initially somewhat bewildered, almost immediately understood what was going on. You suspect that person is Su Jianyan? Very likely, Xian said, although there are some time discrepancies. If he left the city immediately after the zombie kings did, it's possible he was there at that time. Moreover, that kind of strength, using an axe, and being in this vicinity at that exact moment, the probability is extremely small. In the past, with billions of people worldwide, two such individuals wouldn't be unusual. But now, the number of surviving individuals is probably less than 1 in 10 million, making the probability even smaller. Gu Shiping's spirits lifted. He had suspected it before, but quickly dismissed it. But if that person really was the legendary Su Jianyan? Gu Shiping took a deep breath, calming his excitement, and quickly recounted the situation. We thought it would be shorter to go through the mountains. Gu Shiping went into as much detail as possible, afraid he wasn't clear enough. He even began gesturing towards the end. Xian listened attentively, occasionally asking questions to try and understand the situation as clearly as possible. Just as Gu Shiping finished speaking, Li Xiaofeng and his group finished their work. Approaching, the group immediately looked at Xian. Xian nodded confidently. Very likely. The height, the habit of using an axe, the tone of voice, it all sounds like him. The group, who had been anxiously waiting their way, exchanged glances, almost jumping for joy. Su Jianyan was indeed still alive. They knew Su Jianyan couldn't have died like that. Can you draw? Xian asked Gu Shiping. Gu Shiping, who had been enthusiastically lecturing just moments before, immediately froze. Xian rubbed her nose and asked instead, does anyone in your team know how to draw? Having been rescued, they would definitely remember it vividly. If someone could draw, they could be absolutely certain. I go ask the people in my team too. Fei Qing turned to look at her group behind her. They were already waiting at the town entrance. Me too. Mo Duolin and his group also dispersed. No matter who it was, as long as one person could draw, the matter would be settled. On the way back, they had tried to draw as well, but out of their group of over 40 people, they couldn't find a single person who could. They had also tried creating together, but even with a few strokes from several people, the result was something they themselves dared not look at. There's someone here. Li Qinshui suddenly waved from the crowd. The group immediately looked over. Mo Duolin and his group surged directly towards that spot. The person Li Qinshui found looked young, wore glasses, and was usually quiet and introverted. Suddenly entrusted with such a heavy responsibility, and under everyone's scrutiny. His face turned a deep purplish red. I only learned a little sketching when I was in school, and I'm not very good at it. It's alright, no matter how it turns out. As long as you can draw it. Xin reassured him. Now they were all counting on her. Then I try. With that, the person headed towards the town to find a pen and notebook. Seeing this, Li Xiaofeng and his group all rushed into the town to help search. More than 10 minutes later, in the underground parking garage, over 5,000 people held their breath, waiting. I in the crowd? The woman's wrists were flushed red, and she hadn't dared to put down her pen for a long time. Gu Yue couldn't bear to watch any longer and quickly spoke up. Should the others go out first? It was clear the woman was genuinely nervous. Li Xiaofeng and his group were unwilling to let her go, but dared not disturb her any further, and all headed towards the door. The garage was large, and it felt somewhat oppressive after everyone had left. The woman took a deep breath, still nervous, but much better than before. After thinking for a moment, she began to draw. Half an hour later, she appeared at the garage entrance with a completed drawing. Li Xiaofeng and his group, who had been waiting anxiously, immediately went to greet her. The woman's drawing skills weren't exactly excellent, but it was enough to capture 6 or 7/10 of Su Jianyan's charm. The moment Li Xiaofeng saw the drawing, his eyes lit up as he was the first to take it. He immediately handed the blueprints to Gu Shengping. You? It's him. Before Li Xiaofeng could finish his question, Gu Shengping, equally anxious, gave the answer. That's right. It's him. A murmur rippled through the crowd. Was the person Gu Shengping and his group had encountered really Su Jianyan? Gu Shengping handed the blueprints to the others in his group behind him. They had all seen the man. It's him. No mistake. The group who received the portrait nodded immediately. That man had saved their lives. They would never be wrong. Seeing this, Li Xiaofeng and his group exchanged glances, seeing excitement and disbelief in each other's eyes. Gu Shengping's eyes, however, were filled with complex emotions and a mixture of amusement and exasperation. Like Gu Yue, he had long wanted to meet Su Jianyan. After all, he had heard Li Xiaofeng and the others talk about him countless times. In fact, the very establishment and success of their amusement park was inextricably linked to Su Jianyan, but he never expected to meet Su Jianyan in this way. Even more unexpectedly, he would become one of Li Xiaofeng's group. So what do we do now? Chase after him? Fei Qing asked. Is that even a question? Of course we chase after him. Of course we chase after him. Li Xiaofeng and his group replied without hesitation. But Gu Shengping and the others encountered him more than 40 days ago. Fei Qing was somewhat worried. In such a long time, Su Jianyan could have gone anywhere. Reminded, Li Xiaofeng and his group finally calmed down a bit. The next moment, they all looked at Gu Yue. Besides this problem, the food they brought when they set off had been used up. To continue the chase, the amusement park would need to provide another batch of food. The amusement park was newly established, and food was already scarce. Under their gaze, Gu Yue took a deep breath and decisively nodded. I have someone prepare food immediately. Without Su Jianyan, there would be no amusement park. As soon as he finished speaking, Gu Yue turned to Kong Lei and Li He beside him. The two immediately headed towards the food storage warehouse. Why don't you guys rest first? Gu Yue looked at Li Xiaofeng and his group. He meant well, but when he met their gleaming eyes, he swallowed the words he was about to say. If they could grow wings, Li Xiaofeng and his group would probably be so anxious they sprouted wings by now. Be careful on the road. Gu Yue could only remind them. Okay. Thank you. The group sincerely thanked Gu Yue. Should I go too? Gu Shengping suggested. Before, he was mostly just watching the spectacle. After all, he had never experienced anything like it. And even though he had heard about it countless times, it was difficult for him to truly empathize. But things are different now. Do you know which direction he went? Li Xiaofeng asked. I don't know. He would back the way he came after rescuing us. Gu Shengping shook his head. But I can take you to that mountain to take a look. Maybe we can find some clues. Li Xiaofeng immediately looked at Gu Yue. Having already agreed to let Li Xiaofeng and the others continue the pursuit, Gu Yue naturally had no reason to refuse Gu Shengping's request. He nodded. Go ahead. Gu Shengping turned and rushed out of the crowd to prepare his backpack and weapons. Captain. Gu Shengping's team members immediately followed, eager to go as well. Half an hour later, Li Xiaofeng and his group, who had just returned, stood at the town entrance again. Be careful on the road. Be safe. Run faster. Don't let him get away again. We must bring him back. At first, everyone was concerned about Li Xiaofeng and the others. But later they couldn't help themselves, and their words turned into urging. Li Xiaofeng and his group were determined to bring him back. How could Li Xiaofeng and his group not understand their feelings? They nodded vigorously and immediately headed out of town. 40-odd days was more than enough time for Su Jianyan to travel a great distance. They couldn't afford to delay any longer. 2 days later, at dusk, after more than a day of traveling at full speed, Li Xiaofeng and his group finally arrived at the mountain range where Gu Shengping had encountered Su Jianyan. Be careful. There are mutated rats in the mountains, Gu Shengping warned as he led the way up the mountain. The group had covered their exposed skin before entering the mountains, and they remained vigilant even now. A few minutes later, Gu Shengping saw a skeleton ahead, gnawed down to bones. He stopped. It's here. His axe struck here. Li Xiaofeng and the others immediately checked. Seeing the broken skull, the group knew it shouldn't be like this, but they couldn't suppress their excitement, because it was indeed Su Jianyan's work. When they touched the axe-cut gash in a nearby tree, their excitement grew even stronger. After rescuing us, he went that way. Gu Shengping, confirming the direction, led the way up the mountain. The group immediately followed. Look! It looks like footprints. Fei Qing's voice suddenly rang out. The group immediately crowded around. In front of Fei Qing was a patch of soft, leafless ground, and on the ground was a somewhat deformed footprint, but its shape and pattern were still discernible. I don't know whose it is, but it should belong to one of the three of them, Gu Shengping said. We didn't go this way. After he rescued us, we immediately went down the mountain. Li Xiaofeng and his group exchanged glances, then immediately followed the footprints up the mountain. The mountain range was long, with abundant mutated plants, but the mountain itself wasn't very high. 40 minutes later, they reached the summit. The other side of the mountain led toward City A. Which way now? Fei Qing asked. Gu Shengping's sights only led them to the summit. Beyond that, they had no clue. Let's spread out and look around. Mo Duolin had already planned. The group split into small groups of 3 to 5. Half an hour later, most of them returned, but Li Linmu's group still hadn't seen anyone. After waiting for another 10 minutes or so without seeing anyone, the group headed back in the direction Li Linmu and his group had left. Li Linmu was an experienced survivor. His absence meant either he had encountered danger or had discovered something. 20 minutes later, they saw figures ahead. It was Li Linmu and his group. We found something. Come and take a look, Li Linmu said, leading the way back. A few minutes later, they were led to a large tree at the foot of the mountain. The moment they approached, Li Xiaofeng and his group frowned, because there were footprints everywhere under the tree. But they weren't just human footprints. Most of them were animal footprints. They were clearly zombie kings. Are they from City A's zombie kings? I remember they went this way, GXIN said. Look at this. Li Linmu and Li Qinshui crouched down in front of a clearing near the tree. The group went over. Upon closer inspection, everyone frowned. Are these footprints the same as the ones we saw before? Li Linmu looked up. The patterns were the same as the ones they had seen before. And more importantly, judging from the degree of deformation, they were left at the same time. GXIN nodded. It should be the same person. Matching shoes weren't unusual, but that was before the apocalypse. Now, the possibility of two people wearing the same style of shoes appearing on the same mountain at roughly the same time isn't impossible. But it's extremely small. But, GXIN looked around. The crowd fell silent. How could Su Jianyan be in the same place as those zombie kings? Could it be that the reason those zombie kings left City A was to chase him? Mordelin guessed. They had previously assumed Su Jianyan left the city after the zombie kings. But that would create a conflict with the timing of Gu Shengping's encounter, since the zombie kings had only just arrived in the vicinity at that time. But what if it were the other way around? Su Jianyan left the city first, and then the zombie kings chased after him. That would make much more sense chronologically. The group exchanged glances. City A had over 500 zombie kings, including a king of zombie kings. They mobilized all of them just to hunt down a human. It sounded absurd. They couldn't even imagine such a thing. But that person was Su Jianyan. I think it's quite possible, Li Lingmu said with a wry smile. Beside him, Li Qinshui's expression was exactly the same. They had witnessed Su Jianyan being attacked by 2 zombie kings and an awakened zombie. They all thought Su Jianyan was dead. But it turned out he was not only alive, but also saved Li Xiufeng and Fei Qing. Maybe Su Jianyan angered the king of corpses this time? Xian rubbed her nose. That guy. Beside her. Mo Duolin. Fei Qing. And the others couldn't help but smile wryly. Given Su Jianyan's personality, it was entirely possible. So what do we do now? Zhang Yu asked. The group took a deep breath. The next moment, they all exhaled helplessly. What else could they do but chase after him? As for everything else, they deal with it after they caught up. Maybe by the time they caught up, Su Jianyan would have already killed the king of corpses. After all, that's Su Jianyan. In the mountains, Su Jianyan sat by the fire, watching a group of power-type creatures howling incessantly beside him. Trying to understand what they were saying. Li Muchio walked past him, intending to roast some fruit for him. Su Jianyan had kept the fruit in his backpack ever since he confirmed it wouldn't kill him. The fruit was fine to eat during the day, but too cold at night. So Su Jianyan tried roasting it. Roasted fruit lost its fresh sweetness, but it still tasted pretty good. So Su Jianyan ate roasted fruit all night. Woo. One of the strength types couldn't win an argument with the other and slapped it. The one that was slapped was stunned for a moment, then curled up on the ground looking aggrieved. Su Jianyan switched hands, propped his chin on his hand, and continued watching the spectacle. The intelligence types completely followed human lifestyles, while the strength types were driven by animal instincts. Watching them interact was like watching an animal documentary. Except his animal documentary featured all sorts of exotic and rare creatures. To be honest, it was quite interesting. Li Muchio handed him the roasted fruit. Su Jianyan took the fruit and continued watching his drama while eating. Who? The zombie king that had attacked turned and left. The zombie king on the ground turned its head away. The zombie king that had walked away looked back, seeing that the attacked zombie king was motionless. It paused for a moment. The next moment, it continued forward. Li Muchio handed him a cup of hot water. Su Jianyan took it and placed it beside him, intending to drink it after finishing his fruit. After circling around once, the zombie king that had attacked returned and seemingly casually squatted down next to the zombie king on the ground. The zombie king on the ground ignored it. After squatting for a while, the zombie king that had attacked couldn't help itself and raised its paw to slap the zombie king on the ground again. It slapped him with tremendous force. Su Jianyan could hear it from a distance. Almost spitting out his fruit, he had expected a scene of apologies and remorse. Language barrier proved to be a major problem. Su Jianyan looked away, about to find a tissue to wipe his mouth, when a hand appeared beside him. Li Muchio handed him the tissue. Su Jianyan took it. Thank you. Li Muchio remained silent, her eyes filled with accusation. Su Jianyan was bewildered. What's wrong? Li Muchio didn't answer, only turning back to the fire to continue roasting fruit, wanting to feed Su Jianyan. Su Jianyan, no longer paying attention to the 2 powerful zombie kings, patted his bottom, stood up, and squatted down beside him. Who upset you? Li Muchio was clearly unhappy. Li Muchio's attention was entirely on the fire. Without waiting for an answer, Su Jianyan immediately realized he was the one who had upset her. The question is, what did he do? Su Jianyan finished the rest of the fruit in his hand in one gulp. What happened this morning? They were constantly on the move, surrounded by other zombie kings. Their only opportunities to be alone were when they lived in the city and could share a room. That morning, he couldn't resist clinging to Li Muchio a little longer. So much so that Li Muchio was still a little out of breath when she left. Mentioning the morning's events, Li Muchio's movements noticeably paused. The next moment, he spoke somewhat stiffly. The water got cold. Su Jianyan had been particularly engrossed in studying those strength-type zombie kings lately, to the point that he hadn't even reacted when Su Jianyan spoke to him. Su Jianyan wasn't like this before. Chapter 72. Su Jianyan took a sip of the water. It was indeed a bit cold. The temperature was low at night, and he had just put the water on the ground. Su Jianyan thought seriously for 2 seconds, realizing that this cup of water was very likely the culprit. Li Muchio didn't eat these things. Yet she specially prepared them for him every day, and he hadn't taken them seriously. It was normal for Li Muchio to be a little upset. Su Jianyan continued drinking. It's quite delicious. Li Muchio looked at it, reached out and took the cup, then put the lid on and placed it in the fire. Su Jianyan had specially found a ceramic cup so he could bake it over the fire, which was much more convenient than having to build a stove for every meal. Su Jianyan moved closer to Li Muchio, sitting next to her. It's so nice to have a wife who takes care of people. Li Muchio was squeezed in, glanced at Su Jianyan, and continued working. The second fruit was almost ready. 2 minutes later, the water boiled, and the fruit was baked. Li Muchio handed the fruit to Su Jianyan. Su Jianyan didn't take it, but instead ate a bite from his hand. The freshly baked fruit was a little hot, and Su Jianyan gasped. But even then, he didn't forget to praise it. Delicious. Yours is definitely better than mine. Li Muchio's eyelashes fluttered slightly, and her tone softened noticeably. Hot. Su Jianyan should be careful. Su Jianyan took the fruit, took another bite himself, and then offered the rest to Li Muchio. Li Muchio tilted his head slightly. He was fine with the cold fruit. He wasn't afraid of the cold. Su Jianyan didn't stop. Try it. Li Muchio had no choice but to take a bite from his hand. The warm, sweet fruit filled his nostrils. The taste was indeed quite good. Li Muchio disliked human food, but perhaps due to the mutated plants that grew after the apocalypse, he could eat this fruit. When Su Bai first gave it to him, he mentioned that a zombie king had eaten it, and that it was sweet. Leaving aside why the zombie king would eat this, the fact itself was quite interesting. Humans could only eat plants from before the apocalypse, while zombie kings could eat those mutated afterward. It was as if the entire world was preparing for this evolution. Perhaps he could actually develop a way to make the zombie kings vegetarian in the future. Su Jianyan felt this was quite feasible. After all, ordinary zombies would eventually be eaten up, and the zombie kings wouldn't necessarily starve to death then. Pondering this, Su Jianyan looked again at the group of zombie kings beside him. Perhaps this outing was an opportunity. If he could find other food for those zombie kings, it would be a good thing for humanity. Su Jianyan pondered for a moment, then turned around to find that Li Muchio, who had just been beside him, had walked away and was now sulking again. Su Jianyan was momentarily bewildered. Hadn't he just coaxed her? Su Jianyan finished the fruit in his hand in a few bites, then got up and went towards Li Muchio. After taking a few steps, he returned to the fire and brought over the water Li Muchio had boiled for him. There were no towns nearby, so they would have to sleep in the mountains at night. Li Muchio and the others weren't afraid of the cold, but Su Jianyan was. So before dark, he had built a windproof shelter in the mountains. Li Muchio was making his bed in the shelter. The temperature was low at night, and to avoid freezing, several layers of bedding were needed. And naturally, many blankets were required as well. Luckily, the white wolf was large and could carry a lot of things. Otherwise, just carrying that pile of blankets would have been quite a hassle. When Su Jianyan entered, Li Muchio had just finished making the bed. Then let's go to bed early tonight? Su Jianyan asked Li Muchio's opinion. Li Muchio didn't answer. He always listened to Su Jianyan on this matter. Su Jianyan drank the water in one gulp. The water had just boiled, but in such a short time, it was only lukewarm. After finishing the water, Su Jianyan took off his coat and climbed into bed. Lying down, he patted the spot next to him and looked at Li Muchio. Li Muchio lay down. It was cold outside, so he kept his distance from Su Jianyan. Su Jianyan moved closer to Li Muchio. Li Muchio looked at him, then silently moved back, wanting to keep his distance. Su Jianyan planted a kiss on Li Muchio's cheek. Let Li Muchio try to dodge again. Li Muchio didn't move again, closing his eyes to sleep. How come I never noticed you were so easily angered before? Su Jianyan used a drastic measure. No one could remain unmoved after hearing this. Not even Li Muchio. Sure enough, Li Muchio immediately opened her eyes. Did I say something wrong? Su Jianyan continued, determined to appease Li Muchio today. Li Muchio thought for a moment and said, I'm not angry. Then don't say anything. Li Muchio remained silent. See, you're angry again. Li Muchio frowned. You were the one who ignored me first. Su Jianyan was taken aback. When did I ignore you just now? Just now, when I handed you water. Li Muchio accused him earnestly. I spoke, but you didn't listen. Su Jianyan tried hard to recall. He couldn't remember Li Muchio speaking to him at all. He was studying while the two zombie kings were fighting. Su Jianyan had considered many possibilities, but this was the last one he had expected, which made him laugh uncontrollably. Hearing the laughter, Li Muchio looked over. Su Jianyan found this funny. Su Jianyan quickly hugged her to prevent her from running away in anger. I didn't mean to. I just wanted to understand what those power-type zombie kings were saying as soon as possible, because this can't go on forever. Li Muchio looked at Su Jianyan. Su Jianyan propped his head up with one hand, brushing a stray hair behind Li Muchio's ear as he explained. It's inconvenient not understanding. The future is long. We can't go on like this forever, especially after this mission ends. We can't let them all come back to City A with us and wander around aimlessly all day. I'm going to find them some work to do. Let them keep busy, and then we go back to our lives. Su Jianyan didn't hate those zombie kings. As a human, he might have hated them, but now he was one of them. More importantly, if you truly interact with them and treat them as a new species, they're not actually that annoying. Even so, Su Jianyan didn't want to be surrounded by hundreds or even thousands of zombie kings every day from now on. The bitterness in Li Muchio's heart gradually faded, especially after hearing Su Jianyan's words. Let's go back to our lives. His eyes lit up. Su Jianyan's fingertip traced the corner of Li Muchio's mouth. Would you like to come back with me? Li Muchio nodded without hesitation. They had already agreed to spend the rest of their lives together. As he nodded, his lips brushed against Su Jianyan's fingertips. Su Jianyan's breathing became heavier. Can you help me? Su Jianyan leaned closer to Li Muchio's face. Okay. The moment their lips touched, smelling Su Jianyan's scent, Li Muchio's blood rushed to his brain, gradually making him unable to think. Li Muchio's body temperature was low, so his lips were icy cold, which had a unique flavor. Su Jianyan carefully traced and savored each lip until Li Muchio's body gradually heated up from the rush of blood, before he took further action. When the kiss ended, Li Muchio's body temperature was higher than his own. Su Jianyan's hand slid down his chest, feeling the heat, while pondering how to tell Li Muchio that there were actually even more pleasurable things. Touched, Li Muchio's body tensed. His eyes filled with tears and suppressed emotions. After the initial confusion, tension, and anxiety subsided, he now knew how to enjoy himself. Looking at Li Muchio like that, Su Jianyan found it increasingly difficult to restrain himself. A whoa! A beastly roar came from outside the tent. Su Bai and the others were nearby. Su Jianyan took a deep breath, calming his impulse. Before that, he had something to take care of. Su Bai and the others could sense anything he might do. He didn't want to give Su Bai and the others any early education. Su Jianyan. While Su Jianyan was lost in thought, Li Muchio took the initiative to hug him and kissed him. The night was still long. Su Jianyan didn't want it to end like this. Su Jianyan instantly banished those thoughts from his mind and kissed him again. The next day, before leaving, Su Jianyan took the initiative to hold a short meeting with Su Bai and the Black Beast. The meeting, though ostensibly a meeting, was really just him unilaterally discussing his plans for the future. First, there was the issue of food. Since they were already there, he wanted Su Bai and his group to find more edible plants. Second, there were matters to consider after the expedition. Su Jianyan planned to directly adopt the human system. His current location would become the capital, with city-states and military forces established in various locations to maintain overall control. Su Jianyan also took this opportunity to formally grant Su Bai and the Black Beast real power and positions as his right-hand men. Su Bai and the Black Beast were strong fighters. His current position was inseparable from them, and he certainly wouldn't neglect such talent. Besides Su Bai and the Black Beast, Su Hong and the group of zombie kings he had summoned earliest were also given important positions. They helped establish the system in the early stages, and later became city lords in various regions, second only to Su Bai and the Black Beast. As for the specifics of how to proceed and how many corpse kings to assign to each location, Su Jianyan actually had ideas. After all, humanity already had a complete system. But he didn't interfere further, instead intending to entrust the entire task to Su Bai and the Black Beast. This expedition went far more smoothly than he had anticipated, which was a good way to expend Su Bai and the others' energy. After Su Jianyan finished explaining everything in one breath, before Su Bai and the others could react, he climbed onto the back of the white wolf. The main force set off. Su Jianyan looked ahead at Li Muchio. Li Muchio wasn't part of his plans. It wasn't that he didn't trust Li Muchio. In fact, he trusted her more than Su Bai and the others. He simply didn't want Li Muchio to be included in that system. Otherwise, Li Muchio would have to run around everywhere, which would be illegitimate, but he wasn't going to let Li Muchio be just a supporting character. With a system in place, there naturally needs to be someone to oversee it. And that person had to be the one he trusted most, and that person had to be Li Muchio. Only Li Muchio, who was outside his camp, could ensure true impartiality. He had already discussed this with Li Muchio last night. Noticing the gaze, Li Muchio turned her head to look. Don't worry. I keep an eye on things for you. Su Jianyan smiled. Okay. Su Bai and the others came to their senses. It was already noon. Those who had been lazy and listless before, now entrusted with important tasks, were all beaming with excitement, looking like they couldn't wait to get to work. And the zombie kings who hadn't been named, upon hearing about this, all looked at Su Jianyan with anticipation in their eyes. Su Jianyan felt immense pressure. The city-state matters wouldn't be resolved so quickly. But the food matter could begin. While Su Jianyan took a nap at noon, Su Bai and the other zombie kings got busy. When Su Jianyan woke up, he saw a group of strange and exotic animals huddled together, intently gnawing on tree branches and wild grass. With something to do, the group became even more lively. Su Jianyan was happy to have some free time, and whenever he had a spare moment, he would drag Li Muchio to find a place for some alone time. Meanwhile, after more than 10 days of escape, Wu Zikuan and his group finally escaped the awakened zombies. After confirming their safety, they slept in their house for a full day and night. It wasn't until the next morning that the group gradually woke up. When Qinyu opened her eyes, Wu Zikuan was frowning as he counted the remaining food. Qinyu was the second to wake up. She went over. How much is left? Nothing much. Just checking. Wu Zikuan smiled. Wu Zikuan tried to hide the worry in his eyes. But Qinyu knew him too well, and could tell at a glance that things weren't going well. Let me see. Wu Zikuan tried to stop her, but gave up after thinking about it. It was impossible to hide it now. A few minutes later, Qinyu finished counting all the remaining food, her brows furrowing. Su Jianyan had given them quite a lot of food. If they were careful, it could have been enough for about a month. But they had been on the move for a while, expending a lot of energy, so they had eaten a lot. It had only been a little over 20 days, and they already only had enough for 2 or 3 days. It's okay. We gotten rid of that awakened zombie. We can look for it later. Chen Yu reassured her. Wu Zikuan nodded. Okay. Though he said it, both of them had deep worry in their eyes. If food were so easy to find, they wouldn't have had to wait to die in that second-hand shop. How about we go to the amusement park? After a moment's hesitation, Wu Zikuan spoke. That day, after the initial speculation that the awakened zombie was deliberately following them to the amusement park, no one spoke for a long time. Until the following night, they saw the awakened zombie again. This time, they didn't just find traces. They ran right into it. They were still not attacked. That almost confirmed their suspicions. The awakened zombie was deliberately following them. After that, an even longer silence followed. 2 days later, seeing them getting closer and closer to the amusement park, Wu Zikuan had to speak up. They weren't going to the amusement park. Bringing the awakened zombie there could kill everyone in the park. There might be people Su Jianyan knew there. They remained silent the entire way, everyone thinking about this. Upon hearing Wu Zikuan's conclusion, several people couldn't hold back their tears. They had finally seen a glimmer of hope for survival. But no one said anything. Even if the amusement park wasn't destroyed, the people there might not be willing to accept them back if they brought the awakened zombie there. But Qinyu couldn't help but look out the window. She felt that the awakened zombie could reappear at any moment. Awakened zombies possess reason. They can think. They can follow clues. And simply getting rid of them isn't absolutely safe. Wu Zikuan was only saying this out of wishful thinking. Seeing Chen Yu's hesitation, the little hope he had finally ignited was extinguished again. A moment later, seeing the others gradually awaken, Wu Zikuan spoke again. The next city is far away. We must replenish our food supplies in this city. Chen Yu nodded. Shall we split up later? Okay. Half an hour later, after breakfast, the group split into 2 teams, each heading towards opposite sides of the city. 4 hours later, the scorching heat arrived, and the group reunited. Upon meeting, Both sides looked at each other expectantly. Their eyes met, and seeing the expectation in each other's eyes, both sides couldn't help but smile wryly. The outcome was obvious. After escaping the high temperature, the group moved again. As usual, the group split into two teams, but this time, they agreed to meet at a location inside the city. The more times the outer edges of the city had been searched, the greater the chances of finding a suitable place inside. More than 3 hours later, as the sun set and darkness fell, Chin Yu's group arrived at the agreed location first. Vice Captain, we found the rooms. On the rooftop, Chin Yu was scanning the surrounding buildings with binoculars. Wu Zikuan and his group hadn't arrived yet. Chin Yu had a bad feeling. Send a few men out to keep an eye on the surrounding area. Don't miss them. The man nodded and quickly headed downstairs. Although their two teams were operating separately, they were only a few hundred meters apart and occasionally saw each other on the road. There was no reason for them to arrive, while Wu Zikuan hadn't. After giving the instructions, Chin Yu raised his binoculars to search again. The moment his gaze fell, a familiar figure came into view. Wu Zikuan was leading a group of men, running anxiously towards them, frequently looking back as they ran. Chin Yu immediately looked behind them. Behind them, in the darkness, a shadowy figure was following them. The figure was no longer human. It was completely like a four-legged beast. The moment Chin Yu saw the monster, Wu Zikuan saw it too. Wu Zikuan had thought he'd gotten rid of that thing. Wu Zikuan's steps faltered noticeably. The next moment, he led the way, running in a different direction, away from Chin Yu and the others. As he ran, Wu Zikuan glanced in Chin Yu's direction. That glance was meant as a farewell. But their eyes met. Wu Zikuan paused again, then ran forward without hesitation. Chin Yu tried to make a sound, but her throat felt bitter. She turned to run downstairs, but Wu Zikuan looked back again. Wu Zikuan shook his head. Chin Yu covered her mouth and silently crouched down. She tried to look, trying to remember Wu Zikuan, but her vision blurred. Survival was much harder for small groups like theirs than for larger ones. So they had long ago agreed that if any group provoked those things, they would leave on their own at least ensure the rest of them survive. The monster was far faster than Wu Zikuan and the others. Catching up almost instantly, Wu Zikuan turned to attack. But he had no gun, only a boning knife. Before Wu Zikuan's knife touched the monster, its claws were already in front of him. Chen Yu couldn't help but sob. The monster's claws didn't strike Wu Zikuan. Something rushed out from the alleyway beside them, pounced on the monster, and slammed it against a nearby roller shutter door. For a moment, the darkness was filled with the clanging of the roller shutter door. Chen Yu froze for a moment, then quickly wiped away her tears and looked again. The awakened zombie that had been chasing them all along had appeared out of nowhere, and was now wrestling with the monster. Wu Zikuan was also stunned. The next moment, forgetting his surprise, he quickly led the others away. The commotion was so loud that it alerted all the ordinary zombies nearby. If they didn't run, it would be too late. Vice Captain, hearing the sound of the roller shutter door, everyone in the building rushed upstairs. Upstairs, seeing the battlefield in the distance and the two awakened zombies, everyone froze. Chen Yu spoke. Let's go! With the awakened zombie that had been chasing them, they had a chance to escape. The group moved quickly. 5 or 6 minutes later, the two teams met up. That thing has already been shaken off. Someone muttered. Hurry up. Half an hour later, completely away from the previous area, the group, panting heavily, found the nearest shop and entered. Behind the shelves, the group gasped for breath. I feel like he's helping us? Someone gasped. How could that be? That's an awakened zombie. But I also feel like he's helping us. Otherwise, why would he attack that monster? Chen Yu looked at Wu Zikuan. Their hands were already tightly clasped together. Wu Zikuan shook his head, too breathless to speak. He didn't know what was going on. But if it weren't for that awakened zombie, he would indeed be dead by now. Do you think this could be related to Su Jianyan? Everyone looked over. I mean, the man tried to explain, but couldn't quite put his finger on it. He just felt something was off. While the man couldn't explain, Wu Zikuan and the others understood what he meant. Just the two of them navigating this apocalypse. Finding so much food, coupled with their strength and the courage to even confront awakened zombies. Reflecting on it afterward, Su Jianyan didn't seem like an ordinary person. Almost inhuman. The awakened zombie that followed them was also strange. Even if it had some rationality. Even if it wanted to go to the amusement park. It was odd that it had refrained from attacking for so long. And now he had saved them again. Don't think about it anymore. Let's rest and leave quickly, Xinyu said. Regardless of what Su Jianyan really was, the fact remained that they wouldn't have survived this long without him. In the same city. On a building on the city's edge. GXIN handed her binoculars to Fei Qing beside her. They're awakened zombies. And 2 of them. Fei Qing immediately looked. The others nearby were also watching. What should we do then? Should we go in? Li Qinshui hesitated. Go around to the side. Mo Doran suggested. There's no absolutely safe place in this apocalyptic world. And more importantly, they don't have time to deter. After confirming that the zombie kings were chasing Su Jianyan, they immediately devised a detailed pursuit plan. If Su Jianyan kept running forward, he would soon encounter a very wide river directly ahead. To bypass that river, they would have to go upstream. They were currently heading upstream along that river. Under the cover of night. By the riverbank. Su Jianyan looked at the rushing river ahead with some surprise. He didn't remember there ever being such a large river here. But then he thought about it and understood. The Earth's crust had changed after the apocalypse. Su Jianyan looked at Su Bai. I already sent people to investigate, Su Bai said. Su Jianyan nodded. Then looked around. There was a city not far to the left. The river flowed from the city, seemingly dividing it in 2. Let's go that way first. Su Jianyan patted White Wolf's back. The main group immediately moved in that direction. White Wolf moved quickly. But it was still over an hour before they reached the outskirts of the city. It had been snowing for a while. Upon entering the city, Li Muchio immediately looked for a suitable room. Su Bai helped gather firewood. 10 minutes later, a campfire was lit. Su Jianyan immediately reached out with both hands. Feeling the warmth of the fire, he wished he could jump right in. Li Muchio took out a cup and water she had brought, intending to boil some for Su Jianyan. I go down now, Su Bai said, standing up. Su Jianyan nodded. Before leaving, Su Bai made sure to close the door behind him. Since having something to do, Su Bai no longer insisted on bothering Su Jianyan, but instead spent his free time discussing things with Black Beast and the others. Su Jianyan glanced at Li Muchio beside him. Li Muchio was busy. The firelight illuminated his profile, giving him a warm glow. Noticing his gaze, Li Muchio looked up. His eyes filled with confusion. I just think you're really handsome, Su Jianyan complimented, casually slipping his hand under Li Muchio's armpit. Li Muchio placed the prepared cup into the fire, then took Su Jianyan's hand and placed it beside the fire. He wasn't warm, only cold. How about we stay here for a few days before leaving? Su Jianyan again slipped his hand into Li Muchio's clothes. It's okay if he's cold now. He warm up soon. Chapter 73. It's up to you. Li Muchio had no objections, and at the same time, grabbed Su Jianyan's hand again, trying to place it near the fire. As he moved, his hand was grabbed again, and then he was pulled towards Su Jianyan. No. Before Li Muchio could finish speaking, his mouth was covered. Su Jianyan skillfully conquered the city, until he had completely disoriented the person in front of him. Before withdrawing his attack and lightly kissing his lips, Li Muchio slightly raised his eyes. His eyes filled with aroused emotions. This will warm you up. Su Jianyan slipped his hand inside Li Muchio's clothes at the waist. Li Muchio's body temperature was far more comfortable than the fire. Li Muchio grabbed Su Jianyan's fidgeting hand and said in a hoarse voice, Eat. Su Jianyan hadn't eaten dinner yet. These things could only be done after dinner and back in bed. If they started now, Su Jianyan wouldn't be able to eat dinner. Su Jianyan's breath hitched slightly. Then he kissed him again. Tonight, let's eat something else. After kissing him until he was breathless again, Su Jianyan bent down and picked him up, carrying him into the house. Lying on the bed, Li Muchio's long legs were naturally placed, his hands raised above his head, his eyes looking at Su Jianyan. Su Jianyan knelt on the bed with one leg and leaned down to kiss him. Lips, jaw, and when Su Jianyan reached his throat, he bit down slightly. Stimulated, Li Muchio's body immediately tensed. Su Jianyan looked over. Li Muchio's eyes were tightly closed. His teeth clenched, and his breathing was noticeably more rapid than before. Even if Li Muchio's blood was surging, his skin color wouldn't change much. But his body's reaction didn't lie. knowing that Li Muchio didn't dislike him. Su Jianyan lowered his head again. This time, however, he was unusually patient and gentle, abandoning his previous rudeness, wanting to kiss every inch of Li Muchio's body. Su Jianyan. Li Muchio slightly opened his eyes and glanced at him, feeling somewhat uncomfortable. He didn't dislike Su Jianyan like that. Su Jianyan ignored him and continued with his work. They had done this before, but back then Su Jianyan always withdrew after igniting the flame. This time was different. This time, Su Jianyan didn't suppress his desire. When Su Jianyan's fingers explored a place that shouldn't be touched, Li Muchio suddenly opened his eyes. Su Jianyan didn't stop. Su Jianyan. Li Muchio grabbed Su Jianyan's hand, which was moving deeper. Feeling strange, Su Jianyan silenced Li Muchio with a kiss, diverting his attention. The moment Li Muchio tasted the sweetness, his whole body tensed, and his eyes widened slightly. He didn't understand what was happening. Su Jianyan didn't give him a chance to think things through. In an instant, Li Muchio tensed up, his entire body arching. That moment didn't last long. Li Muchio quickly surrendered, pleading softly for mercy. Su Jianyan, don't do that. Su Jianyan seized the opportunity to go further, his previous gentleness replaced by rudeness once more. When it was all over, Li Muchio's entire back was covered in a thin layer of sweat, his hair disheveled and plastered to his cheek. Su Jianyan brushed his hair aside and kissed his cheek. Sensing something, Li Muchio slightly opened his eyes. Seeing Su Jianyan's face so close, the lingering fear in Li Muchio's heart surged back, and he instinctively moved to the side. Su Jianyan can be terrifying at times. Su Jianyan raised an eyebrow. Li Muchio's eyes darted away, a bad feeling creeping into her heart. Sure enough, Su Jianyan made another move the next moment. Li Muchio gripped the pillow in front of her tightly, clenching her teeth. The next day, Su Jianyan didn't come downstairs until the sun was fully up. Su Bai was returning from a distance, but Su Hong and the Black Beast were nowhere to be seen downstairs. Where are they? Su Jianyan asked. They left with a portion of the Corpse Kings. Su Bai's expression was somewhat strange. After hearing your plan, we all felt that the current pace was too slow, so we were preparing to split into 2 teams and proceed side by side. Su Jianyan's mind was filled with images of the Black Beast and his men waging war everywhere. There's no need to rush. Although he also wanted to go back sooner. They're just very interested in the future you described. Su Bai smiled. They only had a general impression of the future, but Su Jianyan's mind was already crystal clear. Which way did they go? Su Jianyan asked. They went downstream. We go upstream. The Corpse King we sent out to scout last night has returned. Crossing the river downstream is a long way. Upstream is shorter. Su Jianyan nodded. Okay. Thinking for a moment, he added. We've been traveling for so long. Let's rest here for a few days before setting off again. Su Bai still had that strange look in his eyes. Okay. I informed them in a bit. Su Jianyan ignored the strange look in his eyes and turned to go back upstairs. Turning the corner, avoiding Su Bai's strange gaze, Su Jianyan then seriously considered the possibility of killing Su Bai and the others. When he was emotional, Su Bai and the others could sense it. If it continues like this, Su Jianyan felt an urge to kill the Corpse King. Upstairs, Li Muchio was still asleep. As a Corpse King, and the King of Corpse Kings at that, Li Muchio's stamina was always excellent. This was the first time Su Jianyan had gotten up before him. After watching him from the doorway for a while, Su Jianyan didn't disturb him. He relit the campfire in the living room, found some fruit and water, and started making breakfast. Later, when Su Jianyan had eaten and drunk his fill, Li Muchio got up, not in a hurry to leave. The two went for a stroll in the city in the afternoon. The city was divided in 2 by a river, and their half was even smaller, so they explored it quickly. After exploring the city, Su Jianyan took Li Muchio for a walk along the river. It had been almost a year since the apocalypse, and many traces left from the beginning were gradually being swallowed up by time. The riverbank no longer had fresh mud, but rather a thick blanket of grass and reed-like plants. Su Jianyan found a place to sit. The river water was crystal clear, reflecting the sky and the reeds and grass along the banks, a picturesque scene. Li Muchio sat down next to Su Jianyan. Su Jianyan looked at her. Li Muchio's expression was normal, but he could see a hickey on her neck. Su Jianyan touched it. Li Muchio's body instinctively flinched. It tickled. Seeing Li Muchio's reaction, Su Jianyan's memories of last night were instantly stirred. He leaned forward and planted a kiss on Li Muchio's cheek. Noticing Su Jianyan's rapid breathing, Li Muchio turned her head slightly. It's still daytime. Who told you we can only do it at night? Su Jianyan was puzzled. He didn't seem to have ever taught her that. Li Muchio only gave Su Jianyan a wistful look, although Su Jianyan still considers himself human and even eats human food. His physical abilities are now completely at the level of a zombie king. If they let Su Jianyan run rampant, they probably wouldn't be able to get out of bed for a month or two. Li Muchio tried to imagine the scene, and immediately felt her muscles begin to ache again. Su Jianyan usually seems gentle, but when he really goes crazy, he's incredibly ruthless. We should set off as soon as possible, Li Muchio suggested, as the Black Beast and his group were already far away. No rush, Su Jianyan said, looking across the river. At this point, it's not us going to find them, but them coming to find us. Especially with the Black Beast gone. Their numbers were halved, which many zombie kings saw as an opportunity. The real drama is about to begin. In another city. After completely getting away from the two awakened zombies, Wu Zikuan and his group didn't immediately hide. Instead, they ran a long way until the temperature dropped so low they couldn't go outside anymore before finding a place to rest. The next day, before dawn, the group set off again. Meanwhile, Mortalin's group also departed around the same time. Their goal was to reach the vicinity of the river as quickly as possible. Once Su Jianyan crossed the river, finding him in the vast post-apocalyptic world would be extremely difficult. Only 5 days' journey left. Everyone hang in there. Mortalin was speaking in the snow when something moved behind the building. Gu Shenping and his group reacted, immediately raising their guns. The next moment, seeing what was moving, they all froze, faced with the dark muzzle of a gun. Wu Zikuan's group was also taken aback, not counting Su Jianyan. They hadn't encountered a living person for almost 3 months. The next moment, the group went on high alert. At this point, living people were more terrifying than zombies, because the only place in the city where food could still be found was in the hands of the living, and they just happened to have some left. The group opposite them looked to be in good condition, at least better than them. But who would complain about having too much food, while Wu Zikuan's group was sizing up Mortalin's group? Mortalin's group was also sizing them up. However, compared to the tense vigilance of Wu Zikuan's group, Mortalin's group, who had guns, were much more composed. Survival team? Mortalin slightly lowered the muzzle of his gun. Seeing this, Gu Xingping's group behind him also lowered their guns. Yes, Wu Zikuan nodded. At the same time, he pulled a pistol from his backpack. Shin Yu's group behind him did the same. Their team only had 5 or 6 guns. None of them loaded, so they were usually kept in their bags. They were only taking them out now to bolster their courage and intimidate the other side. With guns, if a fight broke out, the other side wouldn't fare well. Maduaran and Gu Xingping's group exchanged glances. They saw through Wu Zikuan's little trick immediately, but they didn't call him out on it. Why would they put their guns away if they had bullets? Those were lifesavers in a pinch. We have some things to attend to. So we'd be leaving now, Mortarin said. Wu Zikuan nodded. Please. Mortarin nodded and led the way. Gu Xingping's group followed without hesitation. The two teams quickly separated in the snow, seeing Mortalin and his group disappear behind the building. Wu Zikuan and his team, whose nerves had been on edge, finally breathed a sigh of relief. Why didn't we go with them? Someone in the group asked. Before Wu Zikuan could turn around, another person next to him said, In this situation, who would want a burden like us? The man opened his lips as if to argue, but couldn't utter a word. After the apocalypse, everything depended on manpower. Previously, the team had a significant advantage, but now food was becoming increasingly scarce, and too many people would only be a burden. People like Su Jianyan were extremely rare. Wu Zikuan opened his mouth, about to say something, when Shin Yu next to him suddenly raised his gun behind him. Wu Zikuan quickly turned around. Maduaran and his group, who had just left, had somehow returned and were now approaching them. Wu Zikuan immediately became alert. We just wanted to ask for directions, Mortalin said, lowering the muzzle of his gun in a gesture of friendliness. Wu Zikuan and Chun Yu exchanged a glance, still not lowering their guns, even though they were empty. A moment later, Mortalin and his group stopped about 5 meters away. Not long ago, a large group of zombie kings passed through that area. Did you know? Mordelin pointed in a direction. Wu Zikuan nodded. They had fled from that direction. Mordelin and his group had only asked casually. But they were surprised to find out. Their eyes lit up. You saw them? When did it happen? Do you know roughly where they are now? Xian and her group asked eagerly. Going to the river to ambush them seemed like a good plan. But they had absolutely no idea of Su Jinyan's exact location. Or even if he had run off in another direction. Xian and her group were so excited that they momentarily confused Wu Zikuan and Chen Yu. Why are you chasing them? Chen Yu asked. Puzzled. That was a corpse king. And a large group of 500 or 600 at that. Although Mo Doran and his group were all armed and in good condition. Even so, one corpse king would be enough to wipe them all out. We're not chasing them, Mo Doran said, unsure how to explain. We're looking for someone. Someone. Wu Zikuan and Chen Yu exchanged a glance. The same face flashing through their minds. Su Jianyan? They both said simultaneously, unexpectedly hearing that name. Mo Doran and his anxious group were all stunned. The next moment, they looked at each other. They both saw the same mixture of surprise and complexity in each other's eyes. Beyond the surprise and complexity, there was also a touch of distortion. Just how many people has Su Jinyan offended? How come they can just casually ask anyone on the street and everyone knows? Xian rubbed her nose. She even had the illusion that Su Jinyan was a scumbag who left a trail of broken hearts. You're really looking for him. It wasn't just Mo Duelin's group who were surprised and conflicted. Wu Zikuan's group was too. They had just asked casually. Yes. Mo Duelin took a deep breath and quickly said. He's our friend. Because of some things. He's being hunted by those zombie kings. We have to go save him. Chased? Wu Zikuan was momentarily at a loss for words. Being chased by zombies wasn't unusual. They were currently being chased by an awakened zombie. But being chased by a horde of 500 or 600 zombie kings. What had Su Jinyan done, however? This made sense. Su Jinyan's appearance coincided almost exactly with the time the zombie kings entered the city. Wu Zikuan and Chen Yu exchanged a glance and breathed a sigh of relief. Since Mordelin and the others knew Su Jinyan, it meant he was human. They had previously thought. What's wrong? Mordelin asked. Puzzled. Without waiting for an answer. We did encounter him. Wu Zikuan. He briefly recounted his encounter with Su Jinyan and how he had saved them. After listening, Mordelin and the others were both amused and exasperated. Su Jinyan's habit of saving people everywhere. Amidst their amusement and exasperation, the group's spirits lifted. Su Jinyan was indeed heading in this direction. Just as they had guessed. This meant that, if all went smoothly, they really could meet him by the river. The group took a deep breath, eager to get back on their way immediately. Maduran looked at Wu Zikuan's group. You head towards City A. There's a ring-shaped mountain range there. And inside the range is an amusement park. Once you get there, give them my name or Su Jinyan's name. And they let you in. Maduran said. My name is Maduran. Xian quickly added. After you get there, go find Captain Guyueha and give him our message. Wu Zikuan remained silent. What's wrong? Maduran was somewhat surprised. In this post-apocalyptic world, hearing that an amusement park was willing to take them in would usually make anyone ecstatic. Wu Zikuan smiled wryly. Su Jinyan said the same thing before. Mordelin and his group were all stunned. The next moment, their expressions changed. Some frowned, while others looked surprised. Su Jinyan said that too? What does that mean? He knows there's a paradise there? What exactly did he say? Seeing the surprise of Mordelin's group and hearing their questions, Wu Zikuan was now bewildered. I don't know the specifics either. He just said there's a paradise there and told us to go there. Mordelin opened his mouth, wanting to say something more. Su Jinyan knew where they were. So why didn't he go to find them? The words were on the tip of his tongue. But he swallowed them back. Su Jinyan clearly knew there was a paradise there. But he probably didn't know they were all in that paradise. As for why Su Jinyan didn't go to the paradise, the reason wasn't hard to guess. So many zombie kings were chasing him. If he went to the paradise then, it would be like taking everyone in the paradise to their deaths. Others might have done that. With so many people around, he could easily take advantage of the chaos. But that person was Su Jinyan. Even if they were complete strangers, Su Jinyan would never do such a thing. Maduran looked at Xian and her group. He wasn't the only one who thought of this. Xian and the others did too. And now everyone's faces wore the same bitter expression. Sorry. I couldn't help you, Wu Ziquan said. No. You already helped, Mortaran said, taking a deep breath. The next moment, Mortaran asked, Is your food enough to get to the amusement park? Wu Ziquan and his group couldn't help but smile bitterly. In fact, their food would only last them for 3 more days at most. And that was under extremely frugal conditions. Mortaran unpacked his backpack, and GXIN followed suit. The two emptied the food from their backpacks, intending to give it to Wu Ziquan and the others. We have other things to do, so this is all we can give you. Figure out your own way on the road. GXIN put her empty backpack back on. Seeing the food scattered on the ground, Wu Ziquan couldn't help but swallow hard, but didn't touch it. What's wrong? GXIN asked, puzzled. We can't go to your amusement park, Wu Ziquan said with a wry smile. An awakened zombie is chasing us. It seems to know about the amusement park and is planning to follow us there. We were planning to go to the amusement park after meeting Su Jianyan, but we encountered that thing on the way. If it weren't for that awakened zombie, they might have already arrived. Unexpectedly, Mortaran and his group were surprised. The next moment, they all looked at Wu Ziquan and the others. This route was completely opposite to the one to the amusement park. From Wu Ziquan's previous account, it seemed they were deliberately running away from the amusement park. Understanding this, Mortaran and his group softened their tone. The person Su Jianyan would save couldn't be a bad person. You guys should hurry, Wu Ziquan reminded them. That awakened zombie could catch up at any moment. Mortaran and Gu Xingping's group exchanged glances, and after receiving their agreement, he looked at Wu Ziquan's group. You guys come with us. Wu Ziquan looked over. We have bullets. Mortaran tightened his grip on his gun. Gu Yuehe had given them half of the amusement park's bullets. That amount was a joke against the zombie king, but it might be enough to deal with an awakened zombie. Li Xiaofeng was also there. Even if they couldn't handle it, they could escape. But Wu Ziquan was tempted. Following Mortaran and the others was their only chance of survival. But it would undoubtedly be a burden to them. As long as we find Su Jianyan, everything will be simple, Mortaran said lightly. He had an inexplicable confidence in Su Jianyan. Even though there were 500 or 600 zombie kings chasing Su Jianyan right now, this confidence remained unaffected. This confidence wasn't entirely blind. After all, Su Jianyan was someone who could have 500 or 600 zombie kings chasing him, something most people couldn't do. Wu Ziquan looked at Chen Yu. Chen Yu pondered for a moment, then nodded. Let's go! Then hurry, Mortaran urged. Wu Ziquan and his group quickly loaded the food on the ground. Just then, the sky began to brighten, and the snowstorm stopped. Having packed their things, the group quickly moved forward. In a city bordering the river, after deciding to rest in the city for a few days, Su Jianyan began wandering around aimlessly every day. He had found a media player, but the CDs and tapes were still nowhere to be found. While Su Jianyan was busy, Su Bai wasn't idle either. He and the Zombie King devoured all the mutated plants in a nearby forest. The Zombie King could go without hunger for a long time after eating its fill. But this hunger-free state wasn't permanent. They still needed to eat to survive. Su Bai felt that finding a substitute wouldn't be a bad thing. It might even become key to controlling the situation in the future, since ordinary zombies would eventually be eaten up. And his only way of determining whether something was edible was to eat it. Those that won't kill you are edible. Those that cause pain or parasitism are inedible. Su Jianyan was always terrified when he saw them. However, Su Bai's method was effective. In just 3 days, 3 different kinds of fruit were presented to him. One looked like an eggplant, with a purple skin and potato-like flesh inside. Very starchy and with a similar texture. Su Jianyan tried roasting it like a potato. It tasted pretty good. The second looked somewhat like a peelless orange, with segments rolled into round shapes. Su Jianyan tasted it. It was bitter and astringent. The last one was the ugliest looking, but Su Jianyan liked it the most. It looked like ginger, but had a crisp, sweet taste like jicama. With these fruits, Su Jianyan's diet suddenly became much richer. For this, Su Jianyan specially collected some pots and pans to take with him on the road. 5 days later, seeing that Su Bai had finished his work, Su Jianyan ordered them to set off again. The black beasts that had separated from them should have already crossed the river. The next day, at daybreak, the large group set off. Leaving the city, the group headed upstream. A still somewhat sleepy Su Jianyan looked towards the mutated plant forest on his left. There were at least 20 corpse kings. Su Jianyan wrapped his arms around Li Muchio's waist, nuzzling his shoulder. He had known all along that the corpse kings wouldn't let this opportunity pass. But there were far too many of them. This meant he couldn't slack off even if he wanted to. Li Muchio patted Su Jianyan's hand and also looked towards the forest. Beside him, Su Bai still wore that smiling expression. But a deeper madness lurked in his eyes. Roar! 2 minutes later, as they fully entered the forest, a beastly roar shattered the morning tranquility. The rear was the first to be attacked. The corpse kings were intentionally trapping them in the woods. The group didn't panic. While the enemy launched their attack, Su Jianyan calmly informed all the corpse kings in his camp of the situation. At the same time, he pulled out an axe he hadn't used in a long time from his backpack and jumped off the white wolf's back. After landing and stretching his body, Su Jianyan rushed towards the location of the corpse kings. His target was singular, the corpse kings. Li Muchio didn't dismount. He patted the white wolf's back, and the wolf knowingly followed Su Jianyan. Their goal was singular, to protect Su Jianyan. As for the other corpse kings, that was Su Bai and his group's task. Behind them, in the city by the river, Modern's group, having just barely entered the city, hadn't even had time to catch their breath when their attention was drawn to the beastly roar from the forest upstream to their left. That's through the mutated forest. They couldn't see what was happening inside, but having witnessed similar situations before, they quickly understood. The zombie kings chasing Su Jianyan had been ambushed by zombie kings from another faction. What do we do now? Wu Zikuan asked anxiously. The group frowned. That kind of battlefield was definitely not something humans could participate in, let alone search for someone inside. Chapter 74. Feeling the earth-shaking tremors through the trees, the group fell silent. After a long while, Mordelin was the first to react. Let's find a way to get ahead of him. They only knew that Su Jianyan was being chased by the zombie kings, but they didn't know his exact location. Judging from the current situation, Su Jianyan was more likely ahead. If they were Su Jianyan, they would be trying to create distance right now. The group, who had finally made it into the city, took a deep breath and immediately headed towards the river. The grove of trees was also by the river, but some distance away. The river was formed by tectonic activity after the apocalypse, and its bed was slightly lower than the grove of trees. If they were careful enough, they could cross it from the riverbank. If they didn't go by the riverbank, they would have to go around the grove. The grove was too wide by the time they got around it, let alone finding Su Jianyan. The zombie kings might have already finished their fight and left. A few minutes later, the group arrived near the battlefield. Mordelin slid down the cracked ground to the riverbank and peered out. Beside the riverbed was a small, but wide enough earthen slope to cross. Modern waved to the group behind him, then bent low and quickly moved forward. Li Xiufeng and his group followed. They originally numbered over 40, but with Wu Zikuan and his men, they now numbered around 100. The riverbank was too narrow, allowing only one person at a time, making the line very long. When Mordelin crossed, Li Xiufeng and Li Limu, who were handling the aftermath, hadn't even started walking yet. Fortunately, the zombie kings were locked in a fierce battle and hadn't noticed them. By the time Li Xiufeng and Li Limu reached the other side, Mordelin had already walked quite a distance, searching for an opportunity to ascend while also looking for Su Jianyan. Beyond the forest lay more forest, but the trees were thinning out. About a mile further on was a mountain range. More precisely, it used to be a mountain range. During the apocalypse, tectonic shifts caused the mountain range to split open. Large amounts of rubble and soil tumbled down, violently disrupting the deep, swift-flowing river. The river was thus divided into dozens of channels, resembling scattered ropes laid out on the ground. The river became shallower, and the current less turbulent. This was the first time Mordelin and his group had come here since the apocalypse. But their amusement park had a survival team coming from the other side. Upon reaching the river, the group stopped. No footprints, Li Xiufeng said. Mordelin and his group had been watching closely along the way, but they hadn't seen anything either. So what do we do now? Should we cross the river? Or? Xian looked to the mountain range on the left. Su Jianyan might simply turn back to shake off the zombie kings. After a moment's thought, Mordelin shook his head. Let's not go over there yet. Everyone, spread out and search. Those zombie kings have been chasing him all the way here. They must have some kind of tracking method. We see which way they go. Finally, Mordelin added, "Be careful. Don't leave any obvious traces. Those zombie kings are very clever." The group thought about it and agreed, quickly dispersing. After everyone disappeared into the woods, Mordelin looked back at the riverbank, thinking for a moment. He drew his knife and walked to some mutated plants by the river. He carved a message at the base of the plants. The message was simple. Just 3 words, "Don't search." And yin. Outsiders wouldn't understand. But Su Jianyan certainly would. Those zombie kings are intelligent. Once their information is discovered, they immediately reveal themselves. However, most of them are strength type, large in size, and have a high field of vision. From such a low position, the chances of being discovered are slim. Madwaring carved every single plant in the vicinity. When he finished, Li Limu and his group returned one after another. Their faces weren't good. The forest was too wide. There was no way to search. As they approached, Li Limu brought even worse news. It seems those zombie kings are almost finished. Mordelin looked up. The grove of trees that had been roaring incessantly before was now indeed quiet. Hide. Mordelin led the way towards the broken mountain range ahead. That place was at least half a mile away. But only there could hide so many of them. In the forest, Su Jianyan pulled his axe from the shoulder of the last zombie king and swung it around. The axe was covered in blood. "My king." Su Bai rushed over immediately. "How's it going on your end?" Su Jianyan glanced at him before heading towards the river to wash his axe. "It's taken care of." Su Jianyan nodded. The opposing force far outnumbered them. But once the King of Corpses was dead, the group would disband. They still had many capable fighters in their team. Just as they were speaking, several corpse kings approached expectantly. The King of Corpses' flesh and blood were highly nutritious. Seeing Su Jianyan leave, a group of corpse kings rushed towards the corpse on the ground. The riverbed was low, so Su Jianyan jumped in directly, landing. He paused, noticing the footprints scattered on the ground. So furtive. It must be humans. No doubt. The footprints looked quite fresh. Su Jianyan looked upstream, but saw no one. Su Jianyan squatted down to wash his axe and hands. It was already past 10 o'clock. The temperature was soaring, but the river water remained icy cold. After washing, Su Jianyan turned around to find Li Muchio and Su Bai standing behind him. Su Jianyan offered his hand to Li Muchio. Li Muchio pulled him up. "Let's go," Su Jianyan said. The heat wave was approaching, and if they didn't leave soon, they wouldn't make it across the river. Li Muchio summoned the White Wolf. Su Bai also summoned his minions. In less than 5 minutes, the large group set off again, passing through the woods. The ground was littered with the corpses of zombie kings. Su Jianyan was already used to such scenes. Emerging from the woods, Su Jianyan's attention was immediately drawn to the scattered rivers ahead. The scene was quite striking. The scattered rivers were no longer deep, and the currents weren't swift in any particular place. The White Wolf simply waded across. Up on the mountain, Madwarin, panting, frowned. He had thought that after the battle, the zombie kings would at least take some time to search for Su Jianyan. But they crossed the river without hesitation. Su Jianyan crossed the river, seeing that the main force had already crossed. Madwarin, who had just reached the top of the mountain, immediately led the way back down. The group followed. "Xian?" After walking a short distance, Fei Qi noticed someone was missing. He looked around and then turned back. Xian was still standing in the same spot, holding her binoculars, motionless. Hearing the voice, everyone turned to look. "What's wrong?" Mordelin was puzzled. Even when called by name, Xian didn't move. After staring down for a while, Xian looked at Mordelin uncertainly. "Come and take a look." Xian had clearly noticed something. Mordelin quickly turned around. Approaching, Mordelin took the binoculars Xian handed him and immediately looked down. On this side of the river, there was only a mess of footprints. On the other side, the vanguard of the zombie kings was about to enter the forest again. "Those zombie kings at the very front," Xian said. Mordelin looked immediately. In just a short time, the vanguard zombie kings had reached the edge of the forest. They were more than a mile away, and with the leaves and tree trunks obscuring their view, Mordelin couldn't understand what Xian wanted him to look at after a long time. "What's wrong with him?" Mordelin asked. "Is there 2 people riding on the back of one of the strength-type zombie kings?" Xian's expression was somewhat strange. Mordelin immediately looked again. There were indeed two people sitting on one of the strength-type zombie kings. Maduran paused for a moment, but quickly understood. He looked at GXIN with some confusion. Most zombie kings were difficult to get along with, and it was indeed rare to see one riding a subordinate. But it wasn't so unusual that GXIN wouldn't leave. Was it? GXIN was speechless. The next moment, she gave up. Forget it. Let's go. Mortarin glanced in that direction again. The first few zombie kings had already entered the forest, making them even harder to see. Maduran had no choice but to follow GXIN. What's wrong? Fei Qing and the others also looked over. I just think that person looks a bit like Su Jianyan, GXIN said. Maduran paused, then laughed and cried at the same time. Are you seeing things? Those two were riding a powerful type, and judging from its size, it was very close to being a zombie king. How could Su Jianyan, a human, possibly ride on it, even if Su Jianyan had the guts? How could those zombie kings possibly agree? GXIN also felt a little crazy. I just feel. Maybe I'm too hasty. Mortarin handed the binoculars back to GXIN. He wasn't incapable of understanding. They were among the first to encounter Su Jianyan, and their anxiety and regret were naturally far greater than Li Limu's group. Moreover, unlike Li Limu and Li Xiaofeng's predicament, they originally had a chance to bring Su Jianyan out if they hadn't given up. Stop thinking about it. Let's hurry and chase after them, Li Xiaofeng said from the side. Those zombie kings were larger and faster than them. If they didn't chase, they would fall behind. The group moved quickly, watching Maduran and the others walk away. Wu Zikuan was about to follow when he noticed Chun Yu staring blankly. What's wrong? Wu Zikuan patted Chun Yu's shoulder. GXIN just recovered. Why is Chun Yu spacing out again? Chun Yu hesitated, but ultimately said nothing. After descending the mountain, the group quickly took off their clothes, trying to travel as lightly as possible. Those zombie kings could wade through water directly, but they could only swim. Not all of them could swim, which added even more complications. More than 40 minutes later, the group finally arrived. By then, the sun was directly overhead. The intense heat was unbearable. Even though they were soaked in sweat, the areas scorched by the heat still burned intensely. A group of people continued moving under the blazing sun, their clothes still wet. Just as they reached the edge of the woods, a commotion suddenly arose at the back of the group. Maduran and his companions turned around. The moment they saw it clearly, a chill ran down their spines. On the opposite bank of the river, an awakened zombie, still recognizable as human, was baring its teeth at the water, looking like it wanted to cross, but was too afraid. It's him! Wu Zikuan frowned. The awakened zombie that's been following you. Mortarin immediately realized. Yes. Just as the two were speaking, the awakened zombie seemed to have finally made up its mind. Leaping forward into the river, it tried to swim across, mimicking Wu Zikuan and the others. But reality slapped it hard. No matter how much it struggled, it couldn't move forward. Instead, it was swept downstream by the current. Seeing this, Wu Zikuan, who had been frowning just a moment ago, couldn't help but laugh. He waved at the awakened zombie. Goodbye. Never again. Let's go, Moduran said. Both amused and exasperated, the group moved on. After walking a short distance, Wu Zikuan habitually looked at Chun Yu, only to find her lost in thought again. She was looking downstream in the direction the awakened zombie had disappeared. Chun Yu? Wu Zikuan called again. Chun Yu snapped out of her reverie and quickly caught up with the group. What's wrong? Wu Zikuan asked, jogging alongside the group. Chun Yu shook her head. Chun Yu? Wu Zikuan frowned. Chun Yu wasn't usually like this. Frequent daydreaming in this environment was tantamount to courting death. Chun Yu didn't know how to explain for a moment. After thinking for a moment, she countered. Do you think that awakened zombie might have come to protect us? Wu Zikuan paused for a moment, then couldn't resist touching Chun Yu's forehead. You don't have a fever. Chun Yu slapped his hand away impatiently. I'm serious. He's been following us the whole time. He had countless opportunities to kill us but did nothing. Instead, he attacked the other awakened zombie when you were being chased. You're overthinking it. Wu Zikuan chuckled. That was just a coincidence. He's following us just to eat more people. Chun Yu wanted to say something more, but swallowed her words. It was just a feeling. She had no evidence. Chun Yu looked at GXIN running ahead. They thought the zombie kings were far away. So after entering the woods, they rushed forward at top speed. However, After only a few minutes, they were startled back. The zombie kings hadn't gone far. Instead, they had stopped in the shade near the mountains at the front of the woods. As they entered the woods, they nearly bumped into the outermost group of zombie kings. They retreated to the edge of the forest before stopping. "What's going on?" Li Lingmu murmured, still shaken. Could they be resting after a battle? Someone speculated. "I see many of them lying down. Like they're taking a nap?" This guess made sense. But it seemed odd given the zombie king's connection. Especially the idea of a nap. It seemed completely out of place for zombie kings. Are they really looking for someone? GXIN couldn't help but ask. Modwarin looked over. What else could it be? GXIN was acting strangely today. GXIN shook her head, unable to explain. Behind them, Qin Yu looked at GXIN thoughtfully. "So what do we do now?" Zhang Yu asked. Their goal was to find the people. But in their current situation, they had no starting point. Their food was limited. They couldn't keep following them indefinitely. "Let's follow them for a day or two. And if it doesn't work, we think of something else," Ma Donglan said. They needed a clue before they could devise a plan. No one objected. More than 3 hours later, the high temperature subsided, and the zombie kings moved again. Modwarin and his group immediately followed. The zombie kings moved quickly, and they had to avoid them. In less than 2 hours, the distance between them widened. By sunset, the zombie kings were no longer visible ahead. The group continued forward through the snow. More than an hour later, they saw the zombie kings ahead. They stopped at a small village. The intelligent ones went inside to rest, while the strength-based ones remained encamped in the open area outside the village. In the living room of a house in the village, someone had lit a bonfire and was roasting something, creating a rather cozy scene. In the woods, Mordelin and his group shivered. Even the corpse king needs to eat roasted food? Li Qinshui wondered. Maybe roasted hearts, livers, brains, or something like that. Li Lingmu tightened his coat. They were living worse than the corpse kings. Li Qinshui felt a little better upon hearing this. They certainly know how to enjoy life. While they were talking, the others had already set up a simple shelter in the woods behind them. "The people on night watch stay here. The rest of you, eat and rest quickly," Mordelin said. They dared not light a fire, so they could only eat dry rations. The water was almost frozen solid. If they didn't drink it soon, they wouldn't be able to drink it later. A group of people moved quickly. Modwarin and his men had come prepared with relatively ample supplies. But that was before they encountered Wu Zikuan's group. Now, with Wu Zikuan's group added to the mix, everyone's rations were halved, making it much faster to eat. In less than 10 minutes, the camp was quiet. Outside the windbreak, GXIN spent some time building a small snow shelter for herself, then ate while keeping an eye on the direction of the village. In the living room, one of the intelligent individuals finished grilling something and handed it to another person next to him. The other person was sitting closer to the inside of the house, out of their sight. Seeing him appear, GXIN quickly took out the binoculars she had prepared earlier. For safety, the distance between them was considerable. Furthermore, due to the wind and snow, even squinting, she could only see a general outline. GXIN was somewhat unwilling to give up. She put down her food and was about to climb out to get closer. Inside the house, the person grilling the food handed it to another person, then reached back and pulled something else from the fire. GXIN froze. This time she saw clearly that it was a ceramic cup. The corpse king was boiling water. Before GXIN could recover from her surprise, the corpse king, holding the ceramic cup, walked towards the door. He closed the door. The wind and snow were too heavy at night. Even with a campfire, it was cold. GXIN, who had only climbed halfway out, had to go back inside. At the same time, the strange feeling in her heart grew stronger. The corpse king wasn't afraid of the cold. At least, none of the corpse kings she had seen before were. The corpse king she had seen before wouldn't bake anything to eat, much less use a human cup to boil water. As GXIN was lost in thought, she noticed a figure had appeared beside her. She was startled and reflexively reached for her gun. "It's me!" Qin Yu quickly corrected herself. GXIN's hand, which was about to draw her gun, paused. "What's wrong? Why was Qin Yu here instead of sleeping?" Qin Yu didn't know how to begin. "I want to talk to you." "Talk?" GXIN was bewildered. She and Qin Yu hadn't known each other for long, and they'd been traveling the whole way. So they weren't very close. About Su Jianyan, Chen Yu said. Xian frowned. Can I come in? Chen Yu asked, shivering, looking towards Xian's snow shelter. Xian moved to the side. The snow shelter was just a makeshift shelter made from a piece of tarpaulin. It was just right for one person, and a bit cramped for two. But it was warmer with more people. What kind of person is Su Jianyan? Chen Yu asked, sitting down. Xian looked at him with some curiosity. The only topic of conversation between the two teams was Su Jianyan, so they had discussed him quite a bit along the way. What I mean is, Chen Yu carefully chose her words. Are you sure? He's really human? Xian paused, then looked at her with surprise. I just feel like something strange. Chen Yu quickly explained. Su Jianyan clearly held great significance for Xian and her team, and her words were somewhat presumptuous. Xian wasn't angry, but her expression became strange. Chen Yu breathed a slight sigh of relief. She looked at the village across the way and continued. I already told you about our encounter with Su Jianyan. He appeared almost at the same time as those zombie kings. But do you know what he was looking for when we met him? A VCD. You say he's running for his life. But how could someone running for their life have the leisure to look for that thing? Even if he's strong. That doesn't prove anything. Xian interrupted. Chen Yu paused, then continued. And then, there's that awakened zombie that followed us. I always thought he wanted to go to the amusement park with us. But it's just an awakened zombie. A strength type at that. How could it be that smart? Even if it really is far smarter than other awakened zombies. Could it really resist eating us? More importantly, it saved us once before. Xian frowned. I know that could be a coincidence. But don't you think there are too many coincidences? Chen Yu looked over. Xian remained silent, only quietly gazing at the village ahead. Chen Yu wanted to say something more, but swallowed her words. She had no evidence. These were all just guesses. Time passed second by second. After an unknown amount of time, Xian suddenly moved, crawling towards the outside of the snow shelter. Xian? You stay here and keep watch for me tonight. Xian headed towards the tent. Inside the tent, most people were already asleep. Xian approached Mordelin. As soon as she got close, Mordelin opened his eyes. Something's wrong? Mordelin looked up slightly. I'm going to the village, Xian whispered. If I'm discovered, I won't run this way. And you don't need to wait for me. With that, Xian grabbed her backpack and was about to get up. Mordelin reacted quickly, grabbing her arm. What's wrong with Xian? I think that person is Su Jianyan, Xian said. Mordelin's breath hitched slightly. He immediately realized that the person Xian was referring to was the one he had shown him from the mountain earlier. Mordelin sat up, put on his coat, and headed out of the tent, gesturing for Xian to follow. Outside the tent, on the sheltered side, Mordelin looked around. Do you know what you're saying? Chen Yu just contacted me. Xian recounted what had just happened. After listening, Mordelin remained silent for a long time. After a long while, he spoke. That doesn't necessarily mean anything. It could just be a coincidence. Xian looked at him. What about Li He's situation? How do you explain that? Li He had previously heard the name Su Jianyan from other survival teams. And because of that, he had once thought Su Jianyan was a zombie king. Later, after meeting them and learning about Su Jianyan's glorious deeds, the misunderstanding was cleared up. But was that really the case? Mordelin fell silent again. Seeing his reaction, Xian breathed a sigh of relief. Mordelin must have sensed something too. I have to go see, Xian said softly. But her attitude grew increasingly firm. I have to confirm. Mordelin remained silent. Xian turned to leave. Mordelin grabbed her. Xian looked at him. Don't you want to know? What good will knowing do? Mordelin retorted. Xian was clearly taken aback by this answer. He's with those zombie kings now. And he's at the very front. If that really is him. Mordelin's voice was terribly hoarse. People infected with the virus don't retain their past memories. Even if that body really is his. Even if he's still using his old name. That person is no longer him. This time, Xian remained silent. They stood on the leeward side. But the low temperature didn't spare them. At that moment, Xian felt a chill run through her body. Don't tell anyone else. Let's keep searching. Once we find food and eat it, we go back, Mordelin said. Xian's lips parted. Before she could speak, Mordelin continued. When we get back, say we didn't find him. But we can't tell the people at the amusement park that Su Jianyan is gone. Mordelin interrupted again. We can't tell them that the person who saved us has become a zombie king because we were too late. Xian's pupils contracted. At that moment, all her strength was instantly exhausted. If they hadn't left Su Jianyan behind, but had insisted on continuing the search, if they had left the city with Su Jianyan saved them all. They had always planned to go back and save him. But in the end, they accomplished nothing. Instead, watching him become a zombie king. The tent flap behind them was lifted. Li Linmu, Li Qinshui, Hu Shitong, Lu Yu, Li Xiaofeng, Zhang Yu, Fei Qing, the entire team, without exception, came out. None of them had slept. Su Jianyan had saved their lives. How could they not recognize him? They just couldn't believe it. They just hoped Su Jianyan was still alive. So they pretended nothing had happened. Chapter 75. In the wind and snow, their faces were all deathly pale. Ma Duoren was visibly taken aback, not expecting Li Xiaofeng and the others to be awake either. A moment later, he involuntarily clenched his fists. Since they all heard, that was for the best. It saved him the trouble of figuring out how to keep it from them and coaxing them back. Go back to sleep, Ma Duoren said, taking a deep breath and trying to sound normal, his fingertips digging deep into his palms. If only they had gone in to rescue them sooner. If only they hadn't given up in the first place. Ma Duoren turned and headed towards the tent. He shouldn't let himself continue thinking about it, because he couldn't even forgive himself for that. But he saved us, Chen Yu said. She had been in Xian's snow shelter, but seeing Ma Duoren and Xian come out, Xian carrying a backpack, she came over. Everyone looked over. They already knew about this. So what exactly was Chen Yu trying to say? Chen Yu said. People infected with the virus have no memories of their past. If he's already the zombie king, why did he save us before? The group remained silent, only frowning as they looked at Chen Yu. Chen Yu continued. If things are really as I suspect, if that awakened zombie was indeed sent by him to protect us, would the zombie king do such a thing? In their minds, zombie kings were all cruel and murderous. Even if they had shown them kindness, it was impossible for them to later send an awakened zombie to protect them. That wouldn't make sense. This was also what Chen Yu couldn't understand. After hearing Chen Yu's words and understanding her meaning, the group's brows furrowed even deeper. A thoughtful look crept into their eyes. Things were indeed strange. Wu Zikuan opened his mouth, trying to say something, but swallowed his words back. A moment later, when everyone was numb with cold, Xian spoke. No matter what, we must confirm it in person. This isn't just to give us an explanation, but also to give those people in the amusement park an explanation. Xian looked at Mordelin. I don't want to miss another chance. Last time, they thought Su Jianyan was surely dead, so they chose to give up and leave. But they were wrong. She didn't want to do it again. Mordelin's clenched hands tightened even more. But this will be very dangerous, even if it means death. I want to know. Xian looked directly into Mordelin's eyes. If I really die at his hands, I just consider it returning my life to him. This life was given to me by him anyway. Mordelin gritted his teeth. He knew he should stop them. They didn't need to make any more pointless sacrifices. But he didn't want to experience the regret of leaving Su Jianyan behind again. I also think we should think about it some more, Li Xiaofeng said. Li Linmu raised his hand. I agree. I agree too. This matter needs to be clarified no matter what. Fei Qing added. I have no objection. Gu Shiping also said. Unlike Mo Duolin, Li Xiaofeng, Li Linmu, and Fei Qing, he hadn't spent time with Su Jianyan. But it was a fact that Su Jianyan had saved their lives. Everyone looked at Wu Zikuan and Chen Yu. Why don't you go first? Li Linmu suggested. Most of their team members were now Wu Zikuan and Chen Yu's men. They didn't need to risk their lives with them. I stay. Chen Yu looked at Wu Zikuan. You take them away. Wu Zikuan rubbed his nose, finally saying what he'd been meaning to say. Actually, that awakened zombie might have been deliberately summoned to torment us. Simple slaughter is no fun for a zombie king with such a disparate strength. Everyone gasped. Wu Zikuan continued. But I agreed to figure things out before leaving. If we miss this opportunity, there might not be another. As for leaving, Wu Zikuan looked at Chen Yu. Let's talk. Chen Yu didn't refuse. The two turned and walked away. As a couple, they had a stronger bond than others. After watching them leave, the group exchanged glances, then headed back into the tent. Now that the matter was settled, the next step was to devise a concrete plan. If that person really was Su Jianyan, he's currently surrounded by hundreds of zombie kings. How could a few dozen humans possibly reach him? The tent flap was lifted, and a group of people met dozens of pairs of eyes. Wu Zikuan's team hadn't slept either. They had all heard Ma Dolan and the others' conversation. Ma Doran, who had lifted the flap, paused for a moment, then continued inside. Everyone entered the tent, wrapped their sleeping bags and blankets tightly around themselves, and sat down in a circle. Wu Zikuan and Chun Yu quickly entered. The rest of their team immediately looked over. Captain, Vice Captain, we two will stay. You all leave. Wu Zikuan announced the conclusion of the discussion concisely. But some were unwilling. They could stay and help. Su Jianyan hadn't only saved Wu Zikuan and Chen Yu. If we don't come back, you have to take this message back, Wu Zikuan said. If none of them returned, the people from the amusement park would definitely send more people looking for them. Listen to me. Take the others back, Chen Yu said. Their team of over 60 people wasn't all young and strong. There were quite a few older and younger members, and leaving them all behind would definitely be a hindrance. The group exchanged glances and fell silent. Wu Zikuan and Chen Yu sat down next to Mortalin's group. As a couple, they had a stronger bond than most. But neither of them were reckless. They had already agreed that whoever died first would live on. Seeing everyone ready, Li Xiaofeng spoke up. I think the breakthrough point is that awakened zombie. Everyone looked over. Him? You mean go ask him? But he's a power-type zombie. He can't speak. Whether he can speak or not is secondary, Li Xiaofeng said. We just need to figure out one thing. Was that awakened zombie sent by Su Jianyan? The group fell into thought. This was indeed a solution. If not, then there was still room for maneuver. If so, if that awakened zombie really reacted to the name Su Jianyan, the group gave up on thinking further. But he's already been swept away, Fei Qing reminded them. The image of the awakened zombie thrashing in the water flashed through the minds of those who had been pondering just moments before, along with the bright smiles on their faces. Mortalin pinched the bridge of his nose again, his head aching. He's an awakened zombie. He shouldn't have drowned. How about we split into two groups? One to continue following the zombie kings, and the other to go back and search? No. Let's all go back and search, Mortalin said. The traces left by those zombie kings are quite obvious. As long as they're not too far away, it'd be easy to find them. Besides, half the people aren't enough to catch that awakened zombie. The group thought about it and agreed. So they stopped hesitating. Shall we set off first thing tomorrow morning? Yes. After a brief discussion, the group went to sleep. In the village ahead, Achoo, having eaten and drunk his fill, Su Jianyan was about to go upstairs when he sneezed several times. Li Muchio looked at him, her eyes cold. Su Jianyan had said before that he would sneeze when someone thought of him. Who was thinking of Su Jianyan? After sneezing, Su Jianyan looked up, and instead of seeing concern in Li Muchio's eyes, he was met with icy coldness. He was stunned for a moment before realizing what was going on. He suddenly felt a surge of playfulness. It must be Mortarin and the others. Li Muchio's thin lips tightened. It was them last time too. It's making me miss them a little, Su Jianyan said. Don't think about them. Su Jianyan didn't hear him clearly. He turned around from the stairwell. What? Sleep. Li Muchio walked past Su Jianyan and went upstairs first. This building was chosen by Li Muchio because there were no pools of blood or zombies in the building. It was relatively clean. And also because the bedding and clothes in the room were still there. Upon entering, Li Muchio skillfully opened the wardrobe to find more blankets. Su Jianyan leaned against the doorframe, watching him busy himself. The zombie king wasn't afraid of the cold. Yet Li Muchio tirelessly prepared blankets, a campfire, roasted fruit, and boiled water for him every day. Over time, Li Muchio even became able to distinguish which fabric blankets were warmer and more comfortable, and which wooden furniture burned better. All done, Li Muchio finished her work. Su Jianyan went over. He didn't go to the bed, but to Li Muchio. Su Jianyan hugged Li Muchio's waist from behind. It's a bit cold tonight. Li Muchio looked at the two blankets on the bed, then at the wardrobe next to it, where there were some thin blankets. Want to warm me up? Su Jianyan kissed the side of Li Muchio's neck. He felt that Li Muchio was much warmer than the blankets, especially when he was burning hot from the inside out. Like a hand warmer. Irresistible. Feeling Su Jianyan's kiss. Listening to his whisper so close to her ear. Memories of the past flooded back. And Li Muchio's breath hitched. Her muscles tensing. He hadn't even known they could do that kind of thing before. Su Jianyan led him to the bed and kissed him from behind. The moment their skin touched, they both trembled slightly. Su Jianyan was frozen, while Li Muchio felt the heat of Su Jianyan's touch. Su Jianyan was like a fire. Wherever Li Muchio was touched, it burned as if on fire. That fire quickly spread throughout Li Muchio's body, burning into his very being, burning into his soul. The next day, they continued on their way. After crossing a mountain, around noon, they saw a city built against the mountainside ahead. This place was very far from City A. In the past, it would have taken a day or two by car. Therefore, even though the city was dilapidated, one could still sense a completely different culture and customs from the remaining buildings and decorations. Noticing Su Jianyan's observation, Li Muchio patted the white wolf, which immediately slowed its pace. Should we rest here at noon? Su Bai asked. It wasn't even the hottest part of the day yet. The city wasn't large. They could cross it quickly. Su Jianyan shook his head. No need. The main force continued forward. After crossing the city, just as they were about to leave, White Wolf was about to quicken his pace when a gunshot rang out. Su Jianyan looked back. The gunshot was very muffled. It must have come from near the river they had seen earlier. Su Jianyan suddenly remembered the footprints he had seen by the river. Those people had crossed the river before them, but hadn't been seen since. They must have found them and hidden in the woods. So they had now moved behind them. Should we go check? Su Bai asked. Su Jianyan nodded. Su Bai glanced to the side. 15 or 16 strength-type zombie kings immediately ran back. Su Jianyan wanted to stop them. Sending just one would be enough. Sending so many might scare the humans to death. Before he could even speak, the zombie kings had already run quite a distance. Their zombie kings wouldn't harm humans, since Su Jianyan disliked them, which meant those over there must be zombie kings from other factions. That meant they were edible. Watching them disappear, Su Jianyan remembered something else. He looked at Su Bai. Where are Wu Zikuan and the others now? It had been almost a month since they parted ways with Wu Zikuan. If all went well, Wu Zikuan and the others should have arrived by now. Su Bai didn't know the specifics. When asked, he closed his eyes and sensed. He almost immediately sensed the location and situation of the awakened zombie. The next moment, he abruptly turned around. The awakened zombie he had sent out wasn't highly mutated, but it was more than enough to prevent Wu Zikuan and the others from being eaten by zombies. That's how things should have been. What's wrong? Su Jianyan turned around to look. Su Bai's expression was strange. For a moment, he didn't know how to explain to Su Jianyan. Wu Zikuan and the others should be at the amusement park. Not here. Su Bai? Su Jianyan spoke again. They haven't arrived yet. Su Bai forced a smile. Su Jianyan frowned. Something happened to them? Not really. Su Bai forced a smile again. It was my subordinate who was in trouble. Wu Zikuan and the others are beating him up. Su Jianyan paused. Then his expression turned strange. By the river, Maduran and his group had set off before dawn. According to their original plan, they should have searched downstream for a while before finding the awakened zombie. But things had gone beyond their expectations. After reaching the river, they had only walked back less than 2 miles when they saw the awakened zombie on the snow-covered bank. It had drunk a lot of water and was burping. He hiccuped as he ran back, clearly preparing to chase after Wu Zikuan and his group. The trees along the riverbank were sparse, and it was too late for Mordelin and his men to dodge. At the crucial moment, Mordelin took the lead and opened fire. Their objective was also to capture the awakened zombie. Attacked, the awakened zombie immediately went berserk, charging towards Mordelin and his group at top speed. Upon approaching and recognizing Wu Zikuan and Chen Yu, he immediately stopped. That pause caused the hearts of Mordelin and his men, which had been hanging in suspense, to sink significantly. The next moment, the awakened zombie turned and ran. Stop him! Don't let him get away! Mordelin quickly warned. Whoosh! A steel arrow flew out, deeply embedding itself in the awakened zombie's knee, with its knee injured. The awakened zombie, which had been fleeing at incredible speed, stumbled and fell into the snow. Madwaran and his group immediately surrounded it. Previously, they would turn and run without hesitation upon seeing an awakened zombie. This was the first time they had actively hunted one. The plan was going more smoothly than ever before. Yet none of them could laugh. The awakened zombie was clearly avoiding them. It could have attacked them. But it chose to run. That wasn't normal. Unless, as Chinyu suspected, it was acting on orders to protect them. Only an intelligent zombie king could do that. That would be like saying that Su Jianyan was truly no longer human. Gulp. Surrounded, the awakened zombie bared its teeth menacingly. It tried to escape again, but it was surrounded by Madwaran's men. It looked at the river behind it. Seeing the river, it couldn't help but burp. Its eyes filled with resistance. Whoosh! Li Xiaofeng fired another arrow, this time hitting his other knee. Gulp! The awakened zombie bared its teeth again. Li Xiaofeng's arrow had hurt badly when it struck. Holding their guns, Mordelin and his group remained silent, staring at the awakened zombie. Gulp! The awakened zombie attempted to break free. Xian steeled herself and stood directly in front of it. The awakened zombie retreated. Su Bai had given it orders not to attack humans. Seeing this, Mordelin and his group's faces paled even further. Who sent you? Finally, Mordelin spoke. Gulp! The awakened zombie looked over. It couldn't speak, and its intelligence made it difficult for it to understand Mordelin and his group's actions. Is that Su Jianyan? Mordelin's voice was hoarse. Upon hearing the name Su Jianyan, the awakened zombie showed no reaction, only baring its teeth menacingly. Were you sent by Su Jianyan? Mordelin asked again. The awakened zombie was about to bar its teeth again when, as if sensing something, it suddenly looked towards the front of the forest. Mordelin and his group followed suit. The moment they saw clearly, everyone's faces turned pale. More than a dozen power-type zombie kings were charging towards them at an extremely fast speed. They were so fast and so large that the mutated plants and trees along their path shook. Run! Mordelin's words were barely out when the fastest zombie king had already reached them. It blocked the path downstream. Mordelin immediately tried to run upstream. However, before they had run far, the second zombie king and the third zombie king caught up. They were surrounded. A group of zombie kings, filled with anticipation, looked around and found only one newly awakened zombie by the river, a zombie with little fighting power and little flesh, which dispelled their fear. Bang! Someone's hand trembled as they fired a shot. The bullet struck one of the zombie kings in the brow bone. The zombie king looked at it coldly. The shooter's face immediately turned deathly pale with fear. Beside him, Li Xiaofeng stepped forward and drew his bow fully. But against the massive, powerful zombie kings, it was like a toothpick, utterly intimidating. This made Li Xiaofeng's face pale as well. No one who had lived this long hadn't seen a zombie king. But seeing one and actually facing one were two different things. Especially being surrounded by more than 10 powerful zombies. Let's go back. One of the zombie kings led the way. The other zombie kings looked around again, then turned and followed. The group of Mordelin, already in despair, were stunned by this. The next moment, Xian suddenly stepped forward and spoke. Do you know Su Jianyan? The group of zombie kings who were leaving stopped and turned back, having barely escaped death. Seeing the zombie kings turn back again, many of them turned pale once more. Xian stepped forward again. Do you know Su Jianyan? The group of zombie kings looked at each other. In their fear, Xian spoke again. Su Jianyan. You know him, right? Hearing this, Mordelin and his group exchanged glances and followed. Wu Ziquan and Chen Yu's team had already left. They had stayed behind to find out what had happened. One of the zombie kings spoke. Xian was speechless. The zombie king was clearly trying to communicate with them, but they couldn't understand a word. The group of Mordelin and his men exchanged bewildered glances. The zombie king who had answered them looked back. The Mordelin group was startled and instinctively raised their guns, ignoring the dense mass of gun barrels. The zombie king stomped on an awakened zombie that was trying to escape. After stomping, it didn't forget to grind it down with its claws. It had forgotten that Su Jianyan had sent them to rescue people. Having finished its task, the zombie king turned and left. The other zombie kings followed suit. Unlike when they came, they returned listlessly. But their massive size meant they were still fast even in their weakened state. In a few moments, they disappeared behind the mountains at the edge of the woods, facing the empty riverbank. The Mortaling group felt utterly exhausted. For a moment, they couldn't even hold their guns steady. Those zombie kings, like the awakened zombie, showed absolutely no intention of harming them, even after they fired at them. A sudden noise came from behind, and Mortaling and his group looked over. The previously brave GXIN collapsed to the ground, bending her knees and resting her head on them. Mortaling's lips moved, but no sound came out. He had no choice but to step forward and reach out to pull GXIN up. They couldn't stay here any longer. They didn't know if there were any ordinary zombies or other zombie kings or awakened zombies in the surrounding woods. They had to leave as soon as possible. On the other side of the mountain, Su Jianyan raised an eyebrow. What do you mean they're on the other side of the mountain? Shouldn't Wu Zikuan and the others have gone to the amusement park? This is in the completely opposite direction from the amusement park. I don't know either. But that's the feedback my subordinate gave me. Su Bai's smile betrayed a hint of guilt. Su Jianyan had entrusted him with this task because he trusted him. And he had messed it up. After a pause, Su Bai added, they encountered other humans on the road. And then they followed them. Those humans went in this direction. Intelligent zombie kings can communicate with their subordinates. But this communication is limited by the subordinates' intelligence. The closer they are to ordinary zombies, the more simple and mechanical their tasks become. Su Jianyan was speechless. Thinking about it, he understood. Wu Zikuan and the others are humans, not machines that only execute orders. They must have their own reasons for making this choice. Su Bai was about to say something more when he heard movement behind him. The dozen or so zombie kings that had just left returned. Wu. The leading zombie king looked at Su Bai. It wasn't intentionally stepping on Su Bai's subordinates. The situation was simply inexplicable. And this was the simplest explanation. Su Bai ignored it. Wu. Right. Those humans are looking for their king. The zombie king looked at Su Jianyan. Su Jianyan didn't understand. So he looked at Li Muchio. Those humans are looking for you. Li Muchio translated. Looking for me? The faces of Wu Zikuan and his group flashed through Su Jianyan's mind. They came here looking for him. Did Wu Zikuan and the others know he wasn't human, but a zombie king? Su Jianyan had an indescribable feeling. This was the first time humans knew his identity. Did they say anything? Su Jianyan asked. Wu. No. They just asked if we knew you. Li Muchio relayed. Hearing this, Su Jianyan's strange feeling intensified. Wu Zikuan and the others knew he was human. Yet instead of running away, they actively came looking for him? Should we go take a look? Li Muchio asked. Su Jianyan pondered for a moment, then said, let's stay in the city for now. It was already noon, and the temperature had risen. A group of zombie kings began to move. Half an hour later, inside a building, Li Muchio looked at Su Jianyan. I go take a look, Su Jianyan said. Li Muchio summoned a white wolf. A little over 10 minutes later, following the tracks left by the zombie king's rampage through the woods, Su Jianyan reached the riverbank and looked towards it. The riverbank was covered in messy human footprints, but no humans were visible. Among the chaotic footprints, a dirty, awakened zombie was struggling to pull its leg out of the mud. It had been completely crushed into the ground. Where are they? Su Jianyan asked. The awakened zombie stopped its busy work and raised its severed hand, pointing upstream towards the forest. Su Jianyan followed its gaze. Before his eyes came a vast expanse of lush, mutated plants. In the forest, Maduran and his group walked silently. They didn't know how far they had walked, or how long they had been walking, until darkness fell, until snow began to fall, until the temperature became too cold for them to walk any further. And only then did they stop, silently setting up tents, silently eating, as it was time to sleep. No one moved. The scene was extremely eerie. In the dark tents amidst the icy snow, a group of over 40 people sat silently, not uttering a word. After an unknown amount of time, Maduran broke the silence. Let's go back. Just like we said before, they hadn't found Su Jianyan. Su Jianyan could be anywhere in the world. With Su Jianyan's abilities, he was definitely still alive. Perhaps even better off than any of them. GXIN curled up into a ball. Li Xiufeng gripped the bow tightly in his hand. Li Linmu gritted his teeth. Fei Qing wanted to say something, but no sound came out. They should have gone into City A to rescue people sooner. They clearly had the opportunity, but they were always busy with their own affairs. Busy building the amusement park. Maduran forced himself to speak again. Go to sleep. With that, He opened his backpack and took out a sleeping bag. Just before crawling inside, he remembered he hadn't arranged for someone to keep watch. Thinking for a moment, he put the sleeping bag back into his backpack, then picked up the backpack. "I go keep watch." With that, he headed out of the tent. The snow was falling heavier and heavier. As soon as he stepped out of the tent, the hem of his clothes fluttered in the wind. He found a spot nearby, put down his backpack, and sat down beside the tent. He didn't use a tarpaulin to create a snow shelter, leaving himself exposed to the snow. He tried to use the cold to drive away the guilt and regret in his heart. But amidst that overwhelming guilt and regret, he couldn't even feel the cold. In the darkness, two figures appeared, one in front and one behind. The one in front held an axe almost as tall as a person. The one behind had shoulder length, slightly curly hair and wore an unchanging suit, seemingly oblivious to the cold of the snow. Both were tall and slender. Both so real that it couldn't be his illusion. Su Jianyan stopped in front of Mordelin. Thump. The axe in his hand fell. Mordelin's snow-white eyelashes trembled slightly, and his eyes slowly widened in disbelief. He tried to make a sound, but his throat was so hoarse that he couldn't move at all. His mind went blank for a moment. Before anyone could react, Su Jianyan spoke first. "Mordelin, long time no see. All the way here, he'd been wondering why Wu Zikuan had turned back. He considered many possibilities, but this one was definitely out of the question." Feeling the ground tremble as the axe hit the ground, hearing that familiar voice, Mordelin's stagnant brain finally started working again. He tried to speak, but no sound came out. This time, however, he wasn't stunned like before. He scrambled and stumbled towards the tent behind him, prying back the tent flap. He looked at the astonished people and pointed outside. Su Jianyan. The group exchanged bewildered glances. Then all looked towards the tent. The moment they saw the two figures in the snowstorm, everyone seemed to be frozen in time, as if a pause button had been pressed. Through the doorway, Su Jianyan saw the group of people inside and was startled. He thought it was only a Modulin. What surprised him even more was that he recognized Li Linmu, Li Xiaofeng, and Fei Qing. After the initial surprise, Su Jianyan's expression softened quickly. They were all still alive. That was good. He had been worried that they might be gone, given the cruelty of the apocalypse. Li Xiaofeng was the first to react, his eyes gradually reddening. He thought he would never see Su Jianyan again. Su Jianyan smiled and raised his hand. Li Xiaofeng. Su Jianyan. Fei Qing stood up. It really was Su Jianyan. Hearing Su Jianyan's voice and seeing him raise his hand, the others in the room finally came to their senses. At that moment, they all moved. At that moment, the blood that had been frozen in their bodies exploded instantly. Su Jianyan was greeting Li Xiaofeng. Su Jianyan was smiling at them. Su Jianyan. He recognized them. Su Jianyan. Someone moved first. And before anyone could react, everyone in the tent rushed towards the door. Su Jianyan. It really was Su Jianyan. It was the Su Jianyan who saved them and recognized them as humans. Su Jianyan. Xian's eyes were red and her vision blurred. She didn't want to cry. That would be too embarrassing. She turned her head, and when she turned back, she met Li Xiaofeng's face, covered in snot and tears. "You?" Li Xiaofeng grabbed Su Jianyan. He thought Su Jianyan was dead. Zhang Yu wanted to laugh at Li Xiaofeng. He thought Li Xiaofeng had changed, but it was still the same Li Xiaofeng. Yet, his own eyes also reddened. Half a day later, he managed to squeeze out, "It's good that you're still alive. You rascal. I knew you wouldn't die. Do you know how scared you were? We thought you turned into a zombie king. Are you alright? Long time no see. How did you end up with those zombie kings?" Amidst the barrage of questions, Su Jianyan, surrounded by layers of people, could only manage a bitter smile. How could he explain to Mordelin and the others that he could no longer be considered alive? Or should he not say anything at all, if they knew he was no longer human, but the zombie king they feared? Even the king of zombie kings. What kind of expression would Mordelin and the others have? Fear? Suspicion? Or disgust? For him, who had no family before the apocalypse, accepting that Su Bai and the others were a completely new species wasn't difficult. But for Mordelin and the others, Su Bai and the others were the culprits who killed their loved ones. "Alright. Stop crowding around him. He's almost suffocating," Mordelin shouted from the outside. After notifying the others, He intended to go back to Su Jianyan's side, but there were too many people around Su Jianyan, and he couldn't squeeze in even after trying for a long time. No one paid him any attention. The group continued to stare at Su Jianyan. Go inside first. You're not cold. But he is, Mordelin had to say again. Reminded. This time the group finally reacted. Because of Su Jianyan's sudden appearance. Their blood was boiling, while Su Jianyan was covered in snow. Come on. Come on. How about we light a fire and boil some water? I still have a smokeless stove. I go get the water. Who has the kettle? The once cold and silent darkness was now bustling with activity. Surrounded by the crowd, Su Jianyan entered the tent. A few minutes later, the smokeless stove was lit. In the dim light, a group of people surrounded Su Jianyan. Su Jianyan. What's going on? Madoran, who had squeezed to Su Jianyan's side this time, spoke. Everyone looked over. After their initial surprise, they were now filled with doubt. Su Jianyan's presence here couldn't be a coincidence, and the only plausible explanation was that he had come from the main force of the Corpse Kings. This Su Jianyan was the same Su Jianyan they had seen before. But this was too unbelievable. Su Jianyan was human, yet he had infiltrated the Corpse King's army, and was even walking ahead of a group of Corpse Kings. Being questioned and stared at with such expectation, Su Jianyan felt a headache coming on. Su Jianyan changed the subject. Why don't you tell me how you got here? Not getting a direct answer, Mo Dulin and his group exchanged glances, a hint of unease surfacing beneath their initial excitement. Su Jianyan wasn't the type to beat around the bush. We came specifically to find you, Li Xiaofeng said. Find me? Su Jianyan was taken aback. After leaving City A, we encountered. Li Xiaofeng quickly recounted how they met. We were originally planning to go in to find you, but then many more Corpse Kings appeared in City A. Speaking of this, Li Xiaofeng's face lost its smile, replaced by guilt and lingering fear. They didn't know how Su Jianyan had infiltrated the Corpse King's ranks, and they were thankful he had. Otherwise they would still be feeling guilty. Li Xiaofeng continued. After we went in, Fei Qing led us to the factory where you lived, but we found you weren't there. After we got back, we immediately confirmed with Gu Shengping. Gu Shengping raised his hand. Su Jianyan looked over. At first, he didn't recognize Gu Shengping, but after recognizing him, he couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. He genuinely hadn't expected Gu Shengping to know Mo Dulin and the others. He remembered asking Gu Shengping about Li Xiaofeng and Zhang Yu's situation, and Gu Shengping had answered him. We came all the way here, and then we met Wu Zikuan and the others on the way. Wu Zikuan and Qin Yu also raised their hands. Su Jianyan looked over, and seeing those two familiar faces, his brow, which had just relaxed, furrowed again. Although not many people survived the apocalypse, wasn't this a bit too much of a coincidence? When we got to the river, those zombie kings were fighting, so we sneaked across. Su Jianyan recalled the row of footprints he'd seen by the river, this time too weak even to raise an eyebrow. And then you appeared. After recounting the story with great enthusiasm, Li Xiaofeng looked at Su Jianyan expectantly. What was wrong with Su Jianyan? Su Jianyan's gaze swept over the faces of everyone in the room, faced with those expectant and questioning eyes. Knowing he couldn't brush it off, Su Jianyan could only say, I'm sorry. The group looked blank. Su Jianyan said, I'm no longer human. Chapter 76. Upon hearing this, the group inside the tent was stunned. The next moment, they looked around blankly. What did Su Jianyan just say? The wind was too strong. They hadn't heard clearly. Looking around and seeing the same blank expressions on the faces of the others, their frozen minds began to function again. You just said. Mordelin looked over. I am no longer human. Su Jianyan repeated. The group fell silent again. Su Jianyan is no longer human? What does that mean? What else could Su Jianyan be if not human? He couldn't possibly be the Corpse King. The image that flashed through everyone's minds. Su Jianyan riding on the back of a powerful Corpse King, leading the army of Corpse Kings. Back then, the distance was too great, so they couldn't see clearly, only vaguely recognizing that the person must have been Su Jianyan. But this time, the figure became clear. Madoran switched hands, and continued rubbing the bridge of his nose. Xian's eyes widened in disbelief. Li Xiaofeng switched the bow in his other hand. Li Linmu and Li Qinshui exchanged blank stares. Everyone moved, but their movements were all tinged with confusion. But don't you still remember us? Fei Qing couldn't help but ask. Those infected with the virus lose their memories. Yet Su Jianyan was now chatting with them. Su Jianyan looked over. I don't know the specifics, but I'm definitely not human anymore. Thinking for a moment, Su Jianyan directly sliced his palm across the blade of an axe lying nearby. Bright red blood immediately oozed out. However, before the snow could even slide to the ground, the wound healed at a visible speed, with his full awakening. His healing speed far surpassed that of all other zombie kings. Even the king of zombie kings. If it weren't for the need to demonstrate, he could have healed such minor wounds instantly before they even bled. To be more precise, I was infected with the virus from the very beginning. Su Jianyan looked at Mordelin, Xian, and the others he had first encountered. I injured my head during the virus outbreak and fell into a coma afterward. When you met me, it was already 3 months into the apocalypse. But I had only just awakened those 2 days prior. Mordelin was incredulous. Just awakened? When you were still in the city. Those zombie kings that entered the city were summoned unintentionally by me while dealing with the awakened zombie chasing us. That's when I began to awaken. Mordelin and Xian exchanged glances, their disbelief growing. Su Jianyan looked at Li Linmu and Li Qingshui. After meeting you, I realized I'd been unconscious for almost 3 months. He then looked at Li Xiaofeng and Zhang Yu. Su Bai, the smiling, intelligent zombie king who kept chasing us, chased us because he had already recognized me. This time, Li Xiaofeng and Zhang Yu were incredulous. So that's why you didn't want to come with us? Fei Qing murmured. They had wondered why Su Jianyan, even with only one awakened zombie, didn't insist on staying in City A. He could have found a safer town. Back then, I already realized something was wrong with me. Su Jianyan nodded. The room fell silent again. Everyone's thoughts were in turmoil. But if everything was really as Su Jianyan said, some things would become clear immediately. For example, the coincidences in timing, and Su Jianyan's extraordinary strength and speed. Su Jianyan sat for a while longer before getting up. You should go back. He was happy that Mordelin and the others were still alive. He was happy to see them again. Modwarin and the others weren't overly alarmed after hearing about his situation. And they were happy for him too. But he also clearly understood what the Corpse King meant to Mordelin and the others. They could no longer get along as before. Su Jianyan headed towards the door. Reaching the door, Su Jianyan remembered something and turned back, saying, I give orders to prevent any Corpse Kings from approaching your paradise. Knowing that these Corpse Kings already knew of the paradise's existence. Whether Mordelin and the others dared to stay there was a question. But that was beyond Su Jianyan's control. After giving his instructions, Su Jianyan left. But you still saved us. Gu Xingping, who had been quiet all along, suddenly spoke. Su Jianyan stopped and turned back. Gu Xingping looked directly into Su Jianyan's eyes. But you still saved us. If Su Jianyan only had doubts about his own identity when he met Fei Qing and the others, he definitely knew about the Corpse King's identity when he met them. Even so, Su Jianyan still saved them. And us too, Chen Yu added. Her mind was still a mess. She couldn't understand how the person who gave them food when they were starving, and who specifically turned back to save them after they were attacked by awakened zombies, had suddenly become the Corpse King. But one thing she was very clear about: Su Jianyan saved them. Twice. Su Jianyan, who had already half stepped out of the tent, remained silent. Chen Yu looked at Mo Duolin and his group. Gu Xingping also looked over. Mo Duolin, who had been rubbing his nose, took a deep breath. The next moment, he looked over. Then are you still Su Jianyan? Hearing this, Xian, Li Xiaofeng, Li Linmu, and the others, still in a daze, also looked over. Was Su Jianyan still the Su Jianyan they knew? Being stared at, Su Jianyan was both amused and exasperated. I always been me. His body might have changed, but his soul remained the same. Mo Duolin and his group exchanged glances. Then all let out a long sigh. I knew a human couldn't possibly infiltrate the zombie king's ranks. I always thought he was a bit off, wielding awakened zombies like they were chickens. Yeah, I was about to say that too. So Li Muchio knew all along, which is why she's been following him around all the time. Reminded, the group realized that Li Muchio was always with Su Jianyan. Everyone looked over. Their attention had been focused on the suddenly appearing Su Jianyan. But now, looking at Li Muchio, they realized he was completely different from what they remembered. He was still wearing that suit, still had that shoulder-length curly hair, but his eyes were no longer dull. They were cold and deep. He also. When Mordelin looked over, Li Muchio also looked at him. And the moment their eyes met, his scalp tingled. Su Jianyan was one thing, but Li Muchio was a genuine zombie king. Li Xiaofeng and the others couldn't help but swallow hard. They weren't afraid of Su Jianyan at all, but they were quite afraid of Li Muchio. Su Jianyan, who had already half left the room, was momentarily at a loss given the unexpected reaction from everyone. Should he leave or not? Su Jianyan. GXIN patted the empty seat beside her. She felt they needed to have a serious talk. Su Jianyan's gaze swept over the faces of everyone in the room. Seeing no fear on their faces, he sighed silently and went inside. Li Muchio followed. Su Jianyan sat back down in his previous seat. Everyone looked at him. This time, unlike the previous surprise, their eyes were filled with complex emotions. Su Jianyan was alive. Su Jianyan had returned, albeit in a way they had never anticipated. You knew about the paradise all along? Gu Xiaoping asked. They had always thought they had kept it a secret well. Yes. Su Jianyan nodded. So you joined the Corpse King's team in City A? Gu Xiaoping continued. Where are you all headed? They had previously thought those Corpse Kings were hunting down Su Jianyan. Su Jianyan looked at him strangely. Not receiving an answer, Gu Xiaoping was somewhat bewildered. What's wrong? I am the Corpse King. Gu Xiaoping froze. Then his face contorted in shock. Su Jianyan had indeed just said that he had summoned those Corpse Kings in City A. But the Corpse King? Gu Xiaoping felt his brain, which had finally calmed down, instantly become a jumbled mess again. Beside him, Mo Duolin and his group were in the same state. For a moment, the tent fell silent again. Seeing this, Su Jianyan felt a little embarrassed. Should he have explained it in several parts? He hadn't expected them to sit down and talk like this. In the silence, Li Muchio suddenly stood up. Su Jianyan looked over. Li Muchio didn't explain, and went straight out of the tent. A few minutes later, Li Muchio returned. He returned with a pile of wood in his arms. He placed the wood in front of Su Jianyan, then skillfully took out a lighter from his pocket and lit it. The wood, having endured the daytime heat, quickly ignited, and the tent was soon ablaze with flames. The temperature rose accordingly. Su Jianyan stretched out his hands, intending to warm himself by the fire while waiting for Mordelin and the others to recover. Having witnessed this scene, Mordelin and his group, whose minds were already in turmoil, felt their brains become even more impaired. Li Muchio was clearly a zombie king, a genuine zombie king, yet he performed these actions more smoothly than any of them. Everyone looked at Su Jianyan. It was one thing when Li Muchio was just an awakened zombie, but now that he's advanced to the level of a zombie king and possesses adult-like rationality, he's still. Everyone suddenly remembered the joke Fei Qing and the others had made. Oh, right. Su Jianyan suddenly remembered. Li Muchio is also the king of zombies. The breath they had just managed to exhale was abruptly sucked back in. Li Muchio is also the king of zombies? Li Muchio is different from Su Jianyan. Li Muchio had only refrained from attacking them because of Su Jianyan's control. They were already somewhat intimidated by him upon their reunion. And now Su Jianyan was telling them he had also become the king of zombies. Everyone looked at each other, unsure whether to run or not. Being called out, Li Muchio only glanced up before continuing to tend his fire. He wanted to make the fire burn brightly, so Su Jianyan would be warm. Thinking of something, Li Muchio got up and went out again. Su Jianyan hadn't eaten dinner yet. The white wolf, summoned and ordered to hide in the woods, quickly appeared at the door. Li Muchio gave a few instructions, and the white wolf quickly headed towards the city where the main force was. They hadn't taken their backpacks when they left, taking in the entire scene through the tent door, watching the white wolf's massive body, feeling the ground tremble with its movement. Mo Duolin and the others inside the tent felt their already somewhat sluggish minds become even more foggy. After giving instructions, Li Muchio returned to Su Jianyan's side. After a while, when the temperature in the entire tent had risen from the campfire and Su Jianyan's hands and feet had warmed up, they finally came to their senses. GXIN looked at Su Jianyan. She had so many questions to ask, and because there were so many, she didn't know where to begin. After much deliberation, GXIN finally chose the question Gu Xiaoping had asked earlier but hadn't yet answered. Where are you all going? There were previously 500 or 600 corpse kings in City A, and Su Jianyan still had 300 or 400 with him. Such a large-scale movement was definitely no small matter. To fight for territory, Su Jianyan said. Sure enough, Xin and her group were all taken aback. Fight for territory? The Corpse Kings are highly exclusive, and coupled with their warlike nature, once their power accumulates to a certain level, they will immediately attack other Corpse Kings. Su Jianyan paused. So I plan to kill them all before they can develop their power. Mordelin started rubbing his nose again. Xin rubbed her temples. Li Xiafeng played with his bow. Li Limu and Li Qinshui stared at each other wide-eyed. Su Jianyan's words revealed too much information. They had long suspected that this apocalypse was an evolutionary process, and they had also anticipated a great chaotic war among all the zombie kings. But while they were still struggling to survive, Su Jianyan had already joined this chaotic war. Judging from his words, he was even the mastermind behind this chaos. 500 or 600 zombie kings were indeed the largest force they had ever seen. You want to become the king of the new world? Fei Qing didn't know how she asked this question. I have no choice. Su Jianyan's tone was relaxed. Hearing his words, Fei Qing and the others fell silent again. Su Jianyan wasn't wrong. He was already the king of corpses, caught in the middle of the conflict. Even if he didn't cause trouble for others, others would come looking for him. But this was the king of the new world. Su Jianyan spoke as if he were casually commenting on the weather. Are you confident? Mordelin didn't know what he was thinking when he asked. Judging from the current situation, we're in a relatively good position. Su Jianyan tried to be as evasive as possible. After hearing his words, Mordelin and his group fell silent once more. They knew Su Jianyan well. He was never the type to exaggerate his own abilities while belittling others. If he said relatively good, then it must truly be quite good. So, Su Jianyan really had a chance to become that king? They were still fighting desperately for a little food, while Su Jianyan had already participated in the great battle for the title of King of Corpses, and might even become the final victor. The group felt utterly overwhelmed. They had even lost the will to dwell on whether Su Jianyan was the King of Corpses. A woof! A beastly roar came from outside the tent. The white wolf had returned. Li Muchio got up and went outside. When he returned, he was carrying a backpack. Sitting down again, he skillfully took out fruit, a ceramic cup, and water. Watching his busy figure, Mordelin and his group felt increasingly unreal. Several of them secretly pinched themselves. You should go back, Su Jianyan said. Everyone looked over. If all goes well, I plan to make City A the capital, Su Jianyan said. I will instruct all the corpse kings in my camp not to harm humans, and not to approach your paradise. Mordelin and his group gasped. The next moment, their hearts began to pound uncontrollably, their blood boiling until their faces turned bright red. They already had their paradise, and its development was progressing smoothly. But they still had a fatal problem, the Corpse King. If they were discovered and attacked, let alone hundreds or dozens of zombie kings, even just one would render all their efforts futile in an instant. But if Su Jianyan could control those zombie kings, if they would never have to worry about being attacked by them again. Water! Li Muchio handed Su Jianyan some boiled water. Su Jianyan took it, drank a sip, and continued. I sent 2 more zombie kings to take you back. The distance between the 2 sides is quite far. Leaving Mordelin and the others to walk back on their own would be dangerous. Not to mention the sheer number of ordinary zombies everywhere. Upon hearing this, the group, still reeling from their excitement, contorted their expressions. To have the Corpse King escort them home. 2 of them. They could all imagine the surprise on Gu Yue's group's faces when they saw them. This isn't quite right, Mordelin said, no longer rubbing his nose, but rubbing his hands. Li Xiafeng and the others immediately glared at him. Ma Doran, if you can't speak, don't speak. Stared at. Mordelin felt embarrassed. This is safer. Su Jianyan didn't notice the group's actions. Li Muchio had finished grilling fruit and was handing it to him. Have one. Li Muchio had skewered the fruit and grilled it. 2 fruits on each skewer. I eat it later. Li Muchio refused. Su Jianyan directly held the fruit to his lips. Li Muchio took a bite from Su Jianyan's hand. After finishing, Su Jianyan turned around and met dozens of pairs of eyes staring at him. Li Muchio is already a zombie king, which means he possesses the intelligence of an adult. A creature with that level of intelligence couldn't possibly achieve this without a close relationship. Ahem. Su Jianyan coughed slightly, a little embarrassed, then said in a voice everyone could hear, Let me reintroduce you. My lover, Li Muchio. A moment of silence followed. Then, A commotion erupted. I knew something was off between them. Fei Qing was the first to speak. Otherwise, she wouldn't have assumed they were a couple in the first place. Come to think of it, Xian's eyes also turned strange. They were the first to encounter Su Jianyan. Back then, Li Muchio was still a newly awakened zombie. But even then, something seemed off between them. Otherwise, why would Li Muchio only cling to Su Jianyan and not others? Su Jianyan didn't explain. His relationship with Li Muchio was a long story. He was also afraid of frightening Mo Dulan and the others again. Can the king of zombies fall in love? Li Xiaofeng asked. Puzzled. In their minds, ordinary zombies, awakened zombies, and the king of zombies were all madmen controlled by murderous and violent emotions. They couldn't imagine them falling in love. Su Jianyan looked at Li Muchio. Actually, he also wanted to know the answer to this question. Li Muchio's feelings for him might just be possessiveness. The moment Su Jianyan looked at her, he met Li Muchio's eyes, which were staring straight at him. Lover. Su Jianyan had just said he was. This was the first time Li Muchio had encountered this word, and he didn't quite understand its specific meaning. But he could read Mo Dulan and the others' reactions. He suddenly remembered something Su Jianyan had told him before. You are my lover too. Li Muchio's eyes were full of sincerity. They would spend the rest of their lives together. Something they had already agreed upon. Su Jianyan's heart, which had been hanging in suspense, settled back into his chest, and a smile appeared on his face. Okay. He then continued eating his fruit. Beside him, Mo Dulan and his group remained noisy and boisterous. In just half an hour, they had experienced and received so much information. Before, they had been busy with the chaos, and only now did they finally have the energy to discuss it. Su Jianyan didn't interrupt, simply watching them talk. More than an hour later, the excitement wore off, and many people began to yawn. Su Jianyan stood up. Then I head back now. Everyone looked over. Their eyes were filled with reluctance. They had finally found Su Jianyan, and he was leaving again after only a short while? There will be plenty of opportunities to meet again. Su Jianyan paused, then added, You can come to the city to find me anytime, provided they dared. Okay. Mordelin stood up to see Su Jianyan off. Seeing Su Jianyan emerge from the tent, the white wolf that had been guarding outside shook off the snow, took 2 steps forward, and then lay down, looking at its massive body up close. Fear instinctively washed over Mordelin, and his face paled. Su Jianyan looked at him. After I get back, I have the Corpse Kings come. They will escort you back. You can also tell them anything. They understand. Knowing that Su Jianyan still remembered this, Mordelin breathed a sigh of relief. In this apocalyptic world, having 2 Corpse Kings escorting each other was practically an incredible advantage. Just thinking about it made him incredibly excited. More importantly, it would really save them a lot of trouble. When can you go back? Mordelin asked. Su Jianyan estimated that he had been away from City A for more than 2 months, and had already gone far enough. The next step was a detour and the return journey. About 4 more months. Hearing that it would take so long, Mordelin was a little disappointed. They had finally found Su Jianyan, but he didn't show it. Be careful. Su Jianyan sat on the white wolf's back. Okay. Seeing Su Jianyan settled, Li Muchio patted the white wolf's back, and the white wolf immediately got up and headed towards the city. Xian and her group also came out at this moment, waving to Su Jianyan in the wind and snow. Be careful. See you next time. Come back soon. Su Jianyan waved to them until they were far away. The white wolf sped up, running through the woods. The night was already cold, and with the wind and snow lashing against him, Su Jianyan felt chilled to the bone. Su Jianyan wrapped his arms around Li Muchio's waist, shielding himself from the wind and snow while gently inhaling her scent. Madurin and the others didn't dislike him. That's good. Li Muchio covered Su Jianyan's hands around his waist. Don't think about them. Think about me. The wind and snow were too strong, and Su Jianyan didn't hear clearly. What? You already seen them, Li Muchio shouted. Su Jianyan had been thinking about Madurin and the others, and they had been thinking about him too. Now, they had met. Su Jianyan didn't have to think about it anymore. Yes. Su Jianyan was in a good mood. Madurin and the others were still alive. The more he thought about it, the happier he became. Su Jianyan released his arms from around Li Muchio's waist, opening them wide to let himself be enveloped in the sight of the white wolf running at full speed. Li Muchio pulled Su Jinyan's hands back around her waist. His heart belonged only to Su Jinyan. But Su Jinyan's heart held many others. Su Jinyan hugged Li Muchio tightly, then shouted with all his might, "Li Muchio, I love you." Li Muchio turned her head to look at him. Loving someone means missing them when you can't see them, and being happy when you do, Su Jinyan said. Li Muchio's lips curled into an uncontrollable smile. Although many others held a place in Su Jinyan's heart, he was definitely the most special one. "I love you too," Li Muchio said. "What? I didn't hear you clearly," Su Jinyan said. "I like you too." "What? I like you. I didn't hear you." Li Muchio had used all his strength. His voice echoed throughout the entire forest. Su Jinyan must have heard him. But if Su Jinyan wanted to hear it, he wouldn't mind saying it a few more times. "Su Jinyan, I like you." Mo Duolin and the others were all very fortunate to have met Su Jinyan. They felt it was their luck. And he felt the same way. Hearing the confessions echoing through the forest, the group queuing to enter the tent stopped. And the next moment, they couldn't help but laugh. They laughed at the two's confessions, but were even happier that Su Jinyan was alive. "Go to sleep early. Let's leave early tomorrow," Mo Duolin urged. "Let's go back as soon as possible." They had been out for over a month, and the people in the amusement park must be getting impatient. He couldn't wait to go back and tell them the good news. What he couldn't wait for even more was to see Guyue and the others see them being escorted back by the two zombie kings. Understanding what Mordelin was saying, a surge of excitement welled up in the group's eyes. Guyue had no idea how explosive the news they were about to bring back would be. Chapter 77. When Su Jinyan and Li Muchio returned to the city, Su Bai and the others were already asleep. Hearing the commotion, many of the powerful zombie kings, who were sleeping in snowdrifts on the street, looked up. They could sense that Su Jinyan was in a good mood. "Two of you go to those mountains over there and escort those humans back." Su Jinyan gave a brief instruction. The group of powerful zombie kings exchanged glances, and two of them stood up. "Be careful on the road," Su Jinyan cautioned. Ordinary zombies posed no threat to them, but their recent commotion might attract zombie kings from other areas. "Awoo!" The two zombie kings quickly left. "Go to sleep early." Su Jinyan looked at the other zombie kings. The powerful zombies, who were greeted, were clearly taken aback for a moment, then shook the snow off their heads and obediently laid down. Although those powerful zombies looked strange, they actually became quite pleasing to the eye once you got used to them. Su Jinyan entered the room. Inside, Li Muchio had already made the bed. The next day at dawn, Su Jinyan set off early. They had been wandering aimlessly before, but now Su Jinyan felt a strong urge to return. Thinking to himself, Su Jinyan closed his eyes and sensed the surroundings. The Black Beast and his group had been gone for some time. He could vaguely sense their approximate location, but the specifics were unclear. Sensing again, Su Jinyan was taken aback, because the Black Beast and his group were no longer downstream, but in a completely different direction. Su Jinyan estimated the distances in both directions. Then his lips twitched involuntarily. He suspected that the Black Beast and his group had been constantly on the road since they parted ways. Otherwise, how could they have traveled so far? That made Su Jinyan feel uneasy. Had he been too casual at his role as king? They were clearly here to conquer the world. Yet he'd been traveling at a leisurely pace, like on a spring outing. What's wrong? Li Muchio noticed and turned to look. Su Jinyan sighed deeply. Sometimes having overly dedicated subordinates is a rather terrifying thing. Li Muchio was puzzled. Su Jinyan, after much agonizing reflection, decided to change things starting tomorrow. Meanwhile, after Su Jinyan left, Mordelin and his group quickly lay down. But they were so excited that none of them could fall asleep. More than an hour later, just as they were starting to feel sleepy, they heard the sound of snow falling from trees outside. The first thing the excited group did was reach for their guns. Only after getting their hands on them did they remember what Su Jinyan had instructed them to do. Mordelin, Gu Xingping, and Li Xiufeng, the squad leaders, exchanged glances, and the next moment they all rushed to the door. Outside the tent, two enormous, powerful zombie kings tilted their furry heads, peering into the tent to confirm if it contained humans. They had seen humans before and knew they liked to squeeze into crevices, but they hadn't seriously studied humans. Seeing Mordelin and his group emerge, the two zombie kings' eyes scrutinized them even more. Facing the two zombie kings, meeting their two large, clearly visible yellow eyes in the darkness. Mordelin and his group felt their blood freeze instantly, a familiar fear washing over them. "Were you sent by Su Jianyan?" Mordelin asked, forcing a smile, his hand holding the gun trembling as he spoke. Although he had been excited when Su Jianyan said he would send 2 zombie kings to escort them back, the feeling of actually facing them up close was completely different. Upon hearing the name Su Jianyan, the 2 zombie kings, who had initially been somewhat puzzled, immediately brightened up. The next moment, after looking around, they found a relatively spacious spot, laid down, and began licking their fur. Seeing this, the minds of Mordelin and his group, who had been quite tense, went blank for a moment. Their first reaction upon seeing a zombie king was to run, so they hadn't had much chance to observe it. In their minds, zombie kings were terrifying. But these 2 zombie kings in front of them, they seemed so much like. Mordelin didn't dare voice his thoughts. Just thinking about it made him feel uncomfortable. Mordelin turned around. Li Xiaofeng and his group's faces were also contorted. "Go back to sleep." Mordelin led the way into the tent. The group of people who had been lying down inside the tent all got up again, now peeking and craning their necks. Those were zombie kings. Even with Su Jianyan vouching for them, they were still zombie kings. "Go to sleep early," Mordelin reminded them as they entered. In the darkness, the group stirred, but no one slept. Those were 2 corpse kings, no less, who could sleep the next day. As soon as the snow stopped, Mordelin began preparing to set off. After a night's rest, he was even more eager to see Gu Yue and the others' expressions upon learning of Su Jianyan's situation. It would certainly be quite a spectacle. Most importantly, they needed to hurry and catch up with Wu Zikuan and Shin Yu's team. They had been separated for a day. If they didn't pursue them soon, they might get lost. "Ready?" Mordelin and his group exchanged glances. Mordelin, steeling himself, approached the 2 corpse kings who were washing their faces with their large, furry paws. "We're ready. Look." Talking to a giant monster several stories high felt strange, but talking to a corpse king felt even stranger. The 2 corpse kings, busy at work, glanced at Mordelin, then at Li Xiaofeng and the others who had been working tirelessly since the beginning. They shook off the snow and stood up. "This way." Mordelin quickly led the way. The snow had fallen all night, reaching knee-deep in most places, making it very difficult for Mordelin and his companions to walk. The 2 corpse kings, however, seemed unaffected. Soon, Mordelin and his group were left behind. Mordelin tried to speed up, but it was futile. The 2 corpse kings had no choice but to stop and wait. Walking and stopping. 2 hours later, the sun came out and the snow began to melt, finally bringing them to the river they had reached earlier. The river was very deep and swift for humans, but nothing for the corpse kings. By the time Mordelin and his group had all crossed, the 2 corpse kings on the other side had already finished licking their fur. After all that trouble, Mordelin had wanted to rest, but seeing the situation, he had no choice but to grit his teeth and continue. The soil by the river was relatively soft, and they found the footprints of Wu Zikuan's team along the way. 2 hours later, as the high temperature arrived, they saw a city in the distance by the river. Seeing the city, Mordelin was wondering how to explain to the 2 zombie kings that they couldn't continue and needed to avoid the heat when he saw the 2 zombie kings head straight into the city. Upon entering the city, they chose a nearby 3-story building, devoured all the zombie kings on the nearby streets in a few bites, and then lay down. Su Jianyan also rested at noon, which they were used to. Mordelin's words caught in his throat. "Are they letting us stay inside?" Xian was uncertain. "Probably." Li Xiaofeng opened and closed his mouth, but couldn't utter a word for a long time. The zombie king seemed a little different from what he had imagined. "Let's go in." Mordelin led the way inside, not forgetting to remind them at the end. "Be careful. There might be zombies inside." The 2 zombie kings on the street outside could help deal with them, but those inside were a different story for them to handle. Indeed, there were zombies inside. 2 of them, even though Mordelin and his group were experienced. Facing 2 at once still made their scalps tingle. Several minutes later, they finally managed to deal with them. After finishing, the group, drenched in sweat, exchanged glances, then looked at the 2 zombie kings peering out the door, ready to tear the roof off at any moment. Their eyes filled with bitterness. At the same time, they realized more clearly what the existence of Su Jianyan, the king of zombie kings, meant. Let's rest. Mordelin took off his backpack. Let's go outside and look for them. They might still be in the city. Wu Zikuan said. Chinyu nodded. I go too. Li Limu stood up. Everyone who can still move. Go. Mo Duolin said. More than 20 people immediately stood up inside. The group went out. The two zombie kings only glanced at them and ignored them, leaving the small building and entering the street. Looking at the ubiquitous ordinary zombies, the group was troubled. The river divided the city in two. Their section of the city was relatively small, but searching the entire area without making a fuss would definitely not be something that could be done in a few hours. Split up. Wu Zikuan's words were on the tip of his tongue when something hit him on the head. It was a wad of paper. Wu Zikuan looked up. From a second-floor window of another building behind him, a familiar face was looking at them. Seeing him look, the man quickly waved, gesturing for them to come inside. Wu Zikuan and his group hurried over. Why are you still here? Chinyu asked as soon as he entered. A day was enough time to travel a great distance. Although they had come looking for him, they were mostly just trying their luck. We thought we'd wait here for a few days, in case something happens to you, so we can have backup, said the man appointed as the temporary leader. Chinyu was speechless. What happened to the Corpse King? How did you get involved with him? After answering Chinyu's question, the man asked, his face pale. Chinyu and his group had been captured? Chinyu and his group exchanged glances, their barely calmed emotions surging again. It's a long story. Chinyu paused, looking at Mordelin and his group. Why don't we go back first? Mordelin led the way downstairs. Go back? The group inside didn't move, their faces pale, as if they were about to faint. Did Mordelin and the others mean they were going to those two zombie kings? But those were zombie kings. Chinyu and the others were captured, and they were going to sell them off too? Chinyu and the others wouldn't be that kind of people. But if it wasn't like that, they really couldn't understand what was going on. After we separated, Chinyu couldn't help but smile, and she briefly recounted the events. After listening, the group didn't show any signs of sudden understanding. Instead, they felt even more like crying. How could Su Jianyan be the king of zombie kings? This didn't make sense, since people infected with the virus would lose their memories. Chinyu and the others were definitely being controlled. Chinyu and his group were all surprised. But after thinking about it, they all felt relieved. If they hadn't seen Su Jianyan with their own eyes, if they hadn't spoken to him personally, they would never have believed it. Then we're off. Chinyu led the way downstairs. How about we get a car? Li Xiaofeng suggested. They're too fast. We can't keep up on foot. With them around, we shouldn't have to worry about the awakened zombies and the zombie king. I think that's a good idea. Li Limu agreed. That way we can get back faster. Mo Duolin and the others followed, chatting and laughing. People can lie, and they can act, but no one can truly face the zombie king and act without giving a trace. Chinyu and the others didn't seem afraid at all. Having witnessed this scene, the group in the room became even more bewildered. I go check over there. After going downstairs, Li Xiaofeng led the way to the other end of the street, trying to find a car on the outskirts of the city. Most of the roads in the city were blocked. Cars couldn't get out at all. Then let's go this way, Gu Xinping said, looking in the opposite direction. Then let's go find some oil, Li Limu said. Having agreed, the group quickly dispersed. Wu Zikuan and Chinyu looked back at the group of people peeking around in the stairwell. If they didn't come down soon, they really would be gone. The group exchanged bewildered glances. Then someone moved, and then more people joined in. They were busy all noon. Around 3 p.m., when the heat subsided, they finally finished. After everyone got into the car, Mo Duolin steeled himself and walked towards the two zombie kings, trying to explain to them. We got a car. This way we can get there faster. Ouch! One of the zombie kings clearly didn't understand what they were doing. The other one slapped it across the face. Ignorant. Disgraceful to all zombie kings. After hitting it, the zombie king walked to the car, then bit the side of the vehicle and lifted it up. Finally, it took off running towards City A. Watching the zombie king and the car run away like that, Mordelin's mind went blank for a moment. Then he looked at the remaining zombie king and then at himself, almost bursting into tears. This isn't how you use a car. He couldn't believe what Li Xiaofeng and his group in the car were feeling right now. Bang! Before Mordelin could recover, another van was rudely pushed in front of him. The remaining zombie king looked at him, Then at the van. It wouldn't mind carrying Mordelin in its mouth. But Mordelin was too small. If it wasn't careful, it would bite them in half. Understanding the Zombie King's meaning, Mordelin's lips twitched. Seeing Mordelin remain motionless, the Zombie King patted the car in front of him again. Mordelin had no choice but to scramble up, using both hands and feet. Once inside, Mordelin had barely steadied himself when the car suddenly flew up, followed by a violent jolt, slamming against the car wall. Mordelin, disregarding everything else, gripped the handrail tightly. Now he knew how Li Xiaofeng and the others felt. Outside, the second Zombie King, having caught up with the first one, snorted. "Awooh!" Surprisingly, this method was quite effective. If these humans were to slowly walk back, it would take forever. "I didn't realize you knew so much." "Awooh!" The first Zombie King proudly raised its head. Of course, Su Jinyan's period of agonizing reflection lasted only a day. As night fell, the temperature began to drop rapidly. Only one thought remained in Su Jinyan's mind: find a place to start a fire. "There's a village over there." Li Muchio pointed to the right. Su Jinyan immediately looked. The village was small, with only about 100 households. Combined with the surrounding mutated plants, it was practically invisible if one wasn't paying attention. "Let's go that way," Su Jinyan said. The white wolf immediately changed direction. The other Zombie Kings silently followed. In less than 2 minutes, they arrived at the village. After getting off the white wolf, Su Jinyan turned to grab his backpack, while Li Muchio quickly went to find a suitable house and firewood. "Don't move! Don't move!" The moment Li Muchio pushed open the door of the nearest 3-story building, a group of humans carrying guns poured out. Not only were there people in that building, but the 5 or 6 buildings next door were also full of people. The people there were old and young, but all were in a sorry state. Seeing the men with guns leave, the others quickly came out of their houses, and the once empty village suddenly became lively. Su Jinyan, carrying a backpack, was about to follow when he saw this and paused. Su Jinyan took a step forward. "Don't move." The leader pointed his gun at Li Muchio. Li Muchio, who remained unfazed even with guns pointed at him by a group of people, frowned imperceptibly. Those gunshots wouldn't kill, but they hurt a lot. He had been shot by Mo Doran and his men before. Su Jinyan ignored the man and handed the backpack to Li Muchio. "You go in first." After a pause, Su Jinyan added, "Let's go to another building." Li Muchio took the backpack but didn't leave. "If they dare to make a move," I said. "Don't move." The leader pushed the gun forward again. Su Jinyan looked. The man was holding a machine gun. Bullets already coiled around his body. If it weren't for Su Jinyan's special status, it would have been quite intimidating. "We just want to stay one night. We leave first thing tomorrow morning," Su Jinyan said. The man didn't expect Su Jinyan to say that, and was clearly stunned for a moment. Although he looked brave, this was only his first time facing a Zombie King head-on. If he could, he wouldn't want to face it at all. They used to have a paradise in the mountains not far away. They spent a lot of time developing and building it, and they could have eaten the crops they grew themselves. But a passing Zombie King wiped everything out. Many people died in the mountains. Although they escaped, they had nothing. Worse still, the Zombie King was chasing them. It wasn't hungry. It simply enjoyed watching them flee in panic. They had finally escaped here, and were just getting ready to sleep, when the night watchman discovered a large number of Zombie Kings. They could do nothing but pray that the Zombie Kings wouldn't come near them. But they charged straight at them. Su Jinyan saw the despair and fear in the eyes of the group opposite him. Knowing that saying anything was useless, he sighed silently. "If you want to leave, you can leave now." The group opposite him was clearly stunned. Su Jinyan headed towards another building nearby. He was now hungry and cold. After taking a few steps, Su Jinyan remembered and looked back. The group who had just been stunned immediately turned their guns. Zombie Kings were all cunning without exception. "You can head towards City A. There's a ring-shaped mountain range outside City A. And inside that range is an amusement park. Once you get there, just mention my name, and they let you in," Su Jinyan said. He didn't know the exact size of the amusement park, but having once been human, he knew exactly what it needed most if it were to start over. Food was paramount. Secondly, manpower was essential. Both planting and building the base required manpower. Su Jinyan paused, then added, "My name is Su Jinyan." With that, Su Jianyan turned and left. Hearing those 3 words, the group opposite him was visibly startled, the leader exclaiming in surprise, "Su Jianyan?" Su Jianyan turned back. They knew him? The instant Su Jianyan turned, guns were pointed at him again. Su Jianyan ignored the guns and sized up the leader. A man in his early 30s, tall and strong. He seemed to have some training. But now he was just as thin. Su Jianyan didn't recall ever seeing the other person before. "Do we know each other?" The man hesitated for a moment, speaking cautiously. "I only heard of it. Someone once heard this name from an intelligence-type zombie king." He didn't hide anything. But he didn't tell the whole story either. He had heard more than just a name. He also heard of the king of the New World. According to what he heard, Su Jianyan was an extremely powerful zombie king, having killed countless other zombie kings. Killing those around him wasn't enough. He even led his large army to search the world, determined to wipe out all zombie kings. In his memory, Su Jianyan should be a burly, ferocious middle-aged man. But the person before him was completely different. The appearance of a corpse king was inherently deceptive. But Su Jianyan's difference from his memory wasn't just in appearance, but more importantly, in his demeanor. Su Jianyan exuded no murderous aura. Instead, he was gentle and calm. If they hadn't met under these circumstances, he wouldn't have been able to discern Su Jianyan's true nature. Su Jianyan was speechless. Knowing him wasn't surprising given the corpse king's words. Su Jianyan didn't continue. He headed towards the building ahead. "There's no city or village ahead. I suggest you stay here for the night and set off tomorrow morning." Upon entering, Li Muchio put down her backpack and went to light a fire. Su Jianyan rubbed his arms and took out fruit, a ceramic cup, and water from his backpack. Seeing Su Jianyan enter, the other corpse kings stopped their standoff. The intelligent zombies found their own shelter, while the powerful ones lay down wherever they could, some grooming themselves, others playing with their tentacles. Taking in this scene, the group, who had been on edge just moments before, were somewhat bewildered. "Captain," the leader glanced at Su Jianyan, who was squatting expectantly by the fire, then at the powerful zombie kings busily engaged in their tasks. "Let's go!" He didn't trust Su Jianyan. He was a zombie king, the king of zombie kings. The group moved quickly. As they walked, they kept looking back, wondering if this was Su Jianyan's new trick, waiting until they completely lowered their guard, thinking they had escaped, before he pounced and killed them all. More than 10 minutes later, they had run more than half a mile, completely away from the village, and Su Jianyan hadn't given chase. "Captain," the group was somewhat bewildered. Could they have been frozen senseless? And it was all just a dream? No one could answer their question. After a short rest, the group moved on again. In the village, seeing the fire starting, Su Jianyan quickly offered his frozen hands. "What will I do without you?" Su Jianyan sighed. Li Muchio, who was busy, visibly paused. Su Jianyan looked over. He had only said it casually. Li Muchio continued working, but his movements were noticeably lighter. Su Jianyan was speechless for a moment, then laughed. "The fruit you roasted is delicious. Much better than mine." Li Muchio remained silent as always, but Su Jianyan clearly felt the entire room warm up. Su Jianyan continued to praise. "Thanks to you. Otherwise, I don't know how much suffering I would have endured along the way." Li Muchio was sometimes quite easy to please. "No," Li Muchio said. "Su Bai and the others are here." He didn't like Su Bai and the others, but he had to admit that they would definitely take care of Su Jianyan. "That's not the same thing," Su Jianyan said seriously. "I won't eat fruit that you didn't roast." Su Jianyan got up and walked towards Li Muchio, hugging him. "I'm busy," Li Muchio reminded him. Su Jianyan kissed the corner of his mouth, then nuzzled his cheek and ear. Sure enough, Li Muchio's ears burned. That's the downside of the corpse king, his blood doesn't show on his face. But he got used to it, and quite liked the feeling of having to discover everything himself. Su Jianyan's hand moved down, slipping inside Li Muchio's clothes. With Li Muchio around, who needed to warm themselves by the fire, Li Muchio's body temperature was much more comfortable than the campfire. "Li Muchio." Su Jianyan kissed him again. Li Muchio's breath hitched. He tried to grab Su Jianyan's restless hand, but before he could move, Su Jianyan suddenly tightened his grip, and his lips were captured in a kiss. Li Muchio's voice was hoarse. It wasn't his first time, but his body, newly accustomed to intimacy, couldn't withstand the stimulation. That night, neither of them slept. That night, Mo Duolin and his group vomited for almost an hour. They had wanted to vomit in the car, but hadn't had the chance. After vomiting, feeling completely shaken, they managed to eat a little something before collapsing and passing out. The next day, their roof was ripped off. "Oh, it's time to set off," a zombie king reminded them. They had covered nearly a tenth of the distance in just one afternoon yesterday. Amidst the dust and debris, Xin and her group were no longer gripped by their previous fear. Only the urge to cry remained. They weren't actually in a rush to go back. "Oh, another zombie king approached. The zombie king was large, but the room was small. Its approach immediately pushed half of the other zombie king's large face aside, facing those two furry faces, recalling the scene of the two zombie kings running around joyfully yesterday. Mortarin and his group could only tremble as they got up. They now seriously suspected that these two zombie kings had husky blood mixed in with them, or that they were huskies before they mutated. Chapter 78. Su Jianyan was awakened by a knock on the door. The knocker was Su Bai. Hearing the noise, Su Jianyan immediately put on his clothes and got out of bed. Su Jianyan had been on this spring outing rhythm all along, and Su Bai and the others were already used to it. They would never disturb him if he didn't get up. "What's wrong?" Outside the door, Su Bai's face showed no anxiety, and it didn't seem like anything serious had happened. "A zombie king just passed by. It looks like it went to chase after those people from last night." Su Bai smiled and pointed to the mountains ahead. "There seems to be an amusement park over there." The black beast had taken away half of the zombie kings, but the remaining number was still huge. Some zombie kings had wandered into the mountains ahead last night. The faces of those people from last night flashed through Su Jianyan's mind. Go and catch them. He couldn't be perfect, but he wanted to help if he could. That group of people numbered at least 1,300 or 1,400. It would be a pity for them to die like that. "Okay." Su Bai smiled and handed Su Jianyan a bag of fruit, picked by the corpse king in the mountains last night. Su Jianyan took it. When he turned around, Li Muchio was already up. "Let's go after breakfast," Su Jianyan said. In the snow, Captain Yang Ting, carrying a machine gun at the front of the group, looked back. The group was stretched out in a long line, with the last person at least 400 or 500 meters behind him. There were simply too many people in their group, and after sleeping outdoors in the cold all night, those with weaker constitutions needed assistance to walk. "Let's rest," the person who had stopped Yang Ting said. He really couldn't walk anymore. Yang Ting's lips moved. They were still close to the amusement park. The corpse king could catch up at any moment. And there was also Su Jianyan and the others. Yang Ting really wanted to tell the group to persevere a little longer, but he changed his mind. "Rest where you are. Excessive exertion would only hasten death." The group, who had been walking for 2 hours, collapsed in relief. Yang Ting also found a place to sit down. "Captain." Several squad leaders came forward and sat down next to Yang Ting. "What's next?" Someone wanted to ask about their next route and destination, but upon seeing Yang Ting's pale face, the words caught in their throats. The squad leaders knew the team's situation very well. They seemed to have escaped one disaster, but in reality, it was the beginning of a nightmare. They had fled in such a hurry that they hadn't taken much food. They were still far from the next city, and even if they reached it, they might not find food. Without food, many in the team would soon starve to death. After a brief silence, someone spoke. "Su Jianyan hasn't caught up." Everyone looked over. "How about we?" The person hesitated, looking at Yang Ting. The group exchanged glances. "You mean that paradise he mentioned?" Someone realized. "Yes." "Don't be silly. He's the corpse king. Can you trust what the corpse king says? He might be lying to us. City A is his territory. He might just be trying to lure us there and then eat us." "But are you starving? Then what other options do you have?" the person asked. The group, who had been so resolute just a moment ago, suddenly deflated. Over 1,000 people, even if they were frugal. Their daily energy expenditure would be terrifying. There's no food left in the city. If this continues, they have to drink snow water and eat tree bark or those mutated plants. They had seen people drink snow water and eat mutated plants. The lucky ones only felt unwell. The unlucky ones died instantly. And some even survived with a bunch of weird growths inside their bodies. If they had to die like that, they'd rather just shoot themselves. Yang Ting took a deep breath and looked at them. Tell me. The man who had silenced everyone looked away, pondered for a moment, and then spoke. He definitely gives me a different feeling than the other Corpse Kings. Not just him, but the Corpse Kings and his team aren't as ferocious as the others. They had been terrified when they escaped yesterday. But thinking back, even with Su Jinyan's intervention, it was strange that not a single one of the hundreds of Corpse Kings had come to cause trouble. Corpse Kings weren't the kind of beings that would obediently follow orders. Even so, that's not a reason for me to risk so much with so many people, Yang Ting said. But Captain, have you considered what would happen if we didn't go? Yang Ting frowned, remaining silent. How could he not have considered it? We would certainly die. The surrounding group frowned, but no one could utter a word of rebuttal. The man lowered his head. Sometimes I think, no matter how much we struggle, in the end it's the same outcome. What's the point of our efforts? If the new world we predicted is real, and things really develop that way, then we have no chance of survival. Don't even mention the king of zombies. The zombie king itself. Even an awakened zombie would be deadly to us. I'm not surprised at all that our amusement park was attacked this time, because it was only a matter of time. I think you all feel the same way. The man looked up and glanced around. Everyone, including Yang Ting, remained silent. They had indeed experienced a period of happiness, especially during the construction of the amusement park. They were happier than ever before. But deep down, they knew how fragile that happiness was. The man lowered his head again. We have no way out. This time, not only Yang Ting and the group of squad leaders were silent, but even the group of people watching nearby fell silent. Many of them immediately had tears in their eyes. So? Yang Ting broke the silence. If Su Jianyan is telling the truth, if there really is an amusement park over there. The man looked at Yang Ting. Have you thought about what that means? Yang Ting's eyebrows visibly twitched. The expressions of the group of squad leaders beside him also changed. They hadn't considered this possibility before. But if, first of all, Su Jianyan definitely knew about that amusement park, and it seemed his attitude towards it was relatively good, at least for now. He wasn't planning to attack it. Secondly, City A is Su Jinyan's territory, and also his origin. With Su Jinyan's current strength, the Corpse Kings from outside couldn't possibly reach there. If both of these are true, then the group of people involuntarily sat up straight, their eyes filled with shock and unease. A human paradise protected by the King of Corpses. Their hearts began to race uncontrollably. I know this might seem a bit far-fetched, but if death is the inevitable outcome, then I think we can take a gamble. What if? The man looked at Yang Ting. What if that paradise really exists? If that were the case, it would undoubtedly be their only chance to survive. A commotion arose among the group. They considered the possibility. Having experienced a year of apocalypse, they instinctively felt a deep-seated fear of the zombie king. But if they could survive? As the group discussed this, a commotion broke out at the other end of the column. Yang Ting and his group immediately looked over. The instant they saw clearly, their hearts, which had been racing just moments before, plummeted into an ice cave. The zombie king that had attacked their amusement park was charging towards them. Run! Yang Ting grabbed his machine gun and ran back. The amusement park originally had over 3,000 people, but in just one night, more than half had died. He didn't want to see death anymore. He had had enough. Bang, bang, bang. Yang Ting pulled the trigger as he ran away from the column to the left, trying to lure the zombie king away and create an escape opportunity for the others. The zombie king ignored him and charged straight into the crowd. It was enormous, yet resembled a rat in appearance. Its claws and teeth were incredibly sharp. Each swing of its claws left a trail of blood. You son of a bitch. You piece of trash. Die! Yang Ting cursed, simultaneously pulling the trigger. The zombie king turned around. Come and kill me if you dare. Come on. Yang Ting continued to taunt. He had had enough of this. The zombie king charged at him. Captain! Captain! An uneasy shout came from within the group. Yang Ting didn't look. He turned and ran into the woods. As he turned, something enormous and incredibly fast leaped over his head. Thump! The ground trembled the moment it landed. Squeak! At the same time, the rat-like zombie king let out a miserable scream. Yang Ting, who was bracing himself for escape, froze for a moment. The next instant, he turned around. The rat-like zombie king was being pounced on by another zombie king that had appeared out of nowhere, and was now being beaten one-sidedly. Gurgle. The woods behind Yang Ting trembled, and another zombie king emerged. Yang Ting's facial muscles contorted with fear, and he instinctively raised his machine gun. The zombie king glanced at him, showing no intention of attacking. It looked at the rat being beaten. A woof. Squeak. The rat, its face bruised and swollen, lowered its head. The zombie king in the woods glanced at Yang Ting and his group again, then turned and headed back the way it came. The other zombie king followed. The rat lunged in the other direction the moment they turned, trying to escape. It had barely moved when its tail was grabbed. Squeak. The zombie king that had attacked didn't hesitate and slapped it twice more. The zombie king beat the rat until it was too weak to resist, then stopped. Finally, it bit the rat's tail and dragged it back. Su Jianyan only said to take it back, without specifying whether it should be dead or alive. Captain? Seeing the two zombie kings getting further and further away, the group finally came to their senses. Yang Ting took 2 steps forward. Wait a minute. The two zombie kings ignored him. Having joined Su Jianyan's camp, their minds had calmed, and they had no interest in humans. You were sent by Su Jianyan. Yang Ting had only uttered the name Su Jianyan when the two zombie kings turned around simultaneously. Yang Ting got his answer. Seeing this, the group around them were all stunned. The two zombie kings muttered something and continued away. Yang Ting couldn't understand what they were saying, and at that moment, he didn't have the strength to think anymore. It really was Su Jianyan. Captain? Are you alright? A group of people rushed forward to check on him. If those two zombie kings hadn't suddenly rushed out, Yang Ting would be dead by now. Yang Ting remained motionless, letting everyone do as they pleased. After a while, the two zombie kings turned into 2 black dots, and Yang Ting finally came to his senses. He looked at the people around him. Everyone had given their all to survive until now. But even so, they were becoming increasingly disheveled. Yang Ting took a deep breath, letting the icy chill fill his chest, and said in a voice everyone could hear, "Let's rest for a bit. Then we go to City A. They might take a gamble. They might still have a chance to live." What? City A? But the crowd erupted in commotion. Yang Ting ignored him, and instead looked at the squad leaders beside him. You organize a team of 300 people. We go back to the amusement park and find food. They had left in such a hurry that they hadn't had time to pack up. Later, they didn't dare look back because the rat kept chasing them. Now it's different. The rat has been taken away. Okay. Seeing hope, the group, no longer listless, immediately dispersed. Although the hope was slim, it was still hope. In the mountains, Su Jianyan sat on the back of the white wolf, looking down at the village surrounded by trees and mountains with mixed feelings. If it hadn't been attacked, it would have been a peaceful haven. What a pity. Let's go, Su Jianyan said. The white wolf headed down the mountain. When they reached the halfway point, the two zombie kings that had left earlier returned, having witnessed the devastation of the paradise. And seeing the rat again, Su Jianyan felt an instinctive discomfort. Squeak. Facing hundreds of zombie kings, the rat's beady eyes were filled with resentment. But it still lowered its head. It was willing to join. Su Jianyan was filled with resistance. It was too ugly. Sensing Su Jianyan's dislike, the surrounding zombie kings perked up, seeing it as either companion or food. Squeak. Please let me join. Fear finally appeared in the rat's eyes. Su Jianyan hesitated for a second between killing it and accepting it, but ultimately chose to accept it. You can't hurt humans anymore. Su Jianyan's tone was icy. I don't like it. The rat's eyes went blank for a moment as it was branded with the mental mark. After the blank period, when it regained its senses, the calculation, fear, and resentment in its eyes were gone, replaced by confusion and bewilderment. Just a moment ago, it was filled with rage. But now it suddenly smelled the fragrance of grass and the coldness of snow. The feeling was strange. Squeak. Taking in this scene, Su Jianyan patted the white wolf to urge it to leave. A strange feeling lingering. If this was evolution, then the most important function of awakened zombies, besides regaining their senses, should be completing the transformation of their physical form. The zombie king, however, leans more towards an evolution of reason. The changes at this stage are not obvious. But at this stage, they gradually come to understand the world. They begin to move, begin to devour each other, and begin to develop their own set of thoughts. The King of Corpses represents the next stage of evolution. While the outcome of this stage is still uncertain, Su Jianyan believes it's the final phase. This evolution likely involves the soul. Upon reaching this stage, Li Muqiu and Zhao Ye's blood showed signs of turning red. Initially, Su Jianyan felt quite uncomfortable, as if they had returned to being human. Now, thinking back, his feeling was probably correct. However, they didn't return to being human. Instead, they regained some human traits. Traits beyond the negative emotions possessed by all corpse kings, such as anger, cruelty, and bloodlust. For example, liking, happiness. Li Muqiu is a good example. Su Jianyan had previously suspected that Li Muqiu's feelings for him were merely possessiveness or habit. But simple possessiveness or habit couldn't reach the level Li Muqiu possessed. He didn't know the feeling of a king of corpses not meeting another king. But it must be incredibly intense. If Li Muqiu's feelings were simply possessiveness or habit, given the corpse king's way of thinking, he could have made much better choices. For example, becoming the king and imprisoning him by his side. But Li Muqiu didn't do that, and never even considered it. Li Muqiu didn't want to hurt him. It wasn't just this one thing. In everyday little things, he could feel Li Muqiu's care for him. Li Muqiu truly liked him. Li Muqiu was clearly the king of zombie kings. Yet she liked him. The question is, what happened to him? Those 3 months of coma allowed him to evolve directly from a human into a complete being with both body and soul intact, leaving aside what merit he possessed to have such luck. Even if it was just a coincidence, there was still something inexplicable. Why were the zombie kings he controlled able to calm down so quickly? It was as if his spiritual imprint had filled in the missing parts of their souls. Su Jianyan didn't believe that was an ability a fully fledged zombie king should possess. Awakened zombies. Zombie kings. Zombie kings. Each evolution was merely the completion of an evolution. A zombie king possessed a complete soul, but not the ability to fill in the missing parts. Su Jianyan wrapped his arms around Li Muqiu's waist and rested his head on his shoulder. Li Muqiu noticed and turned to look. I was just thinking about something, Su Jianyan said. I'm thinking about going back. They had been gone for over 2 months, and it would take another 2 months to get back. Then let's go back, Li Muqiu said. Su Jianyan pressed his entire face against Li Muqiu's shoulder. If only it were that easy. He had come all this way specifically to resolve things completely. Giving up halfway wasn't his style. And besides, that would leave many unresolved issues. You still have them, don't you? Li Muqiu looked at Su Bai, who had been standing shoulder to shoulder with him. Hearing this, Su Bai turned his head, somewhat surprised to hear this from Li Muqiu. Li Muqiu ignored him and continued. You can trust them. Su Bai raised an eyebrow again. This was undoubtedly the highest praise he had ever heard from Li Muqiu. And they are very strong now, Li Muqiu said. This wasn't just comforting words. It was the truth. The main reason was that Su Jianyan had fed them too well. The flesh and blood of the Corpse King was absolutely exclusive to the Corpse King of other factions. Even the Corpse King's second-in-command and confidants might only occasionally get a little. Su Jianyan has almost turned some of the Corpse Kings into Corpse Kings themselves. It's possible, Su Bai chimed in. We can handle it. Hearing Su Bai's agreement, Su Jianyan became even more eager. Su Jianyan looked around. Many Corpse Kings were watching him. They enjoyed being with Su Jianyan. But everything was ultimately based on his wishes. Su Jianyan thought for a moment, then leaned back on Li Muqiu's shoulder. Let's go a little further. Then we split into 2 teams. I lead one team back from the other side, and you guys go find Su Hei. And then we officially began establishing the subordinate capital. This was something they had already discussed. Although they had been traveling for over 2 months, they were far from circling the entire world, and they couldn't wait until then to establish their system. Okay. Su Bai and his group of Corpse Kings were all invigorated. Once they officially began building their capital, Su Jianyan would truly become a king. As for the other regions, they could conquer them once they had a detailed system in place. Li Muqiu patted the white wolf, and the wolf changed from walking to running. The other zombie kings immediately followed. A week later, Modern's group finally saw the familiar mountain range. They knew the sentry posts in the mountains well and, not wanting to frighten the people in the mountains, had the 2 zombie kings drop them off an hour early. They rested for half an hour. After the journey, they were all exhausted and couldn't walk without a rest. Half an hour later, they led the way towards the mountain range. In the mountains, in a town, Gu Yuehe was at the school counting the newly harvested crops when the sentry rushed in. Captain Gu. Something bad has happened. What happened? Captain Imo and the others are back. Gu Yuehe, whose heart had been in his throat, was stunned. What? Captain Imo Doran and the others are back. Gu Yuehe's heart finally settled. That's good news. How could it be bad? He quickly walked towards the edge of town to greet them. They brought back the corpse kings. Gu Yuehe almost slipped. He turned around. What? Captain Imo and the others are back. But they're followed by 2 corpse kings. The messenger looked anxious. Power-type corpse kings. Several sentries saw them. There's no way we could be mistaken. Gu Yuehe, who was about to ask if there was a mistake, choked back his words. The next moment, he quickly ran towards the monitoring room at the front of town. After the corpse kings left the city last time, they specifically spent some time getting a set of surveillance cameras that could transmit images via data cable, so that the townspeople could better understand the situation outside. Here, the people in the monitoring room had been anxiously waiting, and quickly made way for Gu Yuehe as he approached. Gu Yuehe drew near. With just one glance, Gu Yuehe recognized Mordelin and his group walking ahead, and also saw the 2 powerful zombie kings behind them. Are they infected with the virus? People infected with the virus have no memory. And look at their walking style and expressions. They're clearly still conscious. Then they betrayed us. Before the man could finish speaking, everyone in the room turned pale. No, they would never do such a thing, Gu Yuehe said. As the overall captain of this park, he couldn't possibly know everyone in the park inside and out. But he absolutely knew the squad leaders like Mordelin, Li Linmu, Li Sifeng, Fei Qing, and Gu Xingping. Even if they died, they would never betray them. But the 2 power-type zombie kings behind Mordelin and his group were genuine. If it wasn't betrayal, then what were they doing? Even if those 2 zombie kings didn't do anything now, who knows what would happen once they found out there was a paradise here? How could Mordelin and his group be so foolish? Gu Yuehe quickly ran towards the door. I'm going to the mountains. He completely trusted Mordelin's group, but he absolutely couldn't let those 2 zombie kings enter the city. We're going too. Kong Lei and Li He, along with their group of squad leaders, rushed over after hearing the news. More than 10 minutes later, Mordelin's group had just reached the vicinity of the mountains when more than 10 figures suddenly appeared behind them. Mordelin, Gu Yuehe said. Behind Gu Yuehe, Kong Lei, Li He, and their group, unwillingly but still steeling themselves, raised their guns. Those were zombie kings. Pointed at them. The 2 zombie kings didn't react. The bullets posed no threat to them. Don't be nervous, Mordelin said with a smile. Beside him, Xian, Li Linmu, and their group also laughed. Seeing Gu Yuehe and his group, their already somewhat excited mood leaped with joy. Especially after noticing the tension and unease among Gu Yuehe's group. They knew what was about to happen, and their excitement intensified. You guys, Gu Yuehe had considered many possibilities, but he never imagined he would be met with smiling faces. What shocked him most was that Mordelin and his group's smiles weren't the fake smiles of someone threatened, but rather bright, worried smiles. Have Mordelin and his group lost their minds? Or is this some new type of virus? We found Su Jianyan, Mordelin said. What? Gu Yuehe felt a bit confused. Weren't we talking about the zombie king? And Mordelin and the others found Su Jianyan? Gu Yuehe looked into the crowd. There were indeed more than 60 strangers among them. He's not inside. He had some business to attend to and didn't come back with us, Li Linmu said. Gu Yuehe was momentarily speechless. What exactly are you guys doing? Kong Lei couldn't help but ask. Simply put, although we found him, the situation is different from what we expected. Su Jianyan is no longer human. He's become the zombie king. The king of zombies. The one from City A. Li Xiaofeng said in one breath. What? Gu Yuehe was bewildered. Su Jianyan is the king of zombies from City A. Li Xiaofeng repeated. Kong Lei and Li He exchanged a glance, then simultaneously rubbed their noses. The corpse king. Gu Yuehe was even more bewildered. Su Jianyan has become the king of all the corpse kings in City A. Mordelin paused, turning back to look. Oh, right. I forgot to introduce them to you. These 2 were specially sent by Su Jianyan to escort us home. Gu Yuehe and the others followed Mordelin's gaze. One corpse king sat upright, the other licking its paws. Seeing them looking, The one sitting upright slapped the one licking its paws. It had completely lost face as a king. Having been slapped, the one licking its paws quickly sat up straight. It puffed out its chest. Its large, furry face full of seriousness. Their king was incredibly powerful. Having witnessed this entire scene and barely discerned the seriousness in their eyes, Guyueha and her group, already bewildered, felt their minds go completely blank. At first, we thought Mordelin and his group couldn't contain themselves any longer. Quickly recounting what had happened, they finished speaking more than 10 minutes later. Upon listening, Kong Lei and Li's expressions changed drastically. Beside them, Guyueha, after her initial shock, reddened her eyes. You mean, Guyueha? Mordelin and her group, who had been excited, were startled. Why was Guyueha crying? Guyueha raised her hand, trying to stop the others from approaching. But tears streamed uncontrollably from her eyes. The smiles on Mordelin and her group's faces vanished, all filled with confusion. Guyueha hadn't been saved by Su Jianyan, nor had he ever spent time with him. They hadn't cried? So why was he? You guys. Mo Duolin and his group didn't understand. But Kong Lei and Li he exchanged a glance, their eyes reddening as well. Mo Duolin and the others were only happy that Su Jianyan was alive. But Guyueha and these outsiders saw something else entirely. That's great. Guyueha covered his face with his hands, his eyes brimming with tears. That's great. As the captain of this amusement park, he carried the weight of thousands of lives on his shoulders. They built the park. They cultivated crops. They researched weapons. They were full of hope for the future. But he knew very well how fragile all of this was. Let alone the zombie king. Even just a single awakened zombie would be enough to break them. He had always suppressed this unease, always pretending to be confident. But at night, he dreamt of faces being bitten to pieces by the zombie king. That's wonderful. Guyueha sobbed uncontrollably. Chapter 79. Looking at Guyueha like that, Mordelin and his group were stunned for a long while before they reacted. The next moment, their eyes also uncontrollably reddened. Mordelin took a deep breath and broke the silence. Let's go back first. They're all waiting. No matter what, they had to bring the news that Su Jianyan was still alive back. Kong Lei and Li reached out on either side and pulled Guyueha up from the ground. The days ahead were long, and they had many things to do. They couldn't waste time here. The group headed towards the town. After walking a few steps, Mordelin remembered the two corpse kings and looked back. Seeing Mordelin and his group leave, the two corpse kings also prepared to leave, one of them happily wagging its tail because it could go back. Seeing them turn back, it quickly retracted its tail. It couldn't embarrass Su Jianyan. Mordelin's lips twitched. After a week, his understanding of the corpse kings had been completely refreshed. Thank you, Mordelin said. Please tell Su Jianyan for me too, Mordelin said. After exchanging greetings, one corpse king led the way back. Seeing this, the other quickly followed. After walking a while, the leading corpse king became increasingly angry and unleashed a series of punches on the one beside it. It had completely humiliated Su Jianyan. It was all its fault. Those humans weren't afraid of them anymore. Ugh. The beaten corpse king looked aggrieved. Watching this scene from afar, Mordelin's facial muscles twitched even more joyfully. He turned around, and Xian and the others had the same expression as him. They've been. Kong Lei and Li's lips twitched slightly. Let's talk about it when we get back, Mordelin said. Turning the corner, Mordelin glanced up and saw 500 or 600 men with guns at the town entrance. They were all deathly pale. They were prepared for a desperate fight. The town's long-standing peace was shattered. Behind them, the rest of the town's non-combatants were quickly gathering towards the back of the town, ready to evacuate at any moment. Seeing them return, but not seeing the two zombie kings, the group exchanged bewildered glances. Don't cry. Kong Lei patted Guyueha's shoulder. It's not good if someone sees you. Guyueha was, after all, the captain of their amusement park. Guyueha took a deep breath, trying to suppress the turbulent emotions within him, his eyes still burning. But he managed to control his tears. Approaching, Guyueha took a deep breath, wanting to explain, but no sound came out. Captain? The group opposite them were somewhat bewildered. The corpse king was terrifying. Two corpse kings were even more terrifying. But Guyueha shouldn't be crying like this. Captain Mo? A group squeezed through the crowd, looking at Mo Doran expectantly. Had Mo Doran and his team, the squad leader who had gone to search for Su Jianyan, found him? Mo Doran and his group exchanged glances, then nodded vigorously. We found him. We found Su Jianyan. Everyone was stunned. The next moment, the crowd erupted in cheers. More people surged out from the crowd, craning their necks to look behind Mo Doran and his group. There was indeed a group of unfamiliar faces behind Mo Doran's team. Found him? Su Jianyan? Where is he? I can't see him. Where is he? Seeing more and more people gathering, Mordelin quickly called out. He's not here. He didn't come back with us. Stop looking. The excited group was stunned. Then their brows furrowed. What do you mean he's not here? What do you mean he didn't come back with us? Mordelin and the others went to great lengths to find him. And now they haven't brought him back? What are Mordelin and the others doing? Seeing the anger in the crowd, Mordelin found it both amusing and helpless. But he understood their anger. He would be angry too. We explain later. Gather everyone in town over at the underground parking garage. Before Mordelin could finish speaking, the crowd began to stir. Mordelin and the others had to give an explanation. Mordelin quickly explained again. It's related to those two zombie kings. It's hard to explain in a short time. Let's all gather together and explain everything at once. Hearing the word zombie kings, the group, who had been quite agitated, finally calmed down a bit. They looked behind Mordelin and his group, and seeing no two power-type zombie kings outside the mountains, they began to move. The crowd quickly dispersed. Mordelin looked at Gu Yuehe, whose emotions had finally calmed down somewhat. You are? Mordelin asked. Gu Yuehe was the captain of their amusement park. You guys come. Gu Yuehe said. I think they'd prefer to hear from you. Mordelin took a deep breath and led the way towards the garage. Xian and the others followed. As they passed Gu Yuehe, Li Lingmu, Gu Xingping, and their group patted him on the shoulder. Gu Yuehe was a good captain. Half an hour later, in the open space in front of the garage, Mo Doran and his group climbed to the second floor of a nearby building and looked down from the corridor. Facing the faces still etched with fear, they took deep breaths to calm themselves and then spoke. They recounted in detail how they found the traces after arriving in the mountains where Gu Shengping had met Su Jianyan, how they encountered Wu Zikuan and his group, and their subsequent pursuit. When they mentioned seeing a figure who resembled Su Jianyan mixed in with the Zombie King's group, and their speculations, the crowd below stirred. When they mentioned their decision to capture the awakened zombie following Wu Zikuan, the noise from the crowd forced them to raise their voices. When they mentioned surrounding the awakened zombie, even shouting couldn't drown out the discussions and questions from those below. This was unbelievable. As their despair grew, the crowd erupted into a commotion. How could Su Jianyan possibly be the corpse king? Mo Doran and his group must have made up a story to scare them, since they couldn't find him. They still trusted Mo Doran and his group, but what they were saying was simply too unbelievable. Finally, Gu Yuehe had to intervene and stop them. After everyone quieted down again, Mo Doran and his group continued. Upon hearing that Su Jianyan had appeared before their tent late at night, the previously noisy crowd fell silent. Upon hearing that Su Jianyan had admitted to being the corpse king, there was a brief commotion. They didn't believe it, but the noise was much less intense than before. They didn't want to believe it. But if that person was Su Jianyan, it seemed, when they mentioned that Su Jianyan had known about their paradise all along, and his promise not to disturb them, the crowd stirred again. This commotion was slightly different from the previous one. The ones who protested the most before were those who had met and interacted with Su Jianyan. They were the ones who couldn't accept what Mordelin and his group said. But this time, the ones protesting the most were those who hadn't met Su Jianyan at all. Because if what Mordelin and his group said was true, it meant that their paradise would have someone to rely on from now on. That they might actually have a chance to survive. Amidst their noisy discussions, the group who knew and interacted with Su Jianyan simply watched Mordelin and his group quietly. Su Jianyan had already saved them once. Then Fei Qing and the others gave them hope for survival. And now, even the corpse king had been dealt with for them. He won't be back for a while. He said, we're welcome to come to the city to find him. Mordelin choked up as he said these two sentences. Everything seemed to have changed. Yet everything seemed unchanged. Su Jianyan was still the Su Jianyan trapped in the building. Still the Su Jianyan they first met. After speaking, Mordelin and his group fell silent, awaiting questions. They didn't receive any questions. because the group below was already sobbing uncontrollably. Seeing that scene, Gu Yuehe, who had finally recovered, also had tears welling up in his eyes again. But this time he held them back. Gu Yuehe stepped forward and began to explain the next steps. Their biggest problem was the unpredictable attacks of the Corpse Kings. As long as those Corpse Kings existed, no matter how much they did, it would ultimately be meaningless. But if this worry were gone, they could do much more. The crops they had planted had mostly matured ones, giving them more seeds. He wanted to expand, ideally planting all the seeds. This would require more lights, soil, fertilizer, and water. Fertilizer was relatively easy to obtain. Manure, urine, and the crops themselves could be composted. Lights and soil, however, had to be sourced from elsewhere. This time, without a specific address, it was like searching for a needle in a haystack. The manpower and resources required were unimaginable. Water was another issue. With the town's population increasing, their existing small water purifiers were insufficient. Even after collecting and reusing wastewater, they needed a larger water purification system. This raised another problem: electricity. With the park established and conditions improved, they used heating equipment at night. And the planting also required electricity. So the town's generators were almost constantly running. Currently, they generated electricity using gasoline. This couldn't be produced domestically. They had to find it in vehicles. The park had only been established for 4 or 5 months. But due to high demand, the town's initial gasoline reserves were almost exhausted. To obtain more, they would have to search elsewhere. They should be able to find it in the short term. But what about 2, 3, or 5 years from now? Eventually, they run out of gasoline in the surrounding area. And then, they inevitably face another crisis. Especially for crop cultivation. They can mitigate high and low temperatures artificially. But without supplemental lighting, it's all over. So they need to develop a new power system before that happens. There are quite a few options: hydroelectric power, wind power, solar power. The problem is transporting these components from elsewhere and assembling them. That's not something that can be done in a day or two. Moreover, the town already has about 5,000 people. And to supply everyone with the system, it can't be small. There are also some technical issues involved. If things really get busy, it'd probably take at least a year and a half to finish. Gu Yuehe spoke at length, until his throat was dry and his legs were tired from standing. Despite Gu Yuehe's exhaustion, not a single person in the group listening below complained. They listened intently. For them, it wasn't just something to do next, but their future, their hope. Since the apocalypse, fear and despair had gripped their hearts. They hadn't felt this sense of having something to look forward to in a long time. When Gu Yuehe finished speaking, it was already dark. He immediately announced that it was time to eat. The town supplies were centrally managed, and they ate communal meals. The rice was cooked just as the snow began to fall. The aroma of food filled the surrounding area. The group lined up voluntarily. While waiting, groups of people chatted amongst themselves. At this time of year, their biggest anticipation and curiosity would usually be about what they would eat. But this time, no one was discussing that. Everyone was talking about the future. But Gu Yuehe and his group's affairs weren't over yet. After receiving their portions, the group gathered in their squad leader's private office. This batch of food is already cooked. If we're careful, we can save some, but we have to see about the next batch. Much of this batch is trial planting. The next batch will have more experience, and the harvest will be better. Once we have food, I think we need to get a water purifier first. The one we're using now isn't very good to begin with. If it breaks down one day, the whole town will be without water. I think we need to get the soil and grow lights first. Only with those 2 things will we need more water. If we can't find those, all the water will be useless. We can hydroponically grow crops. Hydroponics requires special fertilizer. We can split up. We definitely have to split up. The problem is, besides those stationed and those planting, we only have so many people available. And each team can't be too small. Otherwise we won't be able to go far with the supplies we're carrying. We really don't have enough manpower. Gu Yuehe sighed. He had previously thought the town was crowded, and just providing food was exhausting. But now, they were actually short. How about we go out and look around again? See if we can find some people? We already explored this area. And this isn't like before. There aren't that many people to pick up. Sigh. The group felt a headache coming on. Half a month later, Early morning. In town. Su Jianyan looked at Su Bai. Then we head back first. Okay. Su Bai's eyes held no sadness from their separation. Only the excitement of building their kingdom. Be careful. Su Jianyan glanced at Su Bai. Then at the group of zombie kings behind him. They were undoubtedly the strongest. But some were inevitably foolish. You too. Su Jianyan nodded. Then climbed onto the white wolf's back. Li Muchio patted the white wolf. And it immediately headed left. Although it was the return journey. Su Jianyan didn't plan to take the previous route. Instead, he planned to go to the left first, deviating from the previous path before returning. He and Su Bai split up, each taking half of their existing zombie kings, reducing their respective teams' numbers to a quarter of what they started with. However, these zombie kings had consumed a considerable amount of the flesh and blood of the kings of zombies along the way, making them potentially stronger than the entire previous group combined. So there was nothing to worry about once they officially set off. Su Jianyan remained as leisurely as before, while Su Bai and his group of zombie kings went berserk the moment they separated from them. They abandoned their previous leisurely pace and headed towards the location of the Black Beast and his group at top speed. As for the zombie kings or kings of zombies they encountered along the way, they didn't even bother with pleasantries. They simply beat them to death on sight. Those willing to join joined, and those unwilling were simply devoured. A week later, when Su Jianyan decided to change direction and head back, Su Bai had already reunited with the Black Beast. When Su Jianyan sensed all this, the corner of his mouth twitched involuntarily. He had delayed Su Bai and the others. Without him, in these 3 months, Su Bai and his group might have defeated all the kings of zombies in the entire world. Let's rest at the foot of the mountain. Li Muchio looked ahead from the summit. There was still half an hour before the extreme heat began. But from the mountain, the view ahead was all plains, and the bushes on the plains were hardly enough to keep out the heat. Okay. Su Jianyan silently put aside everything in his mind about Su Bai and the others, focusing on the present. He didn't know the average lifespan of a corpse king, but judging from its terrifying healing abilities, it was definitely no shorter than a human's. In other words, they had plenty of time ahead of them, and there was no need to rush. The white wolf was fast, reaching the foot of the mountain in just a few minutes. After finding a clean and spacious place, the white wolf put them down and then headed into the nearby woods. Li Muchio skillfully pulled out some fruit from her backpack. Su Jianyan stretched his body around the area before sitting down next to Li Muchio and taking the fruit to eat. Food for humans was scarce in the city, and water was even scarcer, so he mainly relied on these fruits to fill his stomach. I wonder if these things can be grown, Su Jianyan said, examining the fruit in his hand. He wasn't worried about them not surviving, but rather that they would grow endlessly. Given that the growth rate of mutated plants was comparable to the self-healing ability of the Corpse King. We can try. If it doesn't work, we can kill them, Li Muchio said. Su Jianyan thought for a moment, and then fell silent. At worst, he could plant them far away from the factory, so that even if they proliferated, they wouldn't affect the factory. Thinking of the factory, Su Jianyan felt a mix of emotions. He now considered it his home. At the same time, he also thought of something else. His cassette tapes and CDs were still unavailable. Let's stay in the next city for a few days before leaving, Su Jianyan said. Okay. Just as the two were talking, the white wolf returned. It brought back a mutated plant much longer than its own body, covered in edible mutated plants. Previously, Su Bai and Li Muchio had been doing all this. But now that Su Bai wasn't around, and Li Muchio didn't want the other zombie kings to do it, the work fell to the white wolf. Su Jianyan stepped forward and patted its neck. Thank you. To be honest, the white wolf was incredibly useful. It could be ridden. It could help pick things. And it could even fight. Li Muchio, who had picked up his backpack to pick fruit, lowered his eyes slightly. He felt it was time for him to get a new subordinate. The white wolf's body stiffened abruptly. Su Jianyan, who was gently stroking it, asked in confusion, "What's wrong?" The white wolf stole a glance at Li Muchio, then looked at Su Jianyan with a pitiful expression. It was now very close to becoming a corpse king. Evolution was only a matter of time, which also made its mind increasingly clear. It understood that its life and death were not in Li Muchio's hands. As long as Su Jianyan spoke, Li Muchio would be unable to refuse. When Su Jianyan looked over, Li Muchio was coldly glaring at the white wolf, his eyes cold and filled with murderous intent. Su Jianyan rarely saw Li Muchio like this. Because in his presence, although Li Muchio didn't talk much, his personality was always docile. So much so that over time, Su Jianyan sometimes forgot that he was a corpse king. The king of corpse kings. Noticing Su Jianyan's gaze, Li Muchio changed his previous coldness and continued picking his fruit. He picked the larger, sweeter ones. Su Jianyan went over and picked fruit with him. I just think it's super useful. It can carry us around, help carry things, and even help in fights. Li Muchio's eyes were focused, his hands moving without stopping. You can get another one. Su Jianyan couldn't help but smile. Li Muchio couldn't help but look at him. What was Su Jianyan so happy about? I just love how jealous you look, Su Jianyan said. Li Muchio paused in picking fruit. I'm not jealous. Then why do I smell sourness? Li Muchio remained silent. After a while, he spoke again, looking disdainfully at the white wolf beside him. It took a bath. It stinks. Ha. This time, Su Jianyan genuinely couldn't help but laugh. Laughing, Su Jianyan looked at the white wolf. Aww. The white wolf shook its head violently. I don't smell bad. I often wash my fur with snow. He said it doesn't. Su Jianyan paused, the words on his lips. Li Muchio looked at him, puzzled. What was wrong with Su Jianyan? Su Jianyan ignored him and turned to the white wolf beside him. Say it again. Aww. What? The white wolf was confused. Su Jianyan couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. You understood? Li Muchio had already grasped the meaning. Su Jianyan nodded. Yes. I understand. Aww. What? The white wolf was still completely bewildered. Su Jianyan looked at the several powerful zombie kings outside the woods. I think I can understand you guys now. The zombie kings, who were comfortably sunbathing on the ground, were startled. The next moment, they rolled over and got up. They eagerly squeezed into the woods to Su Jianyan's side. Aww. You understand now? Aww. You really understand now? Gah. Great. As the group of zombie kings spoke, the power-type zombie kings further away were also attracted. And for a moment, the forest was filled with howls and wails. Su Jianyan felt his eardrums were about to burst. All right. One at a time. Su Jianyan quickly called for a halt. Having spent so much time with these zombie kings, he now had experience. The intelligence-type zombies, like Su Bai and the others, had to be treated like humans, while the power-type zombies, like the white wolves, were more like animals. Woo! Aww! Squeak! More than an hour later, the howling and wails finally ended. By then, Li Muchio's face was so cold it felt like snowflakes were falling from it. One Su Bai clinging to Su Jianyan all day was annoying enough. Now there were these intelligence-type ones too. It's so hot! Su Jianyan quickly comforted him, hugging him tightly. Feeling Su Jianyan's body temperature and smelling his scent, Li Muchio's mood calmed down a bit. Although Su Jianyan had many zombie kings around him, he only loved him. This way! Li Muchio led the way into the woods, where it was cooler. The temperature was already quite high. Okay! Su Jianyan obediently followed. As he walked, he looked at his palm. He had tried to understand those strength-type zombie kings before, but it hadn't worked. Now, he could suddenly understand them without doing anything. The problem definitely wasn't with those strength-type zombie kings. The only explanation Su Jianyan could think of was that a part of him that belonged to the zombie king had awakened again. Unlike Li Muchio and the others, he skipped the stages of zombie, awakened zombie, and zombie king, jumping directly to the king of zombie kings. After his awakening, this special ability initially manifested in his strength and speed, but now it had advanced further. Su Jianyan looked out of the woods, suddenly feeling a surge of anticipation for encountering other kings of zombie kings. Ordinary zombies, awakened zombies, and even zombie kings posed no threat to him. Only kings of zombie kings could make him take him seriously. He wondered what the situation was like now. Su Jianyan? Su Jianyan looked over. Li Muchio had already sat down, waiting for him. Su Jianyan quickly lay down and pulled her into his arms. Li Muchio was icy cold, practically a human air conditioner. That night, they arrived at the next city. Before sleeping, Su Jianyan, as usual, checked on Su Bai and the Black Beast situation. He had only seen them at noon, and by the afternoon, they were no longer together. They split into more than 10 teams and ran towards several cities designated as subordinate cities surrounding City A. The fastest, the Black Beast, had already run over 1,000 kilometers. Su Jianyan rubbed his nose. The feeling that he had hindered Su Bai and the others from dominating the world grew stronger. Feeling wronged, Su Jianyan didn't hesitate to pounce on Li Muqiu, determined to devour her completely to heal his wounded heart. Chapter 80. 2 days later, they arrived in a new city. This city was also quite large, comparable to City A, but it was built much earlier, and many of its public facilities were now outdated, with old-fashioned areas scattered throughout. Su Jianyan was most likely to find what he was looking for in such places. So on his second day in the city, he began searching. After searching around, Su Jianyan didn't find the videotapes, but he did discover a movie theater. Seeing Su Jianyan's interest, Li Muqiu immediately cleared out the entire floor. Movie theaters usually have backup power, and after spending some time searching and finding that it was still working, Su Jianyan restored power to the entire building. The virus outbreak occurred close to the Lunar New Year, and movie theaters were bustling with activity, with several new movies being released. After the lights came on, Su Jianyan looked at the posters on the walls, feeling as if in a dream. He had originally come in to see if he could find any movie resources, but seeing those posters suddenly piqued his interest. Li Muqiu had never seen a movie before. More importantly, Li Muqiu had never seen the world before the apocalypse. That should be a very novel experience for Li Muqiu. Su Jianyan grew increasingly excited and immediately began selecting a movie. After going through several options, Su Jianyan ultimately chose a commercial action film with decent reviews based on his memory. Having made his selection, Su Jianyan headed towards the control center. Movie theaters primarily acquire movies in two ways: physical hard drives or directly from the cloud. Physical hard drives also serve as backups, so movie theaters generally have them. Once Su Jianyan entered the back end, he quickly found the movie he wanted. He selected the VIP room and tried playing the movie. He's seen movies before, but this was his first time watching one, which took him quite a while. Li Muqiu watched quietly the whole time, somewhat puzzled by Su Jianyan's actions. But Su Jianyan wasn't new to these things. He was used to it. All set? After confirming the settings were complete, Su Jianyan pulled Li Muqiu towards the door. They walked around the corridor, found the VIP room, and entered just as the movie started. Here, Su Jianyan went straight to the two best seats in the room. Li Muqiu's attention was immediately drawn to the entire wall of video feed as he entered, only looking away when Su Jianyan pressed him down to sit. Movie, Su Jianyan said. Li Muqiu's eyes were full of confusion. It's about the world before the virus outbreak. Su Jianyan's eyes were full of anticipation. Hearing this, Li Muqiu immediately looked back at the screen. Since he became conscious, the world had been as it was now. Those buildings, Madurin and the others all said, had mentioned a previous world, but he couldn't imagine what it looked like. Seeing Li Muqiu watching intently, Su Jianyan stopped talking and focused on the screen. The film's main plot wasn't complicated. The protagonist, an ordinary person, after a series of mishaps, successfully became a key figure sought by both the police and dark forces. Then came a multitude of plot twists, action scenes, and the usual emotional climax. The story itself was quite entertaining. At least Su Jianyan was amused several times. It was a pity there was no popcorn or cola, and the world outside the screen was a mess. A stark contrast to the bustling city on screen. There was a post-credits scene hinting at a sequel, but that was destined to never happen. After watching the last bit of the film, Su Jianyan looked at the person next to him, who had been silent throughout the entire movie. Li Muqiu was staring blankly at the screen, his deep eyes filled with complex emotions that Su Jianyan couldn't decipher. What's wrong? Su Jianyan asked, puzzled. The movie was quite cheerful. Why was Li Muqiu so troubled? Hearing this, Li Muqiu turned his head. He gazed at Su Jianyan's face, remaining silent for a long time. Li Muqiu? Su Jianyan had no choice but to speak again. As he asked, he reached out and touched Li Muqiu's forehead. Li Muqiu's body temperature was as cold as ever. Li Muqiu grasped Su Jianyan's hand. Su Jianyan. Su Jianyan moved closer to Li Muqiu, attempting to kiss his cheek. In the dim light, Li Muqiu's face appeared particularly gloomy, reminding Su Jianyan of the first time he met him. He was sitting alone in the dimly lit room, deep in thought. You're not in there. Li Muqiu slightly turned her head, avoiding Su Jianyan's kiss. Su Jianyan paused, then chuckled. It was his fault for saying something misleading to Li Muchio. That was the world before. But, Su Jianyan thought for a moment. Simply put, it was a deliberately staged story. And it also said that it was another city. I used to live in City A. Li Muchio lowered her eyes slightly. Su Jianyan. Do you want to go back to that world? Li Muchio asked. That world was indeed beautiful. Especially from a human perspective. Although Su Jianyan was the king of corpses, he retained memories of his human past. For him, perhaps the world he had before was the world he truly desired. To him, they, the corpse kings and kings of corpses, were the culprits who had destroyed everything. Su Jianyan definitely hated them. Su Jianyan hadn't expected Li Muchio to ask this question. And for a moment, he was at a loss for words. He had accepted his identity, and the notion of a new world and new species. But to say he harbored no resentment would be a lie. However, to say he hated them to the core, given that he had no family to lose, it wasn't quite to that extent. Su Jianyan. Don't hate me, Li Muchio whispered. Su Jianyan, using the hand Li Muchio held, gently touched her cheek. If you're interested, I can take you to see where I used to live, Su Jianyan said. But there's nothing there. Just an ordinary rented room. You might be disappointed. Li Muchio was clearly interested. His head, which had been hanging low, finally lifted. Su Jianyan pinched his cheek. That world doesn't have you. If you really asked me to go back, I definitely wouldn't want to. A light finally appeared in Li Muchio's eyes. Su Jianyan stood up. Let's go see what other movies are showing. And then bring them all back. It was a pity he was the only one at the factory. Otherwise, he could organize a regular film festival. No, maybe he could invite Su Bai and the others. Li Muchio didn't dislike that kind of entertainment. As for Mordelin and the others, Su Jianyan didn't plan to bother them unless absolutely necessary. Unlike him, Mordelin and the others had all had their loved ones taken away. Even if he wasn't the one who did it, it didn't change the fact that he was now the king of corpses. Li Muchio got up. Upon leaving, Su Jianyan headed straight for the control room. He ransacked the entire control room, not even leaving the staff lounge or the warehouse untouched. When he left again, his backpack contained over 60 movies. As for the projector, Su Jianyan planned to find it back in City A. This trip also gave him a new idea. If he couldn't find tapes or VCDs in stores, he could find plenty in cinemas. Most cinemas store previously shown films. And although the overlap would be high, with careful searching, he should be able to find a couple hundred. That would be enough for him to watch for a long time. With a direction in mind, the next day Su Jianyan went straight to another cinema on the other side of the city. This cinema was larger and had better facilities. So Su Jianyan immediately put on another movie. He chose a comedy. This time, he prepared snacks and drinks beforehand. The film had the common flaws of pre-apocalyptic films. It often featured extreme scenes and made subtle allusions. But overall, the humor was quite frequent. Su Jianyan laughed throughout the entire movie. Li Muchio sometimes understood, sometimes was confused. But he watched attentively. He was determined to find Su Jianyan within the film. When they left the cinema, it was already dark. So they simply found a place to stay nearby. For the next 10 days or so, they lingered in the city, visiting every single cinema in the entire city. 2 weeks later, they set off again. On the second day of their journey, they were attacked while passing through a mountain range. The attackers were fierce. With 16 or 17 zombie kings alone, Su Jianyan traveled and played along the way, while the zombie kings following him were already itching for a fight, and were even happier to see them than the zombies on the other side. Su Jianyan wasn't idle either. He and Li Muchio headed straight for the location of the Corpse Kings. He could sense the Corpse Kings, and they could sense him too. Sensing his approach, they immediately scattered and fled. Previously, the Corpse Kings would pounce directly. This was the first time Su Jianyan had encountered them running away without even a direct confrontation. He was briefly stunned, then quickly realized what was happening. They had anticipated this before setting out. Once the battle escalated from a small-scale engagement to a large-scale battle, and if they realized they couldn't defeat him head-on, the Corpse Kings would definitely resort to flanking maneuvers. Split up, Su Jianyan jumped off the White Wolf's back. Don't let them get away. Li Muchio turned and chased after them in other directions without hesitation. He trusted Su Jianyan's strength. Half an hour later, when the two reunited, the white wolf was so full it was burping. "Are you all right?" Su Jianyan asked. The response was a loud burp. Su Jianyan was both amused and exasperated. Without the king of corpses, the remaining corpse kings were like a scattered pile of sand. He could recruit those he could, and eat the rest who were rebellious. By the time he finished, it was already noon. Su Jianyan settled down in the mountains. Throughout his lunch break, the white wolf never stopped. It was so large that its hiccups were like thunderclaps. After Su Jianyan was woken up a second time, Li Muchio chased it away. When they set off again in the afternoon, it was still the same. As night fell, it finally stopped hiccuping. But its condition was clearly wrong. Its entire body was burning hot. It's probably about to evolve. On the second floor, at the window, Su Jianyan looked out. The white wolf was curled up in a ball on the street below. Its fur was already snow-white and covered with a layer of snow. It looked like a little dumpling. Li Muchio went to the window and looked down, then nodded casually. Remembering to close the window and draw the curtains, it was cold at night. Su Jianyan looked over. "Aren't you going to do anything? It can handle itself," Li Muchio said. Su Jianyan raised an eyebrow. Li Muchio wasn't like this when it evolved. However, considering Li Muchio's jealous nature, Su Jianyan didn't say what was on the tip of his tongue, lest the white wolf turn into a black or gray wolf someday. The next day, when Su Jianyan went downstairs, the white wolf was still motionless. Usually, it would have gotten up long ago by this time. Fortunately, Su Jianyan wasn't in a hurry to leave, so he let it be. The new city was much smaller than the previous one, more like a larger town. There were 2 cinemas in town, one old and one new, and Su Jianyan visited both. Perhaps due to the small size of the town, he couldn't find a single new movie. 2 days later, after Su Jianyan had explored the entire town, the white wolf finally reacted. It appeared on Su Jianyan and Li Muchio's way back. Having completed its evolution, it was larger than before, and its fur was thicker and whiter. But the most significant change was in its eyes. While it could think before, it didn't seem very intelligent. Now, looking into its eyes, Su Jianyan could read thought in them. Furthermore, what pleased Su Jianyan most was its noticeably increased speed. Although they hadn't run at full speed the entire way, being able to run fast and not wanting to run are 2 different things. In one afternoon, they covered the distance they had covered in the previous 2 weeks. By evening, they were only about 20 days' journey from City A. The closer they got, the more eager Su Jianyan became to return. He abandoned his previous nonchalance and spent the next few days traveling. Far from City A, in another mountain range, Yang Ting intently observed the ring-shaped mountain range ahead. They had arrived in this area a week ago, but hadn't seen the ring-shaped mountain range, so they had been searching around the city. "Boss, I think this should be the place. Should we send a few men over to check?" Yang Ting pondered for a moment, then nodded. "Be careful." The man next to him immediately ran towards the main group at the back to select a few men with good legs. A few minutes later, a small team of 50 men was ready. Yang Ting also went over. "I go too. If it is..." He didn't finish his sentence, but everyone understood. Their faces grew even more serious. Amidst the seriousness, there was also a strong sense of urgency and excitement. If Su Jianyan's words were true, if there really was a paradise inside, then they still had hope of survival. If it was all a deception, if a trap awaited them, "Let's go!" Yang Ting led the way down the mountain. The ring-shaped mountain range was quite far from City A. It would take at least 4 hours to reach it on foot. The mountain range they were on was even further away, at least 2 hours' journey from the ring-shaped range, and there were only some bushes in between, offering little cover. After stepping out of the mountain range, Yang Ting and his group ran and stopped frequently, trying to conceal themselves as much as possible. That took them even longer. More than 2 hours later, when they were all covered in sweat, they were finally only a little over a mile away from the mountain range. "You guys stay here for now. I go check it out." "If," Yang Ting said. "Boss." Before Yang Ting could finish speaking, one of the men beside him suddenly shouted excitedly, his face filled with anxiety. Yang Ting immediately turned around. At first, he saw nothing, until the man pointed upwards. On the mountainside of the ring-shaped mountain range in front of him, a group of 5 or 6 people were watching them. The distance between them was still too great to see their exact appearance. But the fact that they could face humans without charging at them meant they were definitely human. There really were people in the mountains. Captain. They seem to. Another man beside him said, his voice trembling. Yang Ting immediately focused his attention and looked again. One of the men in the mountains was greeting them, indicating that they should stay there. They seem to be coming. They're coming. What should we say next? Should we just announce Su Jianyan's name? Yang Ting took a deep breath, his hands holding the machine gun already covered in sweat. The people in the mountains moved quickly, reaching the foot of the mountain in less than 10 minutes. After descending, they didn't move again, but kept glancing towards the corner. 5 minutes later, more than 50 people emerged from behind the corner. The two groups converged, and those who had come down the mountain pointed to the location of Yang Ting's group. Taking this all in, Yang Ting hesitated for a moment before stepping forward to show his face. This was actually quite a risky move, as the food they could find was dwindling, and now their greatest enemy was humanity itself. Just as Yang Ting was feeling uneasy, the group of people opposite them approached. Seeing this, the group behind Yang Ting quickly stood up and lined up. More than a year after the apocalypse, the survival team's interactions had developed a relatively fixed pattern. Large groups generally wouldn't engage in direct combat, but instead each would send a small team to negotiate separately. The other side was clearly knowledgeable. When the distance between them was only 10 meters, they stopped. Li Xiaofeng, squad leader of the Paradise survival team. Li Xiaofeng said. Yang Ting was surprised. He had heard the name Li Xiaofeng before. He immediately looked behind Li Xiaofeng and, sure enough, saw a bow slung across his back. Who are you? Without waiting for an answer, Li Xiaofeng asked proactively. Yang Ting, the overall captain of the Rising Sun survival team. Yang Ting had been mostly apprehensive before coming and hadn't thought about what to say. Before he could react, he had already given the name. Su Jianyan sent us. Li Xiaofeng was stunned, as were the group of people around him. Yang Ting quickly explained. He said there's a theme park here, and if you want to join, you can come over and mention his name. Li Xiaofeng's expression grew increasingly strange. How many of you are there? Around 500. Yang Ting felt a little embarrassed, and his voice softened considerably. With so many people, even with the most frugal measures, the daily expenses would be terrifying. They came empty-handed, even though Su Jianyan introduced them. It was somewhat tactless. Li Xiaofeng's eyes lit up, and he immediately asked, how many are able to move around? Move around here. Of course, didn't refer to daily activities, but rather those only capable of working outdoors. Yang Ting was slightly puzzled, but still honestly answered. 800 or 900. We used to have a theme park, but it was discovered by a zombie king, and these are the ones who escaped. If you can run away, your physical condition can't be too bad. Li Xiaofeng turned to one of the people beside him. Go and call the others. Hearing this, the person immediately ran off. After giving the instructions, Li Xiaofeng immediately looked at Yang Ting. Can we set off again right away? Huh? Yang Ting was a little confused. Set off? Where to? And weren't they still in the contact phase? Where are they? Li Xiaofeng asked. Yang Ting, whose mind was already a little confused, subconsciously looked back at the mountains behind him. Li Xiaofeng nodded. Have someone go and call them over. You come in with me first. Saying this, Li Xiaofeng led the way back, quickly explaining what was going on as they walked. You guys came just in time. We were worried about not having enough manpower. After walking a while, he realized Yang Ting hadn't followed, and Li Xiaofeng turned back in confusion. What's wrong? Yang Ting and the person beside him exchanged a glance, both looking somewhat bewildered. You're just letting us go in like this. In the apocalypse, the human heart might be more terrifying than the zombie king. There were over 1,000 of them. If they harbored malicious intentions, the amusement park might even change hands. This time, it was Li Xiaofeng's turn to have a strange expression. He looked Yang Ting up and down, and said in an even stranger tone, You understand once you're inside. Understand what the name Su Jianyan meant to them. Yang Ting was speechless. A week later, Su Jianyan entered the area of City A. Seeing the gradually familiar scenery around him, Su Jianyan's heart leaped with joy. And at the same time, he finally remembered Su Bai and the others. He sensed them. Sensing Su Bai and the others' location, That complex emotion immediately surged back. Su Bai and the Black Beast weren't in City A. Instead, they had split into 8 small teams, each located in one of the 8 cities near City A, already forming a formidable force. This was all expected. If it were just that, Su Jianyan wouldn't be surprised. What surprised him was the significant increase in the number of unfamiliar zombie kings around Su Bai and his team, almost 5 times their original number. Their camp already had nearly 1,000 zombie kings. Doubling that number 5-fold meant over 5,000. Such a number might not seem like much to humans, but for the incredibly destructive zombie kings, it was practically equivalent to a kingdom. This was originally part of Su Jianyan's plan for the next 6 months. Even a year. After sensing the situation, Su Jianyan abandoned the idea of sharing his location with Su Bai and the others, deciding to rest for a few days first. Su Bai and his team clearly had a lot of things to do. Having made up his mind, Su Jianyan led his team back towards City A. They had started from the east, but on their return, the team had circled around to the northwest. They hadn't gone far when Su Jianyan spotted the ring-shaped mountain range in the distance. The mountain range was filled with mutated plants, and the grasslands surrounding it were deserted. If he didn't know what lay within, he would never have guessed that a group of humans lived there. Su Jianyan didn't go over. He led his team back to the city. Upon entering the city, the main group disbanded, while White Wolf headed straight for the factory. Half an hour later, the surrounding scenery gradually became familiar. A few minutes later, Su Jianyan saw the familiar industrial park in the distance. Before he left, he had Su Bai find the Corpse King to keep an eye on this area, so the entire industrial park remained unchanged, which brought an overwhelming sense of familiarity. Awoo! The White Wolf stopped at the door. Li Muchio went down first. Su Jianyan glanced around a couple more times before moving. He climbed over the wall, walked past the familiar dormitory building, and saw the factory where they now lived in the distance. That sense of familiarity grew stronger. A sense of peace washed over him as well. He didn't know when, but this place had become his home. Su Jianyan opened the door. The room had been sealed for a long time, and the air didn't circulate. A strange smell wafted out the moment the door opened. Su Jianyan didn't rush in, but his gaze was already fixed on the room. Near the door was the kitchen, next to which was a sofa, a table, then a bed, a shelving unit. The room was filled with many things, large and small. In the past, it would have seemed somewhat crowded and cluttered, but in this apocalyptic world, it gave him a strange sense of peace. After waiting a while, Su Jianyan entered the room. "Where should we put these things?" Li Muchio asked. The White Wolf had already put the things down, and Li Muchio carried them to the doorway. "Leave it for now. I collect it later. Could you get me some water?" Su Jianyan said, rolling up his sleeves. It was still early before dark. He needed to clean first. Otherwise, no one could sleep there at night. Besides cleaning, he could perhaps make use of the 2 floors upstairs and the other factory buildings around, since this would truly be their home from now on. As Su Jianyan worked, he caught a glimpse of a note on a nearby table out of the corner of his eye. He had tidied up before leaving. The table was cluttered but relatively neat. This wasn't his note. Su Jianyan went over. Reading the note, Su Jianyan's expression softened. The note was left by Ji Xian and the others. They had been uneasy since arriving, not finding him. They were afraid he had gone out, afraid of missing him, and even more afraid that something had happened to him. So they left the note, telling him where to find them if he returned. They were all there. Mo Dulan, Li Lingmu, Li Xiaofeng, Fei Qing. Everyone was there. Everyone was waiting for him. Chapter 81. Li Muchio came over. Su Jianyan handed him the note, and casually pulled out the book he hadn't finished reading. Li Muchio looked at it. After Li Muchio finished reading, Su Jianyan tucked the note into the book and put it back in its place, intending to keep it safe. "Let's begin," Su Jianyan said. The factory was quite large. Wiping it all down would take a considerable amount of time. Su Jianyan didn't dislike this feeling. Although he was quite tired from just arriving home, this was their home. He still had some water left from what he brought back, just enough for cleaning. But that would be all. That added another item to their itinerary, fetching water from the reservoir. That night, the two went to bed early. The next day, as soon as Su Jianyan opened the door, he saw a familiar face outside. Su Jianyan's lips twitched, and he silently closed the door. Su Bai was still in another nearby city yesterday. It's unclear how he got the news. He clearly rushed here overnight through the snow. Seeing Su Jianyan open and close the door, Li Muqiu almost immediately guessed what was going on, and his expression turned even colder. Knock knock. The door was knocked again. Su Jianyan reluctantly opened the door. Your Majesty. Su Bai smiled. How was it arranged? Su Jianyan took a deep breath. Even though it was the apocalypse, he still felt like he was working overtime. He only returned yesterday. Couldn't he be allowed to rest for a couple of days? We've taken in quite a few corpse kings. They all want to see you. Su Jianyan frowned. He had already sensed this, and it was the main reason for his frown. So many corpse kings. If he had to meet them all, he wouldn't be able to do anything else for the next month. But after discussing it, we felt that wasn't quite right. After all, Your Majesty's status is so noble. It would be too casual to just see them whenever you want. Su Bai spoke, pausing for breath. Su Jianyan felt a little uncomfortable with Su Bai's overly respectful tone, but he wholeheartedly agreed with what he said. So we decided to select a few qualified corpse kings for you to meet. Or do you have other ideas? That's fine. Su Jianyan readily agreed, while also feeling quite moved. When he initially proposed establishing separate subsidiary cities, he had only given a general outline. But Su Bai and his group had already implemented a hierarchical system and talent management techniques. Is there something you need? Su Bai glanced at the backpack in Li Muqiu's hand. Su Jianyan had just returned and was already going out again. I want to go to the other side of the city first, and then get some water. Su Jianyan estimated. About a week later. Okay. Su Bai agreed. I can have the corpse king deliver the water. Su Jianyan was tempted. Even with the white wolf, it would still be quite a hassle to make the trip. No need. Li Muqiu refused without hesitation. The mention of water brought back unpleasant memories. Just a few days after he left, Su Jianyan and Su Bai were already chatting and laughing together. Su Jianyan almost immediately understood what Li Muqiu was hesitating about. A deeper smile appeared in his eyes. He looked at Su Bai. I go myself. They might not even know how to handle it. Su Bai didn't say anything more. After asking Su Bai a couple more questions about the situation on their side, Su Jianyan watched him leave. A little later, Su Jianyan and Li Muqiu went out. Bai Lang was already waiting outside. After they went upstairs one after the other, Su Jianyan roughly pointed in a direction, and Bai Lang headed in that direction. They went to the place where Su Jianyan lived before the apocalypse. He had promised to take Li Muqiu to see it. It had been over a year since the apocalypse, but Su Jianyan hadn't gone back even once. Partly because the two places were too far apart and a special trip back would be too troublesome, and partly because he didn't feel a sense of belonging to that place. He was an orphan. His parents died in a car accident when he was young. Before the apocalypse, the orphanage's system was quite sophisticated, so he didn't suffer much hardship or have any unforgettable experiences. He grew up normally, just like any other child living in a large compound. After leaving the orphanage and starting work, his life was no different from others. The only difference was that his home was always quiet after get off work. The reason he went to the mall on the day the virus broke out was simply because he had been alone at home for too long and was a little bored. As Su Jianyan walked past again, he felt a pang of nostalgia. Li Muqiu, however, was clearly nervous. Looking back several times after walking only a short distance, Su Jianyan found it somewhat amusing but said nothing. More than an hour later, after looking back for the sixth time and still not seeing any displeasure on Su Jianyan's face, she finally relaxed. Turn right ahead. Su Jianyan patted the white wolf. The white wolf slowed down and turned right. There was a street on the right. The street was quite new, but not particularly bustling, filled with shops selling daily necessities, breakfast, and restaurants. I used to eat breakfast here every day. I usually eat lunch at the company cafeteria. I cook for myself early after get off work, or I come here if I don't feel like it. Su Jianyan pointed out to Li Muqiu as the white wolf walked around. Li Muqiu listened intently, seemingly trying to visualize the scene. Seeing this, Su Jianyan, who had only been casually mentioning it, became more enthusiastic. Want to go in and take a look? Li Muqiu nodded without hesitation. The white wolf immediately stopped. Su Jianyan went down first, then reached out to pull Li Muqiu along. This area was quite a distance from the city center, so it had been frequented by many survival teams. The streets were littered with trash, and the shops along the street had long been broken into. The breakfast shop Su Jianyan frequented had tables and chairs overturned. I usually eat here. Su Jianyan picked up a stool and sat down at a table further inside. Li Muchio looked around and followed. Su Jianyan pointed to the menu on the right wall. Beef noodles. Li Muchio frowned slightly. Although he could read and speak, he couldn't comprehend the existence of cows. He could only roughly guess that it was a type of human food. Humans ate many kinds of food, most of which he had tried. If you're really curious, we can look for security footage. Su Jianyan hadn't finished speaking when he saw a camera on the cashier's counter by the door. Security footage? Like watching a movie. Except I'm in it. Su Jianyan paused. But we might not be able to find it. I want to see it. Li Muchio answered without hesitation. Su Jianyan wasn't surprised. He would be curious too. Su Jianyan got up and walked towards the cashier. Li Muchio was lucky. This store still used an old-fashioned surveillance system, not the kind connected to a mobile cloud drive. Su Jianyan directly removed the main unit from under the cashier, intending to take it home and study it later. After packing up, the two went back to the street, walking and stopping along the way. Half an hour later, they finally arrived at the entrance of the residential complex where Su Jianyan lived. This area had only been demolished and rebuilt about 10 years ago. The buildings, while not brand new, weren't the old-fashioned, vintage type. The complex was similar. 4th floor. A one-bedroom apartment. Su Jianyan explained as he walked up. Young people renting apartments for work were the majority. The landlord of his building had converted the entire building into one-bedroom apartments. His room's door, unsurprisingly, had been pried open. The hallway in front of the door, like the buildings he'd seen before, was littered with trash. The door was ajar. Su Jianyan pushed open the door. His room had a decent orientation, with plenty of sunlight during the day. The only problem was that he wasn't home during the day. Inside, all the cabinets had been ransacked. His old clothes and belongings scattered everywhere. There was a suspicious pool of blood on the right side of the living room floor. There were no zombies in the room. Su Jianyan looked around, then turned back. Li Muchio was still standing in the doorway, not yet inside. When Su Jianyan looked over, he saw Li Muchio looking down at the clutter at his feet. Su Jianyan didn't urge him. He put down his backpack and went into the only bedroom to make the bed. The temperature outside was already quite high. A few minutes later, when Su Jianyan finished, Li Muchio finally finished reading. How is it? Su Jianyan asked. Li Muchio lowered his eyes slightly. He was glad Su Jianyan had brought him here. But if asked how he felt, he couldn't quite put his finger on it. Everything felt unfamiliar to him. The Su Jianyan of that world was someone he could never reach. Actually, you should be able to find it where you live. Why don't you go check? Su Jianyan asked. Back at the mall, after finding Li Muchio's ID card, he had put it back. No one would steal that. He should be able to find it again. He just didn't know which city Li Muchio lived in. If it was too far, it would take some time. No need. Li Muchio had no interest in his former self. Strictly speaking, they weren't even the same person. He had mutated. Su Jianyan didn't insist. Okay. Saying this, Su Jianyan opened his backpack, took out his water and food, and started eating lunch. In the afternoon, Su Jianyan studied the desktop computer, trying to remove the hard drive. After walking around the room, Li Muchio went outside for a walk. Finally, he examined the clutter on the floor. When Su Jianyan looked up from his busy work, he saw that his own backpack was bulging. Su Jianyan was a little curious about what he had packed in. To him, the things scattered on the floor were already trash and meaningless. But he didn't ask. He'd find out when he got back anyway. The next day, the two headed towards the reservoir. It was much farther from here than going directly from the industrial park. So Su Jianyan set off early in the morning. When they arrived outside the city and entered the woods, the temperature had just risen. They weren't in a hurry. After walking a little further, they found a relatively shady spot and stopped to rest. Sitting down on a tree trunk, Su Jianyan was about to ask Li Muchio if she wanted some water when he heard a rustling sound of running from the woods behind him. Su Jianyan immediately turned around, instinctively grabbing the axe beside him. He initially thought it was zombies, but it was a group of humans running through the woods. Hurry up. Stay close. Don't fall behind. Someone spoke. Su Jianyan felt the voice sounded familiar, but he couldn't quite place it. That ruled out the idea of going out to greet them. The distance between them was considerable, and the mutated plants and trees obscured their view, which was why the people opposite hadn't noticed them. The group was quite large, probably 200 or 300 people. They were heading up the mountain. There was nothing to eat outside, and even less likely in the mountains. Su Jianyan almost immediately guessed their purpose, the reservoir on the mountain. Su Jianyan suddenly felt a headache coming on. City A was his territory. The only humans who could be here were those from Mortaland's amusement park, and their purpose in going to the reservoir was obvious. They couldn't move the reservoir. Their goal was probably the raw materials for purifying the water. But if they took those things, he wouldn't have anything to use. Should we stop them? Li Muchio asked. Su Jianyan shook his head. Forget it. Let them have it. Although it was a pity for him. Losing those things would at most mean causing more trouble in other cities. But for Mortaland and his group, it was a different story. Li Muchio somewhat disagreed. Su Jianyan had discovered it first, and he had spent a considerable amount of time cleaning the pools. However, Li Muchio ultimately said nothing. A moment later, the group disappeared into the woods. It's Yang Ting, Li Muchio said. So it was him. Su Jianyan instantly realized. No wonder the voice sounded familiar. Thinking about it, he felt a sense of satisfaction. It was good that Yang Ting and his group had arrived safely. After all, it would be a great pity if over 1,000 people died, knowing what was happening in the mountains. Su Jianyan was even less in a hurry to go up. After lunch, he took a peaceful nap, and it wasn't until after 4 in the afternoon, shortly before sunset, that he set out. Before even approaching the reservoir, Su Jianyan saw footprints on the ground in the woods. After walking a little further, Su Jianyan saw the open gate of the reservoir, and some of the facilities inside. He didn't see anyone inside the reservoir. Su Jianyan went inside. As he entered, he deliberately pushed the iron gate to make a noise, to alert those inside that someone had come in. White Wolf remained obediently at the door. The reservoir was indeed empty. Su Jianyan headed towards the facilities, wanting to see if anything had been left behind. As long as those things were still there, he could easily filter them himself after bringing them back. He held no hope. But upon entering the house, he saw a small mountain of those items in the living room. Su Jianyan was initially filled with doubt. Had those people left anything behind? The next moment, realizing what was happening, his expression softened. Those weren't left behind. They were specifically left for him. Those people must have discovered the traces of the reservoir facilities being cleared, but weren't sure if he was responsible. Plus, they really needed those items, so they deliberately left a small portion here. Li Muchio was also somewhat surprised. Take these with you, Su Jianyan said. The reservoir uses a large volume of water, so these materials were shipped directly from the manufacturer. The addresses were all on the packaging. As long as these things are taken back, there shouldn't be any problems with Mo Duolin and the others. Su Jianyan had originally planned to purify the water directly at the reservoir, and then bring the purified water back. But now it saved him a lot of trouble. However, going back would be troublesome. They arrived home that night. The next day, Su Jianyan started working on the materials. The water in the reservoir was pumped from the reservoir itself. The reservoir wasn't covered, so snow fell directly into it. And over time, the water and snow became indistinguishable. The water resource was easy to solve, but the purification pool and filter were a bit more troublesome. It took Su Jianyan 3 whole days to finally manage to set up a system in the adjacent factory. The purified water was quite successful. It had no odor whatsoever, and drinking it didn't cause any discomfort. As for whether it would kill him, that wasn't within Su Jianyan's considerations. Su Jianyan looked up after finishing his work and met Li Muchio's deep, dark eyes. What's wrong? Li Muchio clearly had something to say. The surveillance footage, Li Muchio reminded him. Su Jianyan had said he would show it to him, but almost a week had passed. If Li Muchio hadn't mentioned it, Su Jianyan would have almost forgotten about it. He quickly wiped his hands and went inside. Turning on his computer, Su Jianyan was about to sit down at the table when he caught a glimpse of something that hadn't been on the table before. It was a photo frame containing a picture of him from when he was still in the orphanage. Back then, he hadn't gone to university yet, and his features hadn't fully developed. He looked quite childish. The photo wasn't brought back by him. Su Jianyan looked at Li Muchio beside him. Was this the photo Li Muchio had packed in his backpack earlier? Anything else? Su Jianyan asked. That backpack couldn't just hold one photo frame. Li Muchio took his backpack from behind the sofa and pulled out Su Jianyan's graduation certificate, driver's license, ID card. Li Muchio didn't understand the specific uses of those things, but they all had one thing in common: Su Jianyan's name and photo. Su Jianyan couldn't help but smile. Are you stupid? These things are useless now. Li Muchio was like a hoarding hamster, and he was the treasure he was trying to hide. Li Muchio neither admitted nor objected, but silently put the things back in his backpack. Su Jianyan didn't like it, but he did. The room was full of Su Jianyan's things. Having a few of his things wouldn't hurt. Seeing Li Muchio's displeasure, Su Jianyan found it even more amusing. And as he laughed, he started thinking about something else. Should he get another table? He had his own dedicated table, and Li Muchio should have one too. Pondering this, early the next morning, Su Jianyan grabbed his backpack, called Li Muchio, and was about to head out. The door opened, and he saw that familiar face again. A week had passed. They're here? Su Jianyan asked. They're outside the city. Su Jianyan sensed that a group of zombie kings had indeed appeared outside the city. Su Jianyan had no choice but to put down his backpack. Luckily, he hadn't told Li Muchio about his plan to find a table. Otherwise she would definitely be jealous. Li Muchio put the bag back and summoned White Wolf. 40 minutes later, they arrived at the eastern edge of the city. As soon as they approached, Su Jianyan heard excited howls. The zombie kings were mostly strength type, with even fewer intelligence type. This way, Su Bai led the way towards a nearby building. Black Beast, Su Hong, and the others were waiting downstairs. It was then that Su Jianyan realized Su Bai and his group hadn't just summoned the zombie kings. They had made other arrangements. The stairwell was covered in red cloth, and the stairwell was adorned with many mutated plant flowers of unknown origin. The intelligence-type zombie kings, including Su Hong, had clearly changed into more formal attire and stood in 2 rows on either side. At first glance, it looked like a new store opening. Su Jianyan resisted the urge to turn away and followed them to the top floor. This moment was significant for Su Bai and his group of zombie kings. The building wasn't tall, but it was tall enough to overshadow the intelligence-type zombie kings below. The moment Su Jianyan stepped forward, countless eyes turned to him. Some were filled with curiosity and excitement, others with scrutiny and contemplation, and still others with murderous intent and eagerness. Su Jianyan looked towards the few gazes filled with murderous intent. The corpse kings were not afraid and looked back directly. Su Jianyan couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. As for why Su Bai and the others had let those corpse kings come over, Su Jianyan could understand. If he had hidden himself away at the beginning of the kingdom's establishment, he would definitely have been suspected and criticized. Sometimes, directly displaying strength was the best way to resolve trouble. Su Jianyan concentrated, putting himself into a state of boiling blood and fighting spirit, and then looked calmly. The moment he entered that state, the previously noisy group of zombie kings immediately fell silent. When he looked at the few zombie kings filled with murderous intent, they were all pale-faced, their bodies tense to the limit, looking as if they might faint at any moment. Su Jianyan didn't let them off so easily. Instead, he glared at each of them. Let them glare at him. When Su Jianyan finished glaring at them and looked again, several had already fainted. Those who dared to provoke him in this situation must have some skill. Now that they were unconscious, the effect was obvious. The remaining zombie kings all had burning light in their eyes. Su Jianyan directly released his mental power, leaving marks on them. They were briefly stunned, and when the light returned to their eyes, it was with a sense of wonder at the world they were seeing again. Su Jianyan didn't bother with any speeches or motivational speeches. He simply turned around after finishing. Behind him, Su Bai and his group of zombie kings were filled with excitement and anticipation for their upcoming adventures. Su Jianyan wanted to say, "Don't push yourself so hard," but changed his mind. "I leave the rest to you." His words undoubtedly worked. The zombie king's eyes immediately lit up. Even Su Bai lost his usual composure. Su Jianyan remained expressionless, but inwardly, he was full of complaints. Things always fall to those who are capable. Su Bai and his group would eventually learn what it meant to be workhorses. After taking a few steps, Su Jianyan realized Li Muchio hadn't followed and turned back. Li Muchio was still looking down at the zombie kings. Su Jianyan's scalp tingled. Had Li Muchio been spurred on by him to decide to venture out into the world? Li Muchio. Li Muchio turned around. And indeed, Her usually calm eyes held a renewed, unusual drive. Su Jianyan felt a headache coming on. Lying down would be so much better. Let's go home, Su Jianyan said. Li Muchio followed. In the hallway, Li Muchio spoke. I want to leave for a while in a couple of days. Su Jianyan stopped abruptly. You're really going? Li Muchio didn't know what Su Jianyan was talking about, but she could sense they weren't talking about the same thing. I want to go and see those cities. You said before that I'd be in charge of overseeing them. Su Bai's affiliated cities were clearly taking shape, so he naturally had to fulfill his responsibilities. If it weren't for Su Jianyan, he would have been the one standing before those zombie kings today. But if it was Su Jianyan, he thought that might not be so bad. Su Jianyan breathed a slight sigh of relief. We see later. Li Muchio's eyes were full of disapproval. You have to wait until they finish one phase first. Everything is still in the exploratory stage right now. They probably haven't even decided what to do yet. Your going wouldn't help. Li Muchio thought for a moment, and didn't insist anymore. On the way back, Su Jianyan searched everywhere for a table similar to the one he was currently using, so they could be placed together as a pair. The table Su Jianyan had found before was very wide and large, and its surface was painted black, clearly not from a physical store, which made the search extremely difficult. A journey that Bai Lang could cover in a little over an hour took Su Jianyan a whole day without success. For the next 2 weeks, Su Jianyan wandered around the city. A week later, they arrived near a movie theater, and Su Jianyan went on a rampage. Movie resources, projectors, screens, movie posters, poster display frames, and even 2 sets of theater seats were taken home by Su Jianyan, fearing damage. Su Jianyan even disassembled an extra set of the projector and screen. After bringing everything back, Su Jianyan spent some time cleaning the adjacent factory building, sealing the windows, and hanging the screen. He hung the projector on the roof for easier access. The wiring took some time to work on. With the hardware in place, Su Jianyan considered getting some other entertainment equipment, such as ping-pong balls and billiards. That way, when not showing movies, the room could be used as a recreation room, and the posters he brought back would add to the atmosphere. Badminton and basketball equipment were also options, though those could be played outdoors. Thinking it through, Su Jianyan got to work, and the next day, they headed straight to the school. The items were found quickly. With Bai Lang there, moving them wasn't a problem. In just one round trip, everything was back. Su Jianyan was quite strong now. Moving a table was no problem at all. But he still asked Li Muchio for help. He enjoyed the feeling of gradually making their home better with Li Muchio. After getting ready, Su Jianyan pulled Li Muchio aside to try out ping-pong. Li Muchio initially didn't quite understand the rules, so he made many mistakes. After 2 games, he grasped the rules, and things quickly spiraled out of control. Li Muchio was also a zombie king, the king of zombie kings, and his strength, speed, and reaction time far surpassed those of humans. Su Jianyan was the same. This meant there were no missed shots, causing the ping-pong ball to become increasingly faster. So fast that countless afterimages appeared, and the table seemed to be groaning. When they finally finished a game and Su Jianyan went to retrieve the ball, it had already transformed into a polygon. Li Muchio didn't dislike this sport, seeing that Su Jianyan couldn't play with the ball anymore. He silently looked at the billiards table next to him. They were all balls, and those balls looked much sturdier. Su Jianyan was both amused and exasperated. Those were solid balls. If they played like that before, they could dismantle the factory in no time. Su Jianyan quickly put down his racket and tried to pull Li Muchio along to continue looking for a table. Li Muchio didn't know that the table had been specially found for him, and he was somewhat disappointed to hear they weren't playing anymore. An afternoon passed, and they still hadn't found a table. Su Jianyan began to consider lowering his expectations. That night, Su Jianyan couldn't wait to arrange a movie. He currently had about 150 movies on his list. He had seen most of the popular and classic ones, and only about 20 or 30 that he hadn't seen. Su Jianyan didn't watch those. Instead, he chose a classic science fiction film. The previous 2 movies didn't contain any science fiction elements. Not long after this one started, Su Jianyan was engrossed in watching when Li Muchio's questioning voice came through. We're on a planet. And those dots in the sky are planets too? Yes. Su Jianyan instantly lost interest in the movie, looking at Li Muchio with fascination. For Li Muchio, That was probably a difficult concept to grasp. Why didn't they fall down? Li Muchio asked earnestly. Su Jianyan paused, then couldn't help but laugh. Li Muchio was even more confused. What was so funny? Su Jianyan spent a long time explaining. He had thought it would be a simple matter. But Li Muchio's questions kept coming. Like a million whys. Even as they were about to go to sleep, Li Muchio still had endless questions. Su Jianyan simply rolled over and pinned her down. How about we discuss something else? Li Muchio tried to move his hand, which Su Jianyan had pinned to the pillow. But finding he couldn't break free, he looked at Su Jianyan blankly. What's wrong? Su Jianyan was slightly taken aback. Li Muchio wasn't some clueless idiot. It took him a moment to realize what was happening. His breath hitched, and all the blood in his body rushed to his brain at that moment. He leaned down, using his lips to check Li Muchio's temperature, then said in a hoarse voice that startled even himself. I teach you. First, take off your clothes yourself. Li Muchio's long, slightly curled eyelashes trembled. The next moment, he slowly withdrew one hand, heading towards his shirt buttons. Su Jianyan's gaze burned with his movements. But even hotter was the heart hidden within him. A burning desire to devour him. That night, Su Jianyan showed unprecedented patience. At first, Li Muchio still had the energy to play along with Su Jianyan. But later he became completely limp. When the two woke up, it was already late morning the next day. Su Jianyan woke up first. After getting up, he used the remaining rice to cook some porridge. Just as the rice was in the pot, there was a knock at the door. Su Jianyan opened the door while watching the fire in the stove. Something else. He assumed it was Su Bai, as only Su Bai would knock. Looking outside, he saw a group of familiar faces and froze. Why are you all here? It was Xian and her group outside. This time, there weren't as many people as before. Only about 20 in total. Li Xiaofeng, Li Linmu, Mo Duolin, and Gu Shiping weren't there. Only Xian and Fei Qing were the team leaders. Sorry. We were worried about zombies outside, so we just came in. Xian's eyes were filled with long-lost excitement. We're here on behalf of Paradise to see you. Paradise? Su Jianyan glanced into the room. Standing there like this wasn't a solution. Inside, Li Muchio was already awake and getting dressed. Su Jianyan waited a moment, and after he finished dressing, he stepped aside from the doorway. Come in and sit down. As he spoke, Su Jianyan quickly glanced back at the fire. He was using an open flame, so he could also make a fire at night. Xian and the others had been here before, but they still couldn't help but look around after entering. Although Su Jianyan's place was small, it was no worse than their paradise. And perhaps even better. Li Muchio, get them some water. Su Jianyan said. No need. We brought enough food. Fei Qing quickly refused. Li Muchio ignored her and silently walked towards the shelf beside her. Su Jianyan couldn't confirm the water he purified was completely non-toxic, so he gave them bottled water. The few boxes of water Su Jianyan had found earlier still had some survivors, but not many. Thank you, Fei Qing and the group said. Accepting the water, Li Muchio was a genuine corpse king, and everyone was a little nervous facing him at close range. After distributing the water, Li Muchio went to Su Jianyan's side to take over his fire-watching duties, leaving Su Jianyan to receive Xian and the others. You said you came representing Paradise? Su Jianyan reminded them. Yes, Xian said excitedly. Paradise has stabilized somewhat, and everything is moving in a better direction. So we decided to celebrate the new year. New Year's? Su Jianyan glanced outside subconsciously. Although it was still early, the sun was already up, and the temperature was over 40 degrees Celsius. In his memory, New Year's was always cold. Actually, I just wanted an excuse to celebrate, Xian said frankly, and to designate that day as the start of the new year, and then start over. They all knew that more than a year had passed since the apocalypse, but no one could say exactly how much time had passed. Gu Yue simply decided to start over. This also symbolized rebirth. Su Jianyan was quite interested, but after thinking for a moment, he still refused. I have some things to do here. About those zombie kings. Su Bai had brought so many zombie kings to the outskirts of the city a while ago. Xian and the others should have seen them. Then when are you free? We can wait, Xian said without hesitation. Gu Yue had already anticipated this, so he had given instructions. Su Jianyan was speechless. Thinking it over, he honestly said, "Wouldn't it be inappropriate for me to go?" He was now the king of corpses. Even if Gxian and Li Xiaofeng didn't mind. What about the others who hadn't seen him before? He was already happy that Gxian and the others had come to him with such intentions. But he didn't intend to cause them any trouble. In a way, it would also be causing himself trouble. No one wants to see someone's cold face. Gxian and Fei Qing exchanged a glance, both seeing surprise and complexity in each other's eyes. Su Jianyan, Fei Qing didn't know what to say. There were indeed some people in their paradise who were afraid. But the situation was truly different from what Su Jianyan thought. Before the paradise was established, even when they were just scattered small teams, they had already heard of Su Jianyan's name and his great achievements. So what they feared wasn't Su Jianyan, but the Corpse King. After all, it was that thing that had caused their families to be destroyed and their lives to be filled with unbearable pain. "Thank them for me," Su Jianyan said. "Su Jianyan, go," Gxian interrupted. "You understand when you get there." Su Jianyan remained silent. Gxian looked directly into Su Jianyan's eyes. Besides those people you met last time, there are many others who want to see you with their own eyes, to confirm that you're truly safe." They were inviting not only the King of Corpses in City A, but also Su Jianyan himself. Su Jianyan's breath hitched. He suddenly remembered the note he had seen earlier. Gxian and the others had never given up on him. Chapter 82. Seeing Su Jianyan's wavering, Gxian and Fei Qing exchanged a glance, then stood up simultaneously. "We head back now," Gxian said. "The specific time is arranged for half a month from now." Fei Qing said. "So soon?" Su Jianyan asked in surprise. "You can stay here for a few days before going back. I have plenty of space here." "No. The park is just starting out, and we need a lot of manpower," Gxian said. "Thanks to you, I'm now in charge of the entire park's planting." Fei Qing smiled. "I'm worried about leaving for too long. It wasn't easy for them to come in from outside, even knowing that the zombie kings wouldn't harm them. Ordinary zombies and awakened zombies still posed a threat. They were exhausted. But they weren't going to give Su Jianyan a chance to back out, knowing he couldn't stop him." Su Jianyan looked at Li Muchio. Li Muchio stood up. "I have White Wolf escort you out." White Wolf was fast. A trip would only take half a day. Upon hearing this, the smiles on Gxian and Fei Qing's faces froze simultaneously, replaced by the painful memory of vomiting until their stomachs cramped. "What's wrong?" Su Jianyan asked, puzzled. "Nothing." "Thank you then." Gxian tried her best to suppress the urge to refuse. If possible, she wanted to go back as soon as possible and bring this good news to Guyuehe and the others. Li Muchio led the way out. Gxian and the others quickly followed. A few minutes later, when Li Muchio entered, she saw Su Jianyan leaning against the doorframe. Lost in thought. "If you don't want to go, then don't go," Li Muchio said, confident that Gxian and the others wouldn't dare cause trouble. Su Jianyan let out a breath. "I was just thinking about what gift to give." He couldn't go empty-handed for something this important. Li Muchio approached, scrutinizing Su Jianyan with suspicion. Su Jianyan clearly didn't want to go, yet seemed happy that Gxian and the others had come to see him. Seeing Li Muchio's confusion, Su Jianyan reached out and touched his cheek. Humans are complex, even contradictory beings. Li Muchio's cheek was warm. Su Jianyan paused, then touched Li Muchio's forehead. It remained cool. Su Jianyan glanced at the steaming stove beside him. "Don't get too close to the fire." Li Muchio was puzzled. "I go see what vegetables we have," Su Jianyan said, turning towards the shelves. He had stored quite a few supplies, but he had taken almost everything with him when he left. Since returning, he had been busy finding water and going to his old place. He hadn't even started planting crops yet, so there wasn't much food to eat right now. Su Jianyan rummaged around and only found 2 packets of spicy strips. Porridge with spicy strips. Su Jianyan pondered starting to cultivate again. He had also brought back some seeds of mutated fruits, which also needed a place to be planted. Thinking about it, Su Jianyan got busy that afternoon. First, he took out the seeds and soaked them in disposable paper cups. The daytime temperature was high, so he skipped the step of boiling water. It was just him and Li Muchio here. But these seeds had been sitting for several months, and their activity was far less than before. so Su Jianyan deliberately soaked them extra to prevent them from failing to germinate. The fruits of the mutated plants, however, could be planted first. Considering that those mutated plants might grow wildly, Su Jianyan chose a small urban area under construction, about 2 miles away from the industrial park, fearing they would steal his territory. Su Jianyan had specially separated the plants into different areas according to species. The task only took half an hour. After finishing, Su Jianyan didn't rush back. He took a stroll around the neighborhood to see if he could find a table. He wasn't hopeful. After all, he had been searching for over half a month without success. But not far along, he spotted it in an office not far away. At first, he thought he was mistaken. But after entering the room, he realized it really was. The table was long and wide, not something an ordinary household would use. It was more commonly used for offices. Overjoyed, Su Jianyan quickly cleared the table of its contents. 10 minutes later, they carried the table back to the factory. He had already decided where to put the table. And once inside, he immediately began tidying up. After clearing a space, Su Jianyan moved the table inside. The two tables were placed side by side. After finishing his work, Su Jianyan looked at Li Muchio beside him. "This table is yours from now on." Li Muchio, who was busy, turned around. "You can put whatever you want on it," Su Jianyan said, pointing to his own table opposite him. Desktop computer, monitor, 5 or 6 mobile phones, tablet, C drive, hard drive, and a bunch of disassembly tools. His table was now almost a pile of junk. Li Muchio took 2 steps forward and touched the tabletop. The next moment, he went back to the sofa, took out the backpack he had been carrying, and then took out everything from it. Finally, he carefully placed them all on the table until it was completely full. Seeing Li Muchio's serious expression, and looking at the pile of things on the table with his photo and name on them, the smile on Su Jianyan's face, which had initially been somewhat pleased, gradually froze, although it was just him and Li Muchio living there, and no one else could see them. Su Jianyan's face still flushed at the thought of all the stuff on the table. Ahem. Su Jianyan coughed lightly to get Li Muchio's attention, then said, "You can't put it like this. You need to leave some space for the computer." Li Muchio glanced at the computer on Su Jianyan's table. "I don't need it." He had absolutely no interest in it. "Are you sure?" Su Jianyan picked up a hard drive from the side and shook it. "I found the previous surveillance footage." Li Muchio immediately looked at it. The next moment, he started tidying up the things on the table, making room for the computer. Su Jianyan had originally planned to show Li Muchio his segment directly, but now he changed his mind. He decided to give Li Muchio everything and let her find it herself. The surveillance video he found was a month long, enough to keep Li Muchio busy for a while. Su Jianyan moved his own desktop computer over there and briefly explained how to use it. Although Li Muchio has a human appearance, he is a genuine zombie king, and watching him control a computer with a mouse is a very strange thing. However, Li Muchio always wears a suit, so after a while, it becomes strangely harmonious. Li Muchio quickly became engrossed in his computer. Su Jianyan pondered the matter of a gift. Gu Yuehe and the others live in town, so they basically have everything they need. Even if they lack something, it wouldn't be difficult to obtain it, making it unsuitable as a gift. The fruits of those edible mutated plants are also unsuitable, because while he can eat them, humans might not. Besides these two, there's nothing else that could be a suitable gift. While pondering, Su Jianyan began tidying up the potted plants. The pots could be used directly, but the soil needed processing. Used soil usually becomes hard and impermeable, requiring breaking it up before reuse. The crop stalks he had previously buried had long since decomposed, so he took this opportunity to mix them into the soil. This would increase soil aeration and also improve its fertility. Besides the stalks, Su Jianyan also mixed in some slow-release fertilizer. Otherwise, the soil wouldn't have enough nutrients for the plant's subsequent growth. By the time Su Jianyan finished, the seeds had also been soaked. Su Jianyan pulled Li Muchio, who was completely engrossed in her videos, to help him plant the seeds in the cups, by watering and covering them with a plastic film. It was already night. After washing up, Su Jianyan went straight to bed. Li Muchio went to the computer. Su Jianyan quickly pulled her back. "Go to sleep. I watch for a while longer," Li Muchio said, clearly unwilling. Su Jianyan pushed him onto the bed. "Could the me in there be as good looking as the real me?" "No. It's different. Li Muchio looked at Su Jianyan, simply curious about what Su Jianyan looked like back then. Su Jianyan wasn't Li Muchio, so of course, he wouldn't be jealous over something like that. But that didn't stop him from using it as an excuse. Really? I think you're just annoyed with me. No. Then how will you prove it? Li Muchio's eyelashes trembled slightly. You say. Su Jianyan kissed him before he could finish. Of course. He had to prove it with actions. The apocalypse wasn't without its advantages. The biggest one being not having to go to work. The next day, Su Jianyan slept until late morning. When he woke up, the food was already in the pot, and Li Muchio was back at the computer. Su Jianyan didn't rush to get up. Instead, he lay in bed seriously pondering a question. Had he been too gentle last night? Otherwise, how could Li Muchio have gotten up earlier than him? After breakfast, Su Jianyan stood behind Li Muchio and watched for a while. He had only taught Li Muchio the most basic usage, not fast-forwarding or skipping, so Li Muchio could only watch obediently. Bit by bit, there were a month's worth of videos. Su Jianyan had a mischievous thought, but he didn't point it out. However, looking at the videos, Su Jianyan did think of a gift, a set of movie playback equipment. The amusement park was restarting, and Mordelin and the others were definitely focused on development and construction, not on preparing such things. But he happened to have it ready-made. Su Jianyan found a box, put the spare projector inside, and copied all the movie resources he had found. Finally, he copied all the songs he had found. After finishing, Su Jianyan looked at the huge box of things and couldn't calm down. He wished he could go there right now. He had just refused Xian and the others, and it would be inappropriate to go early now. He could only think about it. For the next few days, Su Jianyan focused his attention on the crops. A week later, all the crops had sprouted. The frequent alternation of high and low temperatures had some impact on the seeds. In less than 6 months, the germination rate had dropped to only about 80%. Su Jianyan picked out the sprouted ones, watered them, and then plugged in grow lights. Crops at this stage don't require much light, but they gradually begin to need it. Those that haven't sprouted yet were watered and left to germinate. When Su Jianyan finished, Li Muchio was still watching the surveillance footage. He went over to take a look. Li Muchio had already learned to fast forward and skip to different scenes. Did you find it? Su Jianyan asked. Li Muchio nodded. Su Jianyan became interested. Let me see. Li Muchio didn't know how to take screenshots or screen record, so he turned off the current video and opened the one from the previous day, then skipped to different scenes based on the time. Su Jianyan looked. The surveillance footage was fairly clear. In the footage, on a gloomy morning, he entered the store wearing a gray-white woolen coat and a dark scarf. He paid at the cashier, picked up his food, and walked to the seat at the back. The restaurant was busy, but most people didn't have time to sit down and eat slowly, so that table was empty. The next step was eating. After finishing his meal, he got up and left. Su Jianyan racked his brains trying to recall, but he couldn't remember anything from that day. For him, it was just another ordinary day. Li Muchio looked at Su Jianyan. Su Jianyan in the video looked somewhat lonely throughout the entire process. He only uttered 3 words when ordering food and didn't interact with anyone. Keep watching. Su Jianyan pinched his cheek, offering no explanation. He felt that was one of the reasons he could accept this apocalypse. He didn't really want to go back. A few days later, when the sprouted crops had grown to a certain height, Su Jianyan repotted them into larger pots. A small portion of the unsprouted crops sprouted, but most remained still. Su Jianyan emptied the soil from the unsprouted cups back into the bucket and put the cups away. After finishing there, Su Jianyan checked on the seeds of the mutated crops. Nearly 10 days had passed since they were planted, and Su Jianyan's memory of where he planted them was somewhat hazy. He had been worried he wouldn't be able to find them, but his worries were completely unnecessary. Without exception, all the seeds had sprouted. The tallest were almost as tall as a person, and the shortest were nearly knee-high. Compared to them, the normal crops he had carefully tended, now only 10 centimeters tall, were simply pathetic. But this was a good thing. After all, no one complains about having too much food. 2 days later, calculating that it was about time, Su Jianyan set off. The white wolf ran from the industrial park to the edge of the city. But once outside the city, Su Jianyan only let it walk. Ma Duran and the others could see this from the mountains, which served as a warning to them. The distance between the two sides wasn't short. Even for the White Wolf. It took almost half an hour to walk there. The gap in the mountain range wasn't on the city side. Approaching the mountain, the White Wolf slowly made its way towards the gap, while Su Jianyan curiously looked up at the mountain. If it were him, he would definitely have set up a sentry post on the mountain. He quickly found one of the sentry posts. The boy was well hidden. If it weren't for his human-like thinking, he definitely wouldn't have been able to spot him. When he looked over, everyone at the sentry post was staring at him. The distance between the two sides was too great for him to see the expressions on their faces. Su Jianyan was mentally prepared, but being watched still made him a little nervous. A short while later, they reached the vicinity of the GAP.as. Su Jianyan approached. He heard hushed voices, followed by a dense crowd of at least 1,000 people. "They're here! They're here! Captain! They're here!" The moment Su Jianyan rounded the corner, the already hushed crowd erupted in cheers. The fear and rejection Su Jianyan had feared didn't materialize. The crowd's faces were filled with excitement and curiosity. Some of the bolder ones even ran directly towards them. "Su Jianyan! It's him! The one in front of him is Li Muqiu. The one we were talking about. Su Jianyan." The crowd's enthusiasm was so overwhelming that Su Jianyan was somewhat bewildered. Su Jianyan looked at Xian. Noticing his gaze, Xian smiled at Su Jianyan, as if to say, "See? I told you so." There were too many people. White Wolf had nowhere to step and had to stop. Su Jianyan rolled down. The moment he landed, he was immediately surrounded by a dense crowd. "He seems the same as before. Are you really the king of corpses? You bastard. It's good you're still alive." A group of people laughed and talked, many with tears in their eyes. Su Jianyan looked around, and only then did he realize that many of the people surrounding him were familiar, people he had saved in the city. Ma Doran, Xian, Li Xiaofeng, and their group emerged from the crowd. "Make way. We can talk later. Let us through first," the group shouted. But it was no use. There were simply too many people around Su Jianyan. After a while, they finally managed to squeeze to Su Jianyan's side. Approaching, Ma Doran gave Su Jianyan a deep look. "You're here." Beside him, Gu Yue had nudged Mordelin with his elbow. Mordelin reacted and quickly introduced Su Jianyan. "This is Gu Yue, also the captain of the amusement park." Su Jianyan. Gu Yue had heard this name countless times, and he had long wanted to meet Su Jianyan. But only now had he finally met him. He had prepared many words. Su Jianyan had helped them a great deal. And in fact, without Su Jianyan, their amusement park would never exist. But the words stuck in his throat, and he couldn't utter a sound. His eyes uncontrollably reddened. "Speak." Mordelin found it amusing, but understood Gu Yue's feelings. Su Jianyan smiled and turned to look at the White Wolf beside him. The White Wolf quickly put down the box it was carrying in its mouth. "This is a gift for you," Su Jianyan said. "A gift?" The group was somewhat surprised. "Open it and see," Su Jianyan said. A group of people exchanged glances before eagerly approaching the box. A moment later, the box was opened. "This is..." Upon seeing what was inside, some looked puzzled, while others' eyes lit up. Li Limu was one of those whose eyes lit up. "This is a good thing." "What?" Gu Shengping was bewildered. "I put it in first, then find a place to assemble it." Li Limu excitedly called out to the others. "Maybe we can use it tonight. They'd be so happy." "What?" Gu Shengping was even more confused. Beside them, Gu Yue finally recovered. He looked at Su Jianyan. "Let's go in first. Sit down and chat." He led the way into the town. Su Jianyan followed. Li Muqiu glanced at the White Wolf, signaling it to return to the city first, then followed as well. Su Jianyan had known there was a paradise here for a while, but this was his first time visiting in so long. Upon entering, he curiously surveyed the place. Before the apocalypse, most towns were quite modern, and this town was no exception. After Gu Yue and his group moved in, they cleared away all the zombies from the town, along with the garbage and vehicles. The town was exceptionally clean as a result. Gu Yue and his group also made some modifications to the town, such as installing a perimeter fence, constructing solar power equipment, and removing the long row of vehicles parked at the town entrance. In addition, to welcome the new year, they hung many colorful ribbons and red cloths throughout the town, and painted chalk pictures on some prominent walls. making it look quite festive. This town was different from the paradise Su Jianyan had imagined. It was much better. Seeing Su Jianyan's interest, Gu Yuehe slowed her pace and introduced. This is our monitoring room. Currently mainly connecting several sentry posts on the mountain. That's our canteen up ahead. We're eating communal meals now, which makes preparation and management easier. That's the captain's meeting room over there. The planting area is at the school behind. If you're interested, I'd take you to see it later. Whether this was appropriate for Su Jianyan, a corpse king, to know was completely outside Gu Yuehe's consideration. Without Su Jianyan, there would be no paradise. Listening and watching, Su Jianyan's eyes were filled with envy. Actually, he preferred this lively place to living alone. How about I have someone arrange a room for you in town? You can come and stay for a couple of days when you have time? Gu Yuehe suggested. Su Jianyan looked over. Gu Yuehe smiled frankly. I think Mortalin and the others will be happy. You may not know me, but I've known you for 7 or 8 months. I've been wanting to meet you for a long time. Su Jianyan was speechless. Want to hear about it? Gu Yuehe asked. Su Jianyan thought for a moment and nodded. Mortalin and the others had told him about the amusement park before, but only in general terms. This way, Gu Yuehe led the way towards the underground parking garage. A few minutes later, a group of people sat down in front of the campfire. Mortalin, Li Qinshui, Li Sifeng, Fei Qing, and the others, who already knew Su Jianyan, were all keeping him company. Gu Yuehe, Kong Lei, Li He, and the others, who had never met Su Jianyan before, were all curiously gathering around. Besides them, the rest of the garage was also bustling with activity, filled with many people as curious about Su Jianyan as Gu Yuehe. Faced with this grand welcome, Su Jianyan was initially a little uncomfortable, but as the group chatted, he gradually relaxed. They chatted for 2 or 3 hours straight, until lunchtime when Gu Yuehe and the others went to work, finally giving Su Jianyan some free time. Su Jianyan looked at Li Muchio. Li Muchio remained silent, seeing Su Jianyan looking at him. Li Muchio stated, "You're very happy. Aren't you happy?" Su Jianyan asked. Li Muchio thought seriously for a moment. Happy? He was happy if Su Jianyan was happy. Su Jianyan touched his cheek. Li Muchio's cheek was warm. Su Jianyan found it strange. Li Muchio had clearly been quite far from the campfire, and although there was firewood in the fire, it hadn't been lit because it was daytime. Are you feeling unwell? Su Jianyan touched Li Muchio's forehead. No. Su Jianyan looked over. Li Muchio wasn't lying. Then why are you burning up? Su Jianyan asked. Puzzled, Li Muchio was momentarily surprised. He touched his forehead. It was his own body temperature, and he felt nothing. Su Jianyan then touched his palm. Li Muchio's palm was indeed slightly warm, but still much lower than normal body temperature. If you feel unwell, say so immediately, Su Jianyan reminded him. Okay. Su Jianyan. Li Limu's voice came from beside him. Su Jianyan looked over. Could you help me check that projector? I tried several times, but it's not working. Su Jianyan went towards Li Limu. It would snow at night, and the amusement park would be crowded, so Li Limu's choices were limited. After much deliberation, he finally settled on the garage. The news of the projector had already spread far and wide. When Su Jianyan arrived, the area was already packed with people, just as Su Jianyan had predicted. Gu Yuehe and the others were oblivious to the crowd. The gift was highly anticipated. Su Jianyan quickly discovered the problem. Li Limu had plugged a cable in the wrong place. Once the screen lit up, Li Limu eagerly began to figure out how to play it. Upon opening the controller and seeing the more than 100 movies available, Li Limu almost jumped for joy. So many? I've been looking for quite a while, Su Jianyan said. Li Limu's smile widened even more. If Su Jianyan had searched for quite a while, they certainly would have taken even longer. I go explore the town, Su Jianyan said. Go ahead. I can handle the rest myself. Li Limu's attention was entirely on the projector. Su Jianyan headed towards the door. As soon as Su Jianyan stepped back, everyone nearby crowded around him, chattering amongst themselves. I want to see this. This is good. I've seen it before. Is it playing tonight? On a day like this, let's watch a comedy. Reaching the garage door, Su Jianyan glanced back, seeing that everyone truly didn't treat him like an outsider. His already excited mood intensified. Leaving the garage, Su Jianyan randomly chose a path and wandered aimlessly. Should we really get a room? Su Jianyan asked. I have no objection. Li Muchio followed behind. He wasn't interested in the surrounding buildings and people. But Su Jianyan was clearly happy. And that was enough. Chapter 83. At noon, Su Jianyan was shown a room to rest. The room was clearly specially prepared. Not only were the bedding and sheets brand new, but there was even air conditioning. With so many people at the amusement park, their existing power generation equipment was clearly insufficient for everyone to use the air conditioning. And Su Jianyan was flattered. He didn't refuse Gu Yuehe and his group's kindness and slept comfortably. The town was even busier in the afternoon than in the morning. Some were putting up colorful ribbons. Some were drawing chalk pictures. And some were preparing food. After asking around, Su Jianyan learned that tonight was New Year's Eve. And the new year officially began tomorrow. More accurately, the new year was the second day at the amusement park. Gu Yuehe and the others had already considered the new year, and had repeatedly checked the dates. But after much thought, they decided to set it after his arrival. This was not only because he was of great significance to the amusement park, but more importantly, it was about reunion. They considered him a part of the amusement park. Without him, the new year wouldn't be perfect. At least that's how it was for Mordelin, Li Lingmu, Li Xiaofeng, and Fei Qing. After listening, Su Jianyan was speechless for a long time. Actually, he hadn't expected things to turn out this way. He had his own reasons for saving them. He wanted to leave City A with them. Mordelin and the others were grateful to him, feeling as if they wouldn't be where they are today without him. But in his view, it was mostly their own merit. If they were as selfish as Zheng Kaishu, he wouldn't have saved them. If they hadn't appreciated his kindness, they wouldn't have come together later. Much less lowered their guard and worked together. Essentially, the reason Mordelin and his group had gotten to where they were today was largely due to their own efforts. Su Jianyan understood this, but he didn't bother arguing with Gu Yuehe and the others. None of that mattered now. What mattered was what lay ahead. The future. Su Jianyan put down his axe, rolled up his sleeves, and joined the preparations. He had no talent for drawing, and his cooking skills were mediocre, but he could manage odd jobs. They worked tirelessly until it was dark and snow was falling from the sky before finally finishing the preparations. Su Jianyan put down the rag he was holding, took the clean towel Li Muchio handed him, and was about to wipe his hands when the school bell rang. A sound typical of school breaks. Lunch is served. Someone called out from the side. Hurry up, or you have to wait a long time. As he spoke, he started running towards the garage, looking like he was rushing to grab lunch at school. Su Jianyan was about to follow when the person suddenly stopped and gave Su Jianyan and Li Muchio a strange look. Su Jianyan understood almost immediately. His lips twitched, and he said in as calm a tone as possible, I eat human food, not people. He felt that if he dared to say he ate people, Gu Yuehe and the others would definitely donate blood on the spot to make him a blood-based version of spicy blood curd. Then the man breathed a sigh of relief and looked at Li Muchio. They had all heard of Li Muchio. He was a genuine corpse king. He also eats human food. I don't. Su Jianyan and Li Muchio spoke at the same time. After speaking, they exchanged a glance. A faint sense of grievance appeared in Li Muchio's eyes. Su Jianyan's food was terrible. Su Jianyan knew that perfectly well. The man seemed to remember something. His previous hesitation vanishing, replaced by anticipation. Let's go first, or we have to wait in line. With that, he quickly started running again. Su Jianyan and Li Muchio jogged to catch up. They were still late. When they arrived, 10 long lines had already formed in front of the garage. The pots of food were inside the garage, but the line stretched from the underground garage to the construction site outside. And even the open space was almost full of people. The man who had brought them here slapped his thigh and quickly chose the shortest line. Su Jianyan and Li Muchio followed. As soon as the snow started falling, the temperature dropped rapidly, almost below zero in just a few moments. Many people in the open space were stamping their feet to keep warm, but everyone's face was beaming with smiles. In this apocalyptic world, a hot meal was a dream come true. Su Jianyan, Xian jogged over. Come with me. I have someone pack some for you separately. Given Su Jianyan's status, there was no reason for them to make him queue with them. Su Jianyan looked around. Many people he recognized were also queuing. Mordelin was not far to his right. Mordelin didn't see him. No need. This is fine. Su Jianyan refused. I just soak up the atmosphere. He quite liked this feeling. GXIN was surprised, but quickly smiled. Okay. She ran off. After running a short distance, GXIN suddenly turned back. By the way, don't leave after dinner. We're watching a movie tonight. Su Jianyan had already seen more than one movie since the apocalypse, so he wasn't particularly interested in this one. Hearing this, the group queuing in the open space instantly became lively. They discussed and speculated, full of anticipation for the movie that would be shown that night. Su Jianyan looked over. Gu Yuehe and the others usually ate here. For convenience, they had installed many solar streetlights around the plaza and in the underground parking garage. The lights weren't very bright, and given the plaza's size, enough to hold thousands of people, the entire area was quite dim. But that didn't dampen the enthusiasm of the crowd. Despite their gaunt and exhausted appearance, their eyes shone with a glimmer of hope. When someone who had received their dinner walked by, the light shone even brighter and greener. Watching all this, Su Jianyan couldn't stop smiling. Just as Su Jianyan was busy, he heard a sound above his head. He looked up and saw Li Muchio earnestly brushing snow off him. In the dim light, Li Muchio's eyes looked particularly affectionate. Su Jianyan raised his hand and brushed some snow off him in return. Li Muchio lowered her head slightly, obediently allowing him to be brushed. The people distributing the food were quite fast. In less than 10 minutes, they were in the underground parking garage. It was then that Su Jianyan could clearly see the situation in the garage. The campfire in the middle of the garage was lit, illuminating the entire space. At the far end of the garage was a long row of tables, on which sat over 20 large stainless steel insulated containers, and a pile of school lunch trays. Behind the tables, a group of about 10 people were quickly getting their meals. The food wasn't lavish. It consisted of a choice between rice, steamed buns, and sweet potatoes, plus a side dish, and a bowl of vegetable soup with hardly any leaves. Even so, it was enough to fill them up to about 80%. And it was much better than their previous lives. GXIN was among them. But she was mainly responsible for replenishing their energy. Feeding thousands of people would take half the afternoon just to cook. A few minutes later, it was finally Su Jianyan's turn. Hurry up. The people waiting behind. The person in charge of serving food couldn't help but urge Su Jianyan when he hadn't decided what to eat. He looked up halfway through his sentence and saw Su Jianyan's face. Clearly startled. Then I have sweet potatoes, Su Jianyan said. He didn't grow sweet potatoes, and it had been over a year since he'd eaten them. You? The person's expression was quite interesting for a moment. Then he looked like he was about to ask Su Jianyan if he wanted something other. They had been busy cooking all afternoon and had forgotten about this. I don't eat people, Su Jianyan said proactively. Several people nearby were watching, and upon hearing this, they all laughed. Oh, the person smiled awkwardly, then quickly got a sweet potato for Su Jianyan. He deliberately chose the biggest one. After receiving his meal, Su Jianyan stepped aside. Li Muchio stepped forward. The smile on the man's face immediately froze. The white one. Li Muchio had already decided. Su Jianyan had been hesitating between steamed buns and sweet potatoes. He hadn't had either for a while. Oh! The person in charge of serving the meals looked blank. He understood Su Jianyan's special circumstances, but Li Muchio's weren't. After receiving his portion, Li Muchio immediately looked at Su Jianyan pitifully. Because of Su Jianyan, he was being treated like a monster from the zombie world. Try it. Maybe you like it. Su Jianyan was both amused and exasperated. It was snowing outside, and the temperature was extremely low, so most people would eat their food in the underground parking garage before going out. Although occasionally some would take it back to their dorm to eat. Su Jianyan, wanting to experience the atmosphere of eating from a communal pot, stayed. He took a bite of the sweet potato in his hand. The sweet potato was steamed. Unlike the sweetness of roasted sweet potatoes, it had a softer, more fluffy texture from steaming. But for someone who hadn't had this for over a year, it was still quite delicious. Su Jianyan remembered Li Muchio's steamed bun. Turning around, just as he was about to ask Li Muchio for a taste, the bun was offered to him. Su Jianyan took a bite from Li Muchio's hand. The bun was a plain white flour bun, but the dough was quite fluffy and soft, with a subtle sweetness characteristic of flour. It tasted quite good. Compared to the softness of the sweet potato, the bun had a better chewiness. Seeing Su Jianyan's enjoyment, Li Muchio generously broke off 2/3 of it and handed it to him. Su Jianyan didn't refuse, taking it and simultaneously breaking off half of the sweet potato to return it. That left Li Muchio looking utterly dejected. He could actually survive without eating every day. Su Jianyan pretended not to understand. He didn't know exactly how the Corpse King's evolution had occurred. But since he could survive by eating human food, Li Muchio should be able to adapt gradually as well. The amusement park was crowded. Not everyone could linger in the garage. Most people were quite self-disciplined, leaving quickly after finishing their food. Su Jianyan pointed to the things in his hands and lingered for a while before finally going outside. The queue outside had thinned considerably, and the snow on the ground was already quite thick. In many places, the ground was completely obscured. Su Jianyan was wondering whether to go back to the room Li Linmu and the others had prepared for him at noon when he saw Fei Qing waving at him from across the street. Not only Fei Qing, but many members of Fei Qing's team were there too. Su Jianyan went over. "We were just about to go back. Shall I take you to see our plantation?" Fei Qing said. Su Jianyan was quite interested. "What kind of crops do you grow?" His crops were enough to eat, but the variety was limited, and it got monotonous after a while. "We currently have over 60 kinds of seeds, but because they're needed for different seasons, we don't plant them all," Fei Qing said as he led the way. "So many?" Su Jianyan was surprised. "Over 60 kinds. That basically covered all the common crops. We collected them specifically after they were ready to be planted," Fei Qing said. Yang Ting and the others had some too, but they didn't have time to plant them before the amusement park was gone. Su Jianyan's mind flashed back to Yang Ting's amusement park. Yang Ting's amusement park was probably built earlier than Gu Yue's, and its completion rate was quite high, but encountering the Corpse King rendered it all meaningless. "We're here." Su Jianyan looked over. Fei Qing's plantation was the only primary school in town. The school was quite large, with several teaching buildings alone, plus a multimedia room, teachers' offices, and dormitories. Fei Qing and his team cleared everything out and sealed it all off. Fei Qing's team was large, and their workmanship was far more refined than his factory, making it quite impressive from a distance. Entry into the plantation was not permitted. There was a guard at the gatehouse at all times. Outside the guardhouse, on the first floor of the teaching building closest to the main gate, Fei Qing had also arranged a rest room. When Su Jianyan was brought there, more than 10 people were talking and eating inside. Seeing Su Jianyan enter, everyone's spirits lifted. "You're here. Sit down." Thanks to Su Jianyan, they were now key members of the amusement park, a life they never dared to dream of before. "We're showing a movie tonight," Xian reminded them. "I know. We were just talking about that." Su Jianyan sat down and chatted casually with everyone. Later, Fei Qing took him to see several nearby planting houses. Each house had air conditioning. Compared to the howling wind outside, the inside was like paradise. Under the comfortable temperature, the crops grew wildly, the lush green scene a feast for the eyes. Apart from that, the infrastructure inside wasn't much different from their own. After all, Fei Qing and his team were still in the early stages. When they returned to the lounge, there were already a bunch of small, individually packaged plastic bags on the table, filled with seeds. "See if there are any you like. You can take some back," Fei Qing said. These things were extremely important to them, and the exact quantity was meticulously recorded. She would have to report to Gu Yue afterwards, but she trusted he wouldn't be stingy. Su Jianyan was indeed tempted and didn't refuse. He selected several seeds that were easier to grow and more suitable for him. He didn't need many of each type. After all, there were only 2 of them. After finishing, it was just in time for the movie to start, and the group hurried back to the garage. This was the park's first movie, and when they arrived, the entire garage was packed. Many people even brought stools and stood at the edge just to get a view. Xian had already reserved the best seats for Su Jianyan. After Su Jianyan arrived, the garage lights quickly went out, followed by familiar sound effects and signs. Li Linmu had chosen a classic comedy. Familiar high-rises, familiar streets, familiar crowds. After a concise and clear opening, the first laugh came quickly. Laughter filled the garage. Su Jianyan hadn't intended to laugh, but he was caught up in the laughter. Classic films are classics for a reason, and this movie was particularly packed with jokes. Su Jianyan chuckled occasionally. Halfway through the movie, the plot became tense, And the garage fell silent. Su Jianyan also fell silent. The tense scene passed. The story reached its happy ending. And another laugh came. But the garage remained silent. Su Jianyan, who had instinctively wanted to laugh, turned his head curiously. It was then that Su Jianyan noticed many people in the darkness had tears in their eyes, struggling to hold back their sobs. Everything familiar to them in the movie had become a thing of the past. They could hold back at first, but it became increasingly difficult to endure as the movie progressed. Fortunately, no one laughed at them. After all, almost everyone was crying. Su Jianyan looked away, completely uninterested in watching what the people on the movie screen were saying, simply watching quietly, as Su Jianyan was lost in thought. His hand, resting on his lap, was grasped. Without looking, Su Jianyan could guess whose hand it was. Su Jianyan intertwined his fingers with his, gripping firmly. The last scene finished, leaving only subtitles on the screen. Li Linmu, who was projecting the movie, didn't rush to turn on the lights. Instead, he turned his head to wipe away his tears. The others did the same. Some things had already happened. Their crying and wailing were pointless. They had to move on. They had to keep living. After the credits finished rolling, Li Linmu turned on the lights. All right, everyone, go to sleep early. That's it. Let's show another one. It's only a little past 7. It's New Year's Eve. Who goes to sleep this early? That's right. Let's show another one. The crowd, previously quiet in the dark, clamored, unwilling to leave. Li Linmu looked at Gu Yuehe with some difficulty. Let's show another one. Gu Yuehe's eyes were also red. It's New Year's Eve. Li Linmu walked to the controller. Let me see what to show. A group of people nearby immediately crowded around, eager to offer suggestions. Should I have someone boil some water? Xian also got up. She was in charge of the meals this month. Hearing there would be hot water, the group became even more excited. The movie soon resumed, this time still a comedy, and the garage was soon filled with laughter. In the darkness, Su Jianyan and Li Muchio leaned against each other, laughing and completely absorbed. It was past 9 o'clock when the movie ended. In the past, this time wouldn't have been considered late. Many people might still be a get off work or school. But now, the outdoor temperature was already minus 30 or 40 degrees Celsius. This time, Gu Yuehe ignored everyone's request to see another movie and simply kicked them out. Tomorrow is New Year's Day. If they all got sick from the cold tonight, their new year would be a joke. Su Jianyan and Li Muchio followed the crowd back to their room. Their room had air conditioning, so they slept comfortably that night. They slept soundly until dawn. The next day, as soon as the snow stopped, it was bustling with activity outside. When Su Jianyan looked out the window after getting dressed, he saw many people having snowball fights and making snowballs in the street, following the usual New Year's customs for good luck. They didn't work today, only eating and playing. Li Muchio also came over, seeing the people below throwing snowballs at each other. A slight confusion appeared in Li Muchio's eyes. It's quite fun. You should try it. Su Jianyan's words trailed off as he thought of the ping-pong ball they had previously smashed into polygonal shapes. With his and Li Muchio's strength, they could easily send those people flying with a single snowball. This was also what puzzled Li Muchio. In his opinion, that could easily kill someone. Yet those humans seemed to be having a great time. Let's go build a snowman. Su Jianyan changed his mind. Li Muchio had no objection. If Su Jianyan liked it, he would play along. A few minutes later, they reached the street. The heavy snow at night had one advantage. There was no shortage of snow to play with. It snowed in City A before the apocalypse. But it only snowed for 2 or 3 days each year. And even at its heaviest, the snow was barely ankle deep, not even completely covering the ground. Su Jianyan didn't get a chance to play in the snow. Snow was everywhere after the apocalypse, but he had no interest in it at the time. Joining in, Su Jianyan first made a snowman. Finally, he gave it a long, thin hairstyle. He wanted to do medium-length curls, but snow was too difficult to shape. After finishing, before Su Jianyan could turn around, Li Muchio's disapproving voice came. That's not me. He doesn't look like that. Su Jianyan was instantly amused. In my eyes, you look like this. Saying this, Su Jianyan carefully observed it for a while, then deliberately nodded, as if that was definitely the case. Your eyesight is off. Li Muchio looked at the long, thin hairstyle with disdain. If you're so capable, make one yourself and let me see. Su Jianyan challenged. Li Muchio, who was already thinking the same thing, turned around and squatted down to start making snowballs. Su Jianyan seized the opportunity to step forward, then suddenly pulled open the back of his collar and stuffed a small clump of snow inside. Li Muchio turned around, looking bewildered. Su Jianyan, who was already prepared to run away, choked. He had forgotten that Li Muchio wasn't afraid of the cold. It's okay. Your clothes are dirty. I help you brush them off, Su Jianyan said. Li Muchio turned back and continued working. After stacking 2 snowballs, one small and one large, he carefully began to shape the top one. He wanted to make a nose and eyes, but the snow wouldn't cooperate. After several unsuccessful attempts, he gave up. He went to the side and started making a new snowball. 2 minutes later, a crooked axe appeared next to the snowman. After finishing, Li Muchio carefully checked the snowman, brushed the snow off her hands, and stood up. Done. Su Jianyan's lips twitched immediately. Is this all you need? His snowman, though ugly, at least had a nose and eyes. Li Muchio's features were completely blurred together. If it weren't for the axe standing next to it, who would know who it was? And yet, Li Muchio dared to mock him? It looks very much like him. Li Muchio mimicked Su Jianyan's earlier actions, observing and nodding earnestly. Su Jianyan was furious. You? Before he could finish speaking, his collar was suddenly pulled open, and something cold slid in. Su Jianyan was afraid of the cold and immediately shivered. The next moment, when he realized what was happening, Li Muchio had already used her escape skills as a zombie king to dash across the street. After running a distance, Li Muchio peeked out from around the corner. Li Muchio. Su Jianyan was itching to kill the corpse king. He charged forward without hesitation. As he ran past a wall, he grabbed a handful of snow, determined to stuff it all into Li Muchio's clothes. Seeing this, Li Muchio ran even faster. Su Jianyan gave it his all. Their speed was far beyond human capabilities. In no time, they had run from the town center to the outskirts. A moment later, they rushed back to the garage from the outskirts. Just as they were about to be trapped in the garage, Li Muchio looked at the high wall beside her. Don't climb the wall. Su Jianyan charged forward. Li Muchio immediately dodged to the right. Su Jianyan chased. Li Muchio dodged. After 5 or 6 rounds, not only the people in the square, but even GXIN and her group, busy in the underground garage, came to watch the spectacle. Zombie kings are rare, and zombie kings having a snowball fight are even rarer. Su Jianyan, seeing there was no way to avoid it, Li Muchio tried to maneuver. You attacked first. Enough nonsense. Su Jianyan wasn't fooled and lunged again as he spoke. Li Muchio swiftly grabbed Su Jianyan's hand. Seeing this, Su Jianyan grabbed his other hand to prevent him from escaping, each holding one of the other's hands. The chase turned into a sparring match. Although both were putting in some skill, they were mostly just playing around. So for a moment, it was hard to tell who was stronger. Seeing this, GXIN and her group, who were watching the spectacle, became excited and kept fanning the flames. The entire square became quite lively. Half an hour later, when the snow in Su Jianyan's hands had melted, the breakfast bell rang, and the two temporarily called a truce. Because it was New Year's Day, breakfast was quite lavish. There was even mince meat in the porridge. Everyone's portion was also larger than yesterday's. Besides the main meal, everyone was also given a small snack. Su Jianyan received grilled pork ribs, while Li Muchio received dried shrimp. Su Jianyan, still upset about Shuichio's actions, finished his own, and then embezzled Li Muchio's share as well. Li Muchio didn't object to this, but she always stood facing Su Jianyan, never turning her back to him. To this, Su Jianyan only said, no trust whatsoever. Finally, he threw away the snow he had been hiding in his hand. Chapter 84. Li Muchio merely raised an eyebrow, remaining silent. Su Jianyan had no choice but to throw the snowball in his other hand as well. Knowing he couldn't get revenge, Su Jianyan shifted his attention. The group hadn't had enough of yesterday's movie, so after breakfast today, they were showing it every 3 hours. The first showing was about to begin. Su Jianyan went over to take a look. It was the same movie he's seen before. Plus, many people hadn't had enough last night, so Su Jianyan didn't join the crowd. Going outside again, Su Jianyan looked around and then gazed at the mountain range surrounding the town. He wanted to check out the sentry post on the mountain. Although he was no longer human, he had once fantasized about having a paradise. Before setting off, Su Jianyan found Gu Yuehe and explained his plans. Gu Yuehe wasn't on guard and even wanted to personally lead them up. Su Jianyan refused. He just wanted to see something unusual. And besides, he had an important matter to attend to, and having humans around would be inconvenient. After the exchange, Su Jianyan set off. With Su Jianyan present, the zombie king outside dared not approach. But ordinary zombies and awakened zombies remained a threat, so the outpost still existed. Gu Yuehe didn't intend to rely entirely on Su Jianyan. They needed more than just survival in this apocalypse. They also needed the courage and ability to fight zombies. They would also need a large amount of supplies to build and improve the amusement park. They couldn't possibly ask Su Jianyan for help with everything. The mountain range embraced the town like an outstretched arm, but it wasn't too high to completely block out the sun. Overall, the town had excellent feng shui. It took more than 20 minutes to walk from the town to the foot of the mountain. The clearing in the middle had previously been overgrown with mutated plants, but fearing they might be poisonous, the townspeople had cleared them away. Stumps could be seen in many places along the road. Su Jianyan casually glanced around, secretly grabbing 2 handfuls of snow and hiding them in his hands. He didn't consider himself a particularly vengeful person. It was just a rare occasion. And of course, he wanted to have some fun. Li Muchio walked alongside Su Jianyan the whole time. He didn't know what Su Jianyan was up to, but he'd known Su Jianyan for a long time, and he knew all too well what Su Jianyan's expression was like when he was up to no good. When Su Jianyan had melted the snow in his hands for the 3rd time, they finally reached the foot of the mountain. Su Jianyan gave Li Muchio an unhappy look, completely giving up, and headed up the mountain. The mountain wasn't too high, but most of it was quite steep, making the climb somewhat tiring. So the two kept walking quietly. 20 minutes later, they finally reached the vicinity of the summit. They couldn't see a sentry post from where they were climbing the mountain. Only a patch of thick, mutated plants. Su Jianyan bent low and crawled through the woods. 5 or 6 minutes later, as they emerged from the mutated plant patch, they immediately spotted the sentry post ahead. The sentry post consisted of 2 small huts. One, larger, was at the foot of a large tree at the foot of the mountain. The smaller hut, only big enough for 2 people, was built in the tree, connected by a rope ladder. Each sentry post was manned by about 5 people at a time, 2 at the top and a few below, ready to take over at any time and to come down the mountain to give notification if necessary. The upper hut couldn't be used for fires, as that would make them too easy to spot. The lower hut, however, always had a campfire burning. When Su Jianyan arrived, the men below were chatting animatedly about the movie he'd seen the previous night by the fire. Hearing the commotion, they immediately raised their guns. Seeing Su Jianyan and Li Muchio, they breathed a sigh of relief. They already knew the 2 would be coming. Sit here. I had some more firewood, the 3 men offered. No need. Su Jianyan declined. I'm planning to take another stroll in the mountains. The men didn't insist, and instead told him about some scenic spots in the mountains. After watching for a while, Su Jianyan headed towards those spots. Having already seen enough of the post-apocalyptic world during his previous campaigns, the scenic spots in the mountains seemed rather ordinary to him. However, he was lucky enough to find a mutated plant in the mountains with edible fruit, and then picked a whole armful of fruit. On the way back, Su Jianyan ate as he walked. When they returned to the foot of the mountain, the sun had been up for a while, and the temperature had risen, causing the snow to begin to melt. It was then that Su Jianyan noticed that Gu Yuehe and the others had dug numerous drainage ditches between the foot of the mountain and the town. Su Jianyan walked along the ditches for a while. The melted snow water was quite clear, like a mountain spring. The melted snow water flowed from the ditches into the town, and then was discharged outside through the town's groundwater system. The town's drinking water was also extracted from these ditches and then purified. At the end of the ditches was a water purification plant. When Su Jianyan arrived, Li Xiufeng and Li He were discussing something inside. Hearing the noise, the 2 turned around. What's this? Li He immediately noticed the fruit in Su Jianyan's hand. The fruit resembled cherries, but was larger, and quite tempting at first glance. The fruit of the mutated plant. The Corpse King didn't seem to have any problems eating it, Su Jianyan said. not sharing with the two. If only humans could eat it too. Li sighed. Their plantation looked quite large, but it was barely enough to keep them from starving. These past few days were a holiday, so the amount of food per person at each meal had increased, and it was usually even less. To increase production, supplemental lighting, clean water, and soil were all problems. They had already sent people out to search once, trying not only at the factory itself but also by visiting farmers' homes, like Su Jianyan had done. But the overall situation wasn't ideal. They did find some addresses, but they were either too far away or had already been emptied. You can try looking. Maybe you really can, Su Jianyan said. It's impossible for all plants to be poisonous to humans. Li Xiufeng and Li He exchanged a glance. That was indeed a possibility. If the mutated plants were edible, even finding just one or two would greatly alleviate the food shortage. What were you two talking about just now? Su Jianyan asked, noticing their serious expressions. We were discussing when to set off to find those things, Li Xiufeng said, pointing to the pool purifying water nearby. Speaking of which, Li Xiufeng recalled Yang Ting's earlier words. Have you been to that reservoir near City A? Su Jianyan nodded. It really was you. Sorry. Those materials, Li He said somewhat awkwardly. Once they took them, Su Jianyan would have nothing left. Are you planning to go get more? Su Jianyan asked. Yes. We can cooperate then. I need it too. Su Jianyan thought for a moment, then looked at Li Muchio. We can lend you the white wolf. Li Xiufeng and Li He's eyes immediately lit up. If the Corpse King accompanied them, everything would go much more smoothly. Okay. Li Muchio had no objections. Alright. I talked to the captain later. Su Jianyan headed towards the town, asking as he walked, Aren't you going to play? It's New Year's Day today. Li Xiufeng and Li He exchanged a glance, neither intending to follow, their eyes full of smiles. For us, this is much more fun than playing. Su Jianyan didn't insist. When they returned to the garage, the second movie was about to start. This time it was a movie Su Jianyan hadn't seen before, so he went in to join the fun. When the movie ended, it was lunchtime. The group immediately lined up nearby to get lunch. While eating, Su Jianyan noticed a cluster of basins and buckets filled with snow that had appeared around the underground parking garage. The town's electricity supply wasn't sufficient for everyone, so they were still using Su Jianyan's snow cellar system. The underground garage, already shaded from the sun, was still quite warm after the snowfall, but generally comfortable. Many people gathered in the garage to continue playing. Su Jianyan, used to taking afternoon naps, decided to take one as well. Around 3 p.m., when Su Jianyan woke up, the town was bustling with activity again. The townspeople didn't know exactly when Su Jianyan would arrive, so they hadn't prepared much food yesterday. Today was different. They planned a bonfire and barbecue, though it would only consist of some vegetables and noodles. When Su Jianyan arrived, the firewood was already piled higher than a person. It was going to snow that night. So around 4 o'clock, the fire was lit. The temperature was still quite high at that time, and with the campfire, the entire square felt like it was being roasted. But that didn't dampen everyone's enthusiasm. Everyone's face was beaming with bright smiles. Those who were laughing the most were the ones grilling skewers over the fire. Taking this scene in, Su Jianyan habitually turned to look at Li Muchio, but he didn't see anyone behind him. Li Muchio? Su Jianyan was a little surprised. Usually, Li Muchio would be there whenever he turned around. No one answered. Only laughter filled the air. Just as Su Jianyan was about to speak louder, he caught a glimpse of a familiar figure out of the corner of his eye. Li Muchio had found 2 sticks somewhere, strung the fruit they had picked that afternoon into 2 skewers, and was squatting in front of the campfire grilling the fruit. His somewhat gloomy face was serious. Su Jianyan didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Why was Li Muchio getting involved? Su Jianyan didn't go up to disturb him, but simply watched from a distance. Li Muchio was already quite adept at grilling fruit. Many people around him accidentally burned their own food, but Li Muchio's fruit was grilled evenly and perfectly. After grilling both skewers, Li Muchio looked up to find someone. He noticed Su Jianyan watching him, paused for a moment, and then walked towards Su Jianyan against the firelight. Li Muchio was tall and slender, and with his tailored suit, watching his figure move against the light, Su Jianyan's Adam's apple bobbed involuntarily. Li Muchio handed one of the skewers to Su Jianyan. Su Jianyan took it, took a bite, and said, "Delicious." Li Muchio's lips curled up noticeably, and he immediately started eating his own. He didn't really understand the point of Gu Yue and the others doing this. They already didn't have enough food, and wasting it like this was really irrational. However, he could tell that Su Jianyan had been genuinely happy these past 2 days. After finishing the fruit, Su Jianyan ate some other grilled skewers. Just as he was about full, the snow started to fall. Those who hadn't finished eating rushed to the underground parking garage, while those who had finished sang and danced around the fire. They had somehow gotten hold of a public speaker. A movie started playing in the garage. Determined to keep the fun going, Su Jianyan listened to the singing from outside. The amusement park now had over 6,000 people, and when everyone was gathered together, it was no less lively than the park at night. When everyone sang along to a song they all knew, it became even more boisterous. Although it was far from City A, it wasn't completely silent. Even the light couldn't reach it, so the group restrained themselves. Around 7 o'clock, the group stopped making noise and moved into the parking garage. Around 9 p.m., when the temperature dropped below -40 degrees Celsius, the group couldn't hold on any longer and slowly dispersed. Su Jianyan and Li Muchio followed the crowd back to their lodgings. Su Jianyan didn't want it to end like this, so he deliberately walked slowly. Li Muchio accompanied him. The distance between the two places wasn't far. Even walking slowly, it would only take about 10 minutes to walk back. By then, Su Jianyan's hands and feet were already frozen. Upon entering, the first thing Su Jianyan did was turn on the air conditioner. "Would you like some water?" Li Muchio asked, glancing at the electric kettle beside her. Here, they were treated like VIPs. The room had everything they needed. "No, thank you." Su Jianyan quickly washed up and then slept under the covers. He'd eaten a large meal that evening and couldn't drink anything now. The air conditioner was already running, but it would take some time for the temperature to rise. So Su Jianyan huddled under the covers, feeling the heat. He was busy when a corner of the blanket was pulled back, and Li Muchio slipped in. The cold air followed. Su Jianyan reached out with utter disgust, trying to push Li Muchio away. "Get away from me." Su Jianyan's hand paused. Li Muchio wasn't cold, but hot, and his body temperature was even higher than his hand. Li Muchio looked at Su Jianyan with confusion, then silently moved back a moment later. Su Jianyan's disdain for him at night wasn't a one-off occurrence. "Don't move," Su Jianyan called to Li Muchio, quickly slipping his hand under his clothes to feel him. Su Jianyan's hand was very cold. So cold that for a moment, he couldn't tell if he was just too cold or if Li Muchio actually had body heat. Li Muchio grabbed Su Jianyan's fidgeting hands, pulled them out, and tucked them under the pillow. He didn't want Su Jianyan to feel cold. "I told you not to move." Su Jianyan couldn't feel anything with his hands, so he pressed his entire body against him, trying to feel it with his body. Li Muchio had just returned from outside, and inevitably carried some chill from the wind and snow. Su Jianyan shivered when he first got close, but soon, a faint warmth washed over him. That warmth felt similar to the feeling the blanket gave Su Jianyan, except that while the blanket remained cold even after he'd been wrapped in it for a while, Li Muchio's body was already starting to heat up. "Su Jianyan?" Li Muchio's slightly tense body slowly relaxed. He had initially thought Su Jianyan wanted to do something, but after Su Jianyan hugged him, he didn't move. "You seem to be getting warmer." Su Jianyan looked at him. Li Muchio's eyelashes trembled slightly. The next moment, he tilted his head back and kissed Su Jianyan's lips. He didn't dislike being with Su Jianyan, so the moment Su Jianyan pressed down on him, his heart began to race. He was indeed getting warmer. "I'm serious." Su Jianyan pulled away. Li Muchio looked completely confused. "I said your body seems to be getting warmer. Like mine? You have body temperature now," Su Jianyan said. Li Muchio was clearly stunned for a moment. He touched his cheek, then became even more bewildered. "Your body temperature is very low." Su Jianyan didn't know how to explain, but it was definitely not a hallucination. "So, the Corpse King will eventually become like a human?" Su Jianyan's feelings were complicated, but also quite happy, because that meant he could hold Li Muchio and sleep with him at night. He was used to Li Muchio's low temperature, but he still shivered from time to time at night. "Any other feelings?" Su Jianyan asked. "No." Li Muchio thought seriously for a moment, then shook his head. He couldn't even feel his own body temperature. Emotionally, Su Jianyan was about to ask, but the word stopped abruptly. He suddenly remembered the snowball fight. Li Muchio was the kind of person who would accompany him no matter what he did. But he would never have stuffed snow into his clothes before. Much less run away after stuffing it in, and wait for him to chase after him. Li Muchio, did you have fun today? Su Jianyan looked into Li Muchio's eyes. Li Muchio was momentarily confused. Wasn't Su Jianyan just discussing his body temperature? The next moment, he nodded. You were very happy. I'm asking if you're happy? Li Muchio couldn't answer. If you want to come again next time, I can come with you. He paused, then added, we can build a snowman and play with snowballs too. Su Jianyan's breath hitched. Li Muchio was clearly happy and pleased. But the change wasn't immediately noticeable. Su Jianyan. Li Muchio tilted his head back and kissed Su Jianyan's lips again. He wasn't sure if Su Jianyan's claim that his body had warmed up was true, but he knew his heart was pounding. Su Jianyan was half pressed against him. Even through his clothes, he could feel the contours of Su Jianyan's muscles. Feel the heat. Su Jianyan's thoughts were forcibly pulled back. He looked down and realized how intimate their position was. Su Jianyan's breath hitched, and his heart raced. Li Muchio kissed Su Jianyan's lips. Then, mimicking Su Jianyan's previous actions, deepened the kiss. Li Muchio's imitation was quite convincing. But to Su Jianyan, it was nothing short of seduction. He couldn't care less about anything else. His mind was consumed by the urge to devour the person before him. He slept soundly all night. The next day, when Su Jianyan and Li Muchio went out, the streets were noticeably less bustling than the day before, and the faces of passers-by were more serious. When Su Jianyan arrived at the garage, he learned what had happened from GXIN. After the new year, a new team was about to set off to search for supplies. And now was the selection phase. The outside world was fraught with danger, and if they could avoid it, they wouldn't want to go out again. However, the amusement park desperately needed manpower. So everyone who could move volunteered. Actually, staying at the amusement park is quite tiring too, GXIN explained while busy. We have to worry about those people outside. Unlike before, with cell phones, they can't just send a text or make a video call. Those people are gone for at least 2 or 3 months at a time. If something really happens, by the time the people at the park find out, it'd be too late. When Su Jianyan looked again, he indeed saw unease on many faces. However, this unease was different from before, because they knew the future would definitely get better. Are you ready to go back? GXIN asked after finishing her work. Although they hadn't spent much time together, she understood Su Jianyan. Yeah, I'm leaving soon, Su Jianyan said. He had come to the garage to say goodbye. GXIN was speechless. She opened her mouth to say something, wanting to persuade him Su Jianyan could stay a couple more days, but they wouldn't be able to leave for several days at the earliest. But she swallowed the words back. They weren't the only ones busy. The zombie kings and Su Jianyan were too. She wasn't sure how far Su Jianyan's empire had progressed, but she figured it was still under construction. Come visit often, GXIN said, her eyes filled with reluctance. Su Jianyan's gaze swept over the faces of those around him. Some familiar, some unfamiliar. Yes, we come visit you when we have time. You're welcome. After chatting for a few more minutes, Su Jianyan took his breakfast and ate it aside. GXIN quickly spread the news of his departure. Less than 5 minutes after he finished breakfast, Mo Duolin, Li Lingmu, Li Sifeng, Gu Xingping, Gu Yuehe, and a group of others came to say goodbye. It was clear they were truly reluctant to part, and Su Jianyan was also quite reluctant to see them go. But they all had things to do. A little later, Li Muchio summoned the White Wolf. Gu Yuehe and his group escorted Su Jianyan to the outskirts of town. After Su Jianyan and Li Muchio boarded the White Wolf's back, the group followed for a while, until the White Wolf started running, and they could no longer keep up. Once they were out of sight, Su Jianyan turned away and leaned against Li Muchio's back. A familiar scent wafted over him, along with a faint warmth. Li Muchio's body was indeed getting warmer. Not just his imagination. More than half an hour later, they reached the edge of the city. Recovering from the atmosphere of parting, Su Jianyan summoned Su Bai. As the high temperature arrived, they arrived at the factory. Because planting had resumed, the factory's air conditioning was running continuously, and a cool breeze greeted them the moment they entered. Su Jianyan ate some fruit he had picked on the mountain and went to sleep. A little after 3 o'clock, when Su Jianyan woke up, Su Bai was already waiting outside the door. After some time apart, Su Bai's face showed obvious signs of fatigue, but his eyes still held a smile. Did you need something? Su Bai asked. Are you feverish? Su Jianyan asked bluntly. Su Bai was clearly taken aback. Why was Su Jianyan suddenly concerned about his health? Su Jianyan reached out directly. Su Bai's hand was still icy cold. Su Jianyan pondered. Su Bai had evolved into a corpse king much earlier than Li Muqiu, so he truly deserved the title of King of Corpses. Just as Su Jianyan was pondering this, he met a pair of deep, dark eyes. Li Muqiu, who had been inside, had somehow appeared, and was now staring intently at his hand that had touched Su Bai's. Su Jianyan was both amused and exasperated, quickly withdrawing his hand. Li Muqiu had never liked Su Bai. You can leave now. I explain in detail next time. Su Jianyan thought for a moment, then added, help me catch a few kings of corpses. Su Bai was even more bewildered. But Su Jianyan must have his reasons. He had a lot to do lately. Okay. With that, Su Bai summoned his subordinate. Watching him leave, Su Jianyan turned back. Li Muqiu frowned and turned to go inside. Su Jianyan was both amused and exasperated, and quickly followed. He had barely reached the door when he saw Li Muqiu charging towards him with murderous intent. Upon getting closer, Li Muqiu grabbed Su Jianyan's hand, then produced a damp towel from somewhere and began wiping Su Jianyan's fingers. He knew, of course, why Su Jianyan had summoned Su Bai, but that didn't stop him from being jealous. Su Jianyan blinked, obediently letting the towel be wiped without moving. Li Muqiu wiped the hand several times until it was completely clean. Finally feeling satisfied, he simply threw the towel away. Finally, he added, don't touch dirty things next time. Okay. Su Jianyan replied with a smile. After breakfast, Su Jianyan checked the crops and watered them. Li Muqiu sat back down at the computer. He had already found Su Jianyan, but he wanted to watch more. The Su Jianyan in the video felt unfamiliar, and it also made his heart ache. He had been a little worried before watching. Many people liked Su Jianyan, including Mo Duolin and the others. There were even more people before the apocalypse, and surely even more people liked Su Jianyan. He was unhappy that Su Jianyan had someone else around him. But while people came and went on the screen, Su Jianyan remained alone. When Su Jianyan finished and came out, Li Muqiu was replaying the scene where Su Jianyan appeared for what felt like the umpteenth time. Su Jianyan glanced at the screen only before going to attend to other things. Half an hour later, Su Jianyan returned and found the same clip still playing on the screen. He felt a chill run down his spine. Li Muqiu's face, already somewhat gloomy, was now even more frightening. I'm going out to get some things. Do you want to come? Su Jianyan asked. Yes. Li Muqiu decisively shut down the computer. The real Su Jianyan and the Su Jianyan on the screen were still distinguishable. I'm planning to find some more sunshade curtains to renovate the second floor, and then move upstairs. Su Jianyan briefly explained his plan. There were only 2 of them, and their current space was perfectly adequate. But a little more space would always be more comfortable. He chose to live on the first floor before, partly because many things weren't completely finalized at the time, and partly because renovating an entire floor would be a hassle. Moving wasn't just about finding some sunshade curtains and moving things upstairs. The air conditioning and electrical wiring were the biggest problems. Now things are different. From now on, they have plenty of time. With the White Wolf around, finding curtains, air conditioning, wiring, and transportation became much easier. Although it still took Su Jianyan nearly 10 days to gather everything. Once everything was in place, the next step was renovation. Neither he nor Li Muqiu were human, so sunlight affected them, but not significantly. Therefore, Su Jianyan didn't plan to seal off the second floor windows, making the curtain installation simple. After the curtains came the wiring. Su Jianyan initially intended to run the wiring himself, but after trying it, he found it unsightly and posed a safety hazard. Thinking about it, he simply started looking for the building's wiring, intending to connect the electricity directly, so that the old plugs and switches would still work. Su Jianyan spent a full week on this. The building's electrical wiring was buried under the floorboards and in the walls, without a layout plan, relying solely on guesswork. Su Jianyan practically turned the entire first floor exterior wall into a honeycomb. Fortunately, he finally found it. After connecting the power, Su Jianyan was about to move on to the next step when Su Bai, who had been missing for a long time, reappeared. Su Bai usually completed tasks he entrusted to him as quickly as possible. But this time, he had been gone for almost a month. And Su Jianyan had thought he had forgotten about it. The things you requested are ready. Where would you like me to put them? Su Bai smiled and looked around. The factory was quite large. Su Jianyan ignored him and headed towards the road outside the factory. Upon exiting, he saw at least 50 iron cages lined up from one end of the street to the other. And Su Jianyan's lips twitched involuntarily. He finally understood why Su Bai had been so slow this time. He probably had already captured all the remaining kings of corpses. I already trained them for you. They be good? Su Bai flicked his fox tail. Although he didn't understand why Su Jianyan suddenly wanted to raise those kings of corpses. Su Jianyan must have his reasons. Su Jianyan rubbed his nose. I wasn't planning to raise them. Su Bai was speechless. I was just going to ask them if their bodies were starting to get hot. Su Bai's expression turned strange. Afraid that he would think of something strange again. Su Jianyan quickly explained. Li Muchio has recently started. Su Bai listened, seemingly lost in thought. The next moment, he walked towards the kings of corpses. With the capital captured, the other kings in their camp were in a similar situation. And therefore, their eyes were filled with murderous intent when they faced Su Bai. Su Bai, oblivious to everything, questioned each person in turn, directly attacking those who refused to cooperate. Su Jianyan initially couldn't bear to watch, but later couldn't help raising an eyebrow. In just over a month, Su Bai's strength had clearly improved further. Those corpse kings were completely powerless against him. A dozen minutes later, Su Bai returned. I asked around, and no one has reported anything similar. No one. Now it was Su Jianyan's turn to be surprised. He thought that even if there were few, there would at least be a few. After all, some of those corpse kings seemed to have some ability, and should have evolved into corpse kings quite some time ago. I personally confirmed those few. Su Bai looked over. Su Bai's tone was as casual as if he were commenting on the weather. Su Jianyan suppressed the urge to twitch his lips, focusing his attention on the matter itself. Ask them if they heard of anything similar. Su Jianyan said. I already asked. And no one has. Su Bai was always meticulous in his actions. Su Jianyan's brows furrowed even deeper. Could it be that the fruits of those mutated plants they ate were problematic? And Li Muchio was poisoned? Was his lack of reaction because his body was naturally hot? Su Jianyan looked at Li Muchio. Li Muchio stood coldly between him and Su Bai. It's not the fruits that are the problem. Li Muchio looked at the zombie kings helping to transport the kings of zombies ahead. Some of them eat them regularly. Su Jianyan looked over. I haven't heard of that, Su Bai said, but still headed in that direction to inquire. A few minutes later, Su Bai returned. There's nothing like that among them. Knowing that the fruits were edible, many zombie kings had indeed been eating them. But for them, it was merely a snack. Su Jianyan looked at Li Muchio. If it wasn't fruit, then the only difference between Li Muchio and the other zombie kings was that Li Muchio rarely ate zombies. Awakened zombies. Or zombie kings. Su Bai also realized this. And he was slightly surprised. Not eating zombies. They all mutated from zombies and awakened zombies, and relied on these to fill their stomachs and gain abilities. Li Muchio's aversion to eating them actually caused a change. Su Bai seemed thoughtful. Su Jianyan was lost in thought when he smelled a sweet, metallic scent. He looked in the direction of the smell. Li Muchio had cut a gash on his wrist, and blood was flowing freely. What are you doing? Su Jianyan took off his clothes to stop the bleeding. But as he approached, he paused. The red portion of the blood flowing from Li Muchio's wrist was significantly more, even exceeding half. I just wanted to see if it was my fault, Li Muchio explained, adding that the wound would heal quickly. Su Bai also noticed, raising an eyebrow before saying, the other corpse kings didn't. Su Jianyan barely managed to refrain from asking how he knew. Su Bai explained, some of the disobedient ones were simply killed. Su Jianyan stopped Li Muchio's bleeding. The bleeding quickly stopped. Su Jianyan breathed a sigh of relief, but couldn't help looking again at the corpse kings in the cage. The few corpse kings closest to him took in the entire scene. Their eyes filled with disbelief. In their minds, the more they ate, the stronger they became. Seeing their expressions, Su Jianyan immediately understood. This was an evolution. And evolution inevitably involves selection. If being a corpse king is the ticket to the third evolution, then whether they can reach the finish line, and when, depends on their own fate, clearly. Continuing to wallow in the violent rage unique to zombies wasn't the right path. Li Muchio had taken a shortcut. Thinking about it, Su Jianyan felt that this might not be entirely accurate. Theoretically speaking, without his existence, after the king of zombies had slaughtered all humans, he would eventually devour all the ordinary and awaken zombies as well. Then one day, they would run out of food. At that time, they would walk the same path as Li Muchio. Perhaps at that time, they would begin their fourth evolution. Su Jianyan suddenly had a strange feeling. Perhaps he hadn't just established a kingdom, but also inadvertently disrupted this evolution, allowing humans who should have been extinct to survive, and giving Li Muchio and the others, who should have had a long way to go, a shortcut. Su Jianyan took a deep breath, ignoring the complex gazes of Li Muchio, Su Bai, and the group of zombie kings beside him, and said, "All right, you can take them away. Kill them all?" Su Bai looked over. Their faction has just welcomed those zombie kings. They should be quite happy. How about establishing a reward and punishment system? Zombie kings who contribute can be given a hand or a foot. Su Bai stroked his chin, thinking this was a pretty good idea. However, this way, the kings of zombie kings can't be killed directly. They have to be raised first. Su Jianyan saw through his thoughts immediately, and to prevent his faction from becoming some kind of demonic faction, quickly said, "Those who want to join can join. Those who don't, just kill them." Su Jianyan specifically instructed. "No raising them. I join." "Me too. Me too." Several kings of zombie kings in nearby cages immediately spoke up. They still had some doubts. After all, that was their nature. But joining was better than being killed directly. Su Bai looked disappointed. "Fine." Su Jianyan turned and went inside. After taking 2 steps, he looked at Li Muchio. "Let me check the wound." Li Muchio obediently raised her arm. The wound had completely healed. Now only a shallow scar remained, and it should disappear in a few more minutes. "Don't cut yourself so easily in the future," Su Jianyan said with concern. "Okay." Li Muchio nodded obediently. He listened to Su Jianyan. Su Jianyan was always right. Su Jianyan's expression softened. He ruffled Li Muchio's hair until it resembled an afro. He suddenly missed the awakened zombie, who couldn't even speak clearly, yet was always willing to listen to whatever he said. Chapter 85. Su Bai arrived quickly and left quickly. When Su Jianyan came out again after a brief stroll inside, the street was deserted. After a short rest, Su Jianyan continued with the tasks he hadn't finished. He called to Li Muchio to carry the newly found air conditioner upstairs and install it. Before, it was on the first floor, so the outdoor unit was easy to place. Now that it was on the second floor, things became more complicated. Fortunately, they were now strong enough to dismantle walls by hand, so adding 2 brackets was simple. After installation, Su Jianyan tested it, and everything went smoothly. By the time he finished, it was already evening. The setting sun hung low in the sky, its afterglow enveloping the entire city. Su Jianyan leaned out of the second-floor window, enjoying the evening breeze as he watched this scene, his heart calmer than ever before. Something moved beside him. Su Jianyan looked over and saw that Li Muchio had come over at some point and was also looking outside. For a moment, all was quiet, save for a gentle breeze. When Su Jianyan first woke up, he had suffered terribly from the extreme heat and cold every day. But over time, he had grown somewhat accustomed to it, and with his changing state of mind, he now even somewhat enjoyed this feeling of dramatic ups and downs. At least, he had rarely seen such intense twilight in his life. After the sun set, a blanket of snow began to fall. The scenery was actually quite beautiful, just a bit exhausting. Su Jianyan only watched for a short while before quickly closing the window and going downstairs. Although the air conditioner was installed, the belongings hadn't been moved upstairs yet, so the 2 of them still slept on the first floor that night. Lying down on the bed, Su Jianyan placed his hands on Li Muchio's waist. Li Muchio's body temperature had been low before, and it was still a little low now, but it wasn't cold to the touch. Li Muchio shifted, adjusting to a more comfortable position. Su Jianyan hugged her tighter, but immediately after hugging her, Su Jianyan regretted it. He could even feel the contours of Li Muchio's leg muscles through her clothes, instantly banishing any sleepiness. After a long day, he had planned to go to bed early. Su Jianyan. Li Muchio sensed it. Su Jianyan responded with a kiss. Li Muchio's body stiffened for a moment. Then he moved. He mimicked Su Jianyan's kisses and caresses, fanning the flames everywhere, until he pushed Su Jianyan to his limit and the previous gentleness vanished. The next day, the two moved. They had lived there for half a year, and the house was full of stuff. Something Su Jianyan already knew. But when they actually started moving, he realized there was far more stuff than he had anticipated. They made over 10 trips just to get the pots and pans from the kitchen. After moving the kitchen items, the second thing to move was the table for the two of them, along with the items on it and the sofa set. Next came the bed. Su Jianyan didn't plan to move the wardrobe and shelves. Instead, he intended to take this opportunity to upgrade them. It didn't matter for temporary use, but for long-term use, wooden furniture would be more comfortable. After moving the other items, Li Muchio called Bai Lang, and the two went out. When he went to look for the table earlier, Su Jianyan had already chosen the wardrobe. It was a freestanding wardrobe, over 10 meters long, made entirely of solid wood, with only a clear varnish finish, showing the natural color of the wood. Su Jianyan fell in love with it at first sight. Once the wardrobe was brought back and placed in the room, the entire room, which had felt somewhat empty due to its size, immediately felt more like home. After placing the wardrobe against the innermost wall, the bed followed. Behind the bed was a desk for two, and behind the desk was a sofa. The kitchen remained near the door. The layout hadn't changed much. The only difference was that the room was larger, and each area was clearly defined. With the basic layout in place, Su Jianyan spent the next 2 days buying a bunch of soft furnishings. First were 2 huge rugs, one under the bed and one under the sofa, making the areas more distinct and adding a touch of warmth. Su Jianyan also picked out some nice-looking fabric wall hangings, covering the previously somewhat bare walls, adding depth and further enhancing the cozy atmosphere. Besides these, there were also some odd little ornaments. With everything in its place, the entire room was completely transformed. Looking inside, you could hardly tell any trace of the apocalypse. Su Jianyan was very satisfied, especially when the sunlight streamed into the room in the morning and evening. Li Muchio was clearly satisfied, especially with his assigned table and half of the wardrobe. Su Jianyan had seen him examining them several times. After moving the everyday items upstairs, Su Jianyan also reorganized the downstairs area, placing the shelves against the wall and moving the crops to the center of the room. Besides what he already had, Su Jianyan also got a sofa for the room. It would be nice to sit down and admire the vibrant crops after a long day. After finishing all the work, Su Jianyan didn't go out for the next few days, instead staying home and enjoying the peace and quiet. He found the book he hadn't finished reading before and spent the whole day curled up on the sofa. Every now and then, he put on some music. Li Muchio was still busy watching his surveillance footage. Tired of staying indoors, Su Jianyan would drag Li Muchio to the multimedia room to watch movies, play ping pong, or billiards. After breaking countless balls, the two had learned to control their strength, trying not to let the balls demolish the house. A leisurely life was good, but too much leisure can become tiresome. In less than a month, Su Jianyan started feeling unwell. Su Jianyan remembered the mutated plants he planted after a long time. He immediately went to check on them. The plants were growing incredibly well. Almost too well. So well that he almost thought he wandered into the wrong place at first glance. Planted just over 2 months ago, they were now almost 7 or 8 stories tall. And 2 kinds of fruit had even ripened completely. Seeing the sprouts emerging from the ripe fruit on the ground, Su Jianyan had only one thought. Thank goodness he planted them far enough away. If they had planted them in the industrial park, they probably would have had to move within 6 months at most. Want to pick some to take back? Li Muchio asked. Go ahead, Su Jianyan said, using an axe to nudge the branches of a plant in front of him. You pick them. I prune them. Even from a distance. If their growth wasn't controlled, the entire city would be taken over sooner or later. It's better to intervene now than to worry about it later. Okay. Li Muchio opened her backpack. Su Jianyan circled a crop in front of him, then squeezed into a gap and began chopping away furiously. After chopping, Su Jianyan had the white wolf drag the branches onto the road, intending to let them scorch in the sun. Su Jianyan chopped. The white wolf dragged. It seemed simple, but those mutated plants were too resilient. Li Muchio had already filled her backpack with fruit before the two of them finally finished processing one plant. Seeing this, Li Muchio went to a nearby room, grabbed a boning knife, and joined in. Li Muchio had never done anything like this before. He was ruthless, cutting plants down to just a single branch, which looked rather pitiful. But the plants were too resilient, so Su Jianyan let him be. The two worked for 3 whole days. After finishing, Su Jianyan felt completely refreshed. A week later, after they finished the fruit they had brought back, the two went back again to check if the vines had dried. The vines weren't dead. Some had even broken through the floorboards and were about to take root. Su Jianyan suddenly felt a headache coming on. He had initially thought it was just a casual treatment, but now it seemed this was likely a regular task. Su Jianyan had the white wolf drag the vines to a square where there were no flammable materials nearby. Then he found some gasoline, poured it on the vines, added some accelerant, and set them on fire. The fire burned for a whole morning. After burning it, Su Jianyan made a special check. It was burned thoroughly. Even a mutated plant shouldn't be able to revive. A week later, Su Jianyan went to check again to confirm there was no sign of it reigniting before he could truly relax. This whole ordeal had left Su Jianyan somewhat exhausted, and he stayed home obediently for the next 2 weeks. 2 weeks later, Su Jianyan couldn't stay home anymore. In the living room, Su Jianyan was pondering what to do next when he heard Li Muchio speak up. "I want to go see Su Bai and the others." It had been several months already. He wondered how busy Su Bai and the others were. He had promised to keep an eye on things for Su Jianyan. Su Jianyan instantly perked up. "I go too. We leave tomorrow." Li Muchio wasn't surprised. Su Jianyan was always restless. Su Jianyan immediately got up and packed his bags. They set off early the next morning. Su Jianyan didn't bother to sense or notify anyone, but simply followed Li Muchio's pace, as this was essentially Li Muchio's official business. Li Muchio wasn't in a hurry either, slowly leaving the city and slowly heading towards one of the cities. A journey that the white wolf could cover in half a day took him a whole day. As night fell, and Su Jianyan was starting to get impatient and want to speak, they finally saw a city ahead. The city was completely different from what he had expected. Except for the buildings in the central area, most of the outer buildings had been razed to the ground, and powerful zombie kings were now everywhere. When they arrived, it was getting dark. In the middle of the ruins, a huge bonfire, easily 20 or 30 meters tall, was burning. The firelight illuminated a large area nearby. Stop! On the outskirts of the city, a zombie king resembling an octopus but covered in fur blocked the white wolf's path, sizing up Su Jianyan, his companion, and the beast. Most zombie kings prefer to travel alone, but as the apocalypse has dragged on, it's becoming increasingly common to see them gathering in small groups. Came because of their reputation? What? Su Jianyan didn't understand. Didn't you want to join us? Su Jianyan was stunned for a moment, then realized what was going on. The other party hadn't recognized him, but instead mistook them for zombie kings who had come because of their reputation and wanted to join. "Yes, we are," Li Muchio said. Su Jianyan looked over. Li Muchio was completely serious, seemingly engrossed in her role. Su Jianyan suppressed a laugh. Li Muchio actually did things quite well. Where did you guys hang out before? Did you join any other factions? You're quite responsible for guarding that octopus. Over there. No. Li Muchio pointed in a direction. The octopus looked Li Muchio and Su Jianyan up and down again, then turned and exchanged a few words with the zombie king beside it. The zombie king quickly ran off, heading towards the remaining buildings in the city center. A dozen minutes later, 5 or 6 zombie kings arrived. Among them were both strength type and intelligence type, all with serious expressions, looking like an interrogation team. Approaching, the group of zombie kings carefully interrogated them. Li Muchio cooperated throughout. Behind them, Su Jianyan barely managed to suppress a twitch at the corner of his mouth. He didn't know where Su Bai and the others learned this trick, but overall, it seemed quite convincing. After the inspection, the zombie kings didn't give them any trouble. They explained the city's rules and that their king disliked zombie kings harming humans, then let them into the city. Once inside, the white wolf walked towards the campfire. The snow had started falling, and many zombie kings had begun to sleep. Only a few were still awake. Approaching, Su Jianyan and Li Muchio got down. The white wolf looked around and then began to wander, while Li Muchio took out some fruit to roast. It was already dinner time. Su Jianyan found a place to sit, observing the zombie kings around him. To their right was a zombie king roasting meat with its tongs, immediately attracting Su Jianyan's attention. It resembled a crab, but its shell was bright red. Even more amusingly, it was actually roasting meat with its tongs. Squeak! Sensing his gaze, the crab looked on with displeasure. Fighting was forbidden in the city, but a zombie king who hadn't been formally accepted by the king couldn't suppress his inner rage. You're here to join too? Su Jianyan spoke to it. After entering, Su Jianyan discovered that there were far more zombie kings in the city than he had expected. At least 500. And most of them didn't bear his mark. As for those with marks, they were mostly in the central area of the city, not associating with newcomers like them who weren't qualified. Squeak. How did you come up with the idea of joining his camp? Su Jianyan asked, feeling rather strange being mentioned as an outsider. The crab gave Su Jianyan a strange look. Squeak. Now everyone knew he was the strongest of all the zombie kings. Su Jianyan smiled. Hearing someone praise him to his face felt rather strange. Squeak. I heard they captured another batch of corpse kings recently. Their king didn't even leave the city. The lower-ranking corpse kings handled everything. Su Jianyan smiled again. But this time his smile vanished as the crab squeaked. He's quite the pervert. Other corpse kings are given a quick death, but I heard he prefers to capture them and torture them slowly. Who told you that? Su Jianyan tried to defend himself. Squeak. Go ask around. Everyone knows. Even the corpse kings in their own faction say so. Su Jianyan was speechless. Even the corpse kings in his own faction said so? Su Jianyan suddenly remembered Su Bai's smiling face. This was most likely a setting Su Bai had given him. As for the reason, it's easy to guess. A amiable king certainly can't compare to the oppressive presence of a tyrannical and cruel one. Squeak. The crab had probably never encountered someone as good-tempered as Su Jianyan. After giving Su Jianyan a strange look, it continued. Squeak. I can't sense any corpse king aura from you. You must be very weak. Right, Su Jianyan didn't know what to say. Su Jianyan's silence was misinterpreted as an admission. Squeak. What a pity. Someone like you will probably have to wait several years to officially join. I'm different. I'd definitely be able to join the next expedition. At the end, the crab proudly shook its claws, which were roasting meat. Expedition? Su Jianyan looked at the glistening claws and couldn't help but swallow. The river was polluted. He probably wouldn't be able to eat crabs in this lifetime. Squeak. These are teams that go to conquer territories yet to be reclaimed. As long as they achieve merit and accumulate enough achievements, they can meet the king. Then, they can officially join. By the end, the crab's eyes were filled with excitement. Battle, merit, joining the strongest faction, all of these were exactly what it wanted. More accurately, they were exactly what all warlike zombie kings wanted. Squeak. The crab spoke again. It's a pity where I was before was too far from here. By the time I heard this news, it was too late. Otherwise, I would definitely be a city lord by now. Su Jianyan remained non-committal. That can't be helped. This is only the first batch of cities. Once things stabilize here, there should be a second batch soon. Let's work harder then. The crab gave Su Jianyan a strange look. Su Jianyan gave it a feeling different from the other zombie kings. But what made it strange wasn't this. Squeak. The first batch of cities? How long ago was that news? The cities are already on their third batch now. Su Jianyan froze. How many? Squeak. The third batch. Now there are over 40 cities in total. Su Jianyan took a deep breath, trying to calm himself, but his lips still twitched uncontrollably. He tried to sense his surroundings. Sure enough, Su Bai, the Black Beast, and Su Hong weren't in any of the cities near City A, but far away. Su Jianyan rubbed his nose. Su Jianyan. Li Muchio handed Su Jianyan some roasted fruit. Thank you. Su Jianyan naturally took it and started eating. At the same time, Su Jianyan looked at the crab. He was going to eat it with his meal. If he couldn't eat it, looking at it would at least be good. The crab stared blankly at them. Squeak. What did you just call him? Su Jianyan? Li Muchio was puzzled. Su Jianyan looked helpless, then briefly explained the situation. Su Bai and the others aren't in the city. Before Su Jianyan could finish speaking, the zombie kings ahead suddenly stirred, and a familiar face rushed over, surrounded by a group of zombie kings. Your Majesty, Su the bearded man was both surprised and delighted. He was the city lord of the city, and also the zombie king who had stayed behind to protect Su Jianyan. If he hadn't suddenly sensed Su Jianyan's presence, he wouldn't have known that Su Jianyan had actually come. I was just passing by and thought I'd come in to take a look. Su Jianyan smiled at him. It's cold outside. Let's go inside. Su, with his bushy beard, pointed to the buildings in the center of the city. Su Jianyan got up after finishing the last fruit. It was indeed quite cold outside. Li Muchio summoned the white wolf. Before leaving, Su Jianyan didn't forget to say goodbye to the crab. See you next time. The crab didn't move, just staring blankly. For a moment, Su Jianyan could even smell the aroma from the claws it held up by the fire. Where did Su Bai and the others go? Su Jianyan asked as he followed them into the city. He felt he still needed to keep Su Bai and the others in check. Their behavior put a lot of pressure on him. They went to choose a new location for the subordinate city. More and more corpse kings are coming because of their reputation. That night, Su Jianyan went to bed early. In the middle of the night, Su Jianyan found the blanket beside him ice cold and realized Li Muchio was nowhere to be seen. Su Jianyan didn't get up. He directly sensed the danger. Li Muchio wasn't his subordinate, but as the king of corpses, sensing him was easy. Li Muchio was diligently patrolling the city. Su Jianyan was both amused and exasperated, then turned over and went back to sleep. If Li Muchio wanted to do it, then let him. The lifespan of a corpse king was still unknown. It was good to have something he enjoyed. The next day, when Su Jianyan woke up, Li Muchio was already lying beside him again. After breakfast, Li Muchio suggested leaving. He needed to go to the next city as soon as possible. They had already covered over 40 cities. If they weren't quick, they would be wandering around for half a year before returning home. Su Jianyan had cultivated crops on the first floor, and those mutated plants needed regular cleaning. They were busy, and they needed to get back early. Su Jianyan listened to Li Muchio on this trip. Li Muchio left without hesitation. 2 days later, they arrived at the next city. This city was similar to the previous one. Due to the increased number of power-type zombie kings, some buildings had been demolished. The city was also bustling with activity. This time they arrived early and didn't stay overnight, setting off again in the afternoon. Half a month later, they had inspected all the cities in the surrounding area. The newly built cities radiated outwards in a circular pattern from the first batch of cities. A month later, they had also inspected the second batch of cities. Another month later, they encountered the Black Beast in a jungle far from City A. It was leading an expedition team, preparing to take down another zombie king's camp in one fell swoop. As the apocalypse dragged on, many zombie king camps had grown to a considerable size, making the battle quite intense. Su Jianyan and Li Muchio didn't linger there, only exchanging a few words with the Black Beast before leaving. The return journey took them only half a month. On their way back to the city, they passed near the mountain range where Guyueha and his group were. Want to go in and take a look? Li Muchio turned her head slightly to look at Su Jianyan. Su Jianyan was tempted, but after thinking for a moment, he shook his head. Next time. He just wanted to go home right now. Guyueha and the others were there. If he really wanted to see them, he could go again next time. They had also made a promise to go find the things for the water purification system together. They would have plenty of opportunities to meet again. Li Muchio patted the white wolf's back, and the wolf immediately galloped towards the city. Su Jianyan wasn't sure if it was his imagination, but he sensed a hint of anticipation in its gait. Su Jianyan looked at Li Muchio ahead, then hugged her even tighter. Li Muchio, puzzled, asked, "What's wrong?" Su Jianyan shook his head. "I'm just happy to be home." Li Muchio was indeed changing little by little, a change that even affected his subordinates and the white wolf. Li Muchio patted the white wolf again. The surrounding scenery suddenly rushed past. The white wolf was already fast, and now its 4 legs were practically blurring through the air. 20 minutes later, the scenery ahead gradually became familiar. 2 minutes later, they saw the familiar buildings and streets in the distance, and both Su Jianyan and Li Muchio's expressions softened. "We're here," Li Muchio said. "Yes." Su Jianyan nodded. They were here. Home. After crossing the wall, the white wolf stopped in front of the factory. Su Jianyan and Li Muchio got off one after the other. After landing, Su Jianyan stretched and walked towards the door. Li Muchio, carrying the backpack she had taken from the white wolf, followed closely behind. They returned at midday. The outside heat was scorching, blurring the landscape. Inside, however, it was cool and refreshing. Upon entering, Su Jianyan couldn't help but take a deep breath. Behind him, Li Muchio, though not quite, paused in his steps. He liked this place just as much. After enjoying the cool air, Su Jianyan went upstairs to sleep. He was tired from all the commotion. Have lunch first, then sleep, Li Muchio reminded him. Okay, Su Jianyan replied. But his steps didn't falter. Li Muchio took a deep breath, then exhaled with a helpless look, finally closing the door behind him and following him upstairs with his backpack. Sure enough, Su Jianyan was already comfortably sprawled on the sofa. Half asleep, Li Muchio rolled up his sleeves and headed to the kitchen. Su Jianyan rolled up his sleeves, watching him bustle around with a smile. Sunlight streamed into the room through the gaps in the curtains, accompanied by the hum of the air conditioner and the noises made by Li Muchio. Such days are truly wonderful.